Nanda is joining. Hi, Nanda.
Hey,
Hello.
Nanda.
Hey, Venki.
And
Hello, everyone. Hi, Anita. Hi, Brian. Hi, Chihong.
Hi, Nanda. Hi, everyone.
Nanda, was it a lot of work organizing the conference? I know you did a lot of scheduling and
Well, you
emailing.
become an expert now, right? Because, well, it's always a lot of work. It's a lot of fun, but, it's always also very tough because, when you get so many good submissions,
Yeah.
hard to shortlist. And, we've had a lot of help from Venki and others on the selection committee. So that's
But
always.
still, hats off to you guys. Every year you put this out.
Well, we were really hoping, to actually have it in person. I don't know if anybody checked the weather in Dallas. It's like in the 70s.
Yeah, it's pretty good today.
It's
Do you have any second thoughts now?
a gorgeous day. So,
Hey, Pranav.
hey, Pranav, what's happening?
Nothing much. Hi, Venki. Hi, Nanda. All good here. How are you?
All good.
Looks like you're in your office.
Yes,
Both
I
of you.
am. Yes, I am. It's Nanda mentioned 70 degrees. It is 75 degrees here in Chapel
Oh,
Hill.
gosh. It's very nice.
Very difficult to stay in office right now.
Right.
So,
Can't complain.
it's 10 o'clock. I think we have a formal welcome thing at 12 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, I'm sorry.
Hey, Ying.
I'm looking at the wrong day. So we have our keynote and welcome by Hassan at 1 o'clock. So let me just say that welcome to our BAS LTD Forums conference. Thanks to everyone, all the participants and discussants, people that submitted, and this is very key for the success of this conference. And thank you for continued support. So let's start. Ying, you have a few words to say?
Not really. Well, we were hoping to have an in-person conference, but unfortunately, we were a little bit on the cautious side when we had to decide. I think right before February, right? So we need to decide. And at that time, situation was not looking very good. But well, it's good to see everyone virtually. Nanda and the committee did a lot of work, and I hope the conference will be a success.
Thanks, Ying. So I don't know who the timekeeper is.
Yeah, I am here. So yeah, the presenter can start. I mean, sharing the slides actually. So I was just waiting for you to finish. Yeah.
Okay, let me share the slides.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's 10:02. So you probably can go to till 10:47. You can begin.
Okay, sounds great. Yeah, so thank you for everyone coming here to the talk. And also I would like to thank the conference organizer and the selection committee for including this paper in the program. And also I would like to thank Ling for agreeing to discuss this paper, like giving her time zone. I believe it's already past midnight for her. So today I'm very happy to be here sharing this work with you. It's about online healthcare platform evolution, the interplay of bargaining and network effects. This is a joint work with my two wonderful co-authors, Junhong Zhu from National University of Singapore and Puneet Machada from University of Michigan. So, I like to start to motivate this study. As you can probably tell from the title, we're looking at the healthcare industry. As you all know, healthcare industry is super important. People spend a lot of money in healthcare. On average, healthcare accounts for between like 5% to 20% of all national expenditures for most countries. And with this aging population, very likely, this expenditure is going to climb even higher in the coming years. Despite this high expenditure, still we see a lot of problems in this industry, that is accessibility and equity. As World Health Organization reported that half of the world lacks access to the essential healthcare services. When we see big challenges, we also know there exist big opportunities, and that is what the business world are currently seeing. So when we are faced with these kind of big challenges, you think, how can we alleviate this kind of issue? So in the recent years, what we see is there is this new business model that come into play, that is the online healthcare platform. It emerged around the globe trying to address this accessibility issue. So what is the role of online platforms here? It tries to connect different participants in this healthcare ecosystem. Typically, there are two sides. On one side, it includes the healthcare providers, and on the other side, it includes the healthcare receivers. For the healthcare providers, it may include like hospitals, doctors, nursing homes, or health insurance companies. On the receiver side, it may include like patients, consumers, seniors, or insurance clients. But now if you think about how online platform is different from the offline marketplace, well, I would say there is one very unique feature of the online platform, that is the cross-network effects. So what is cross-network effects? It basically means, well, the attractiveness of the marketplace depends on to one side will depend on the number of participants on the other side. If we assume in this platform there exist positive cross-network effects, then what we will see is that, well, something like this. So as more hospitals joining on the platform, then this platform will become more attractive. And as a result, there will be more consumers joining and then create this positive feedback loop. So what is the outcome of this positive feedback loop? We will see the potential of growing exponentially. So with this kind of background, what we have seen, and also as a result, maybe the online platform can kind of achieve the economic of scale and provide more benefits to this whole ecosystem. So as a result, in both developed countries as well as in developing countries, we see a lot of healthcare platforms because like audience here, you may come from like different parts of the world, and some of the platforms you may be familiar with. And some of the healthcare experts predict that in just a couple of years, those online healthcare platforms will play a major role in the healthcare sector. So now I've talked a little bit about like the benefits of the online healthcare platform, but at the same time, we should remember for those platforms themselves, they are also business entities. For any business entity, they have their own objective. So what are the objectives for those online platforms? For the majority of the online healthcare platforms, they're still at the introduction or the growth stage. At that stage, they have dual objective. One is this growth and the other is profitability. I mean, both of those objectives are important for both the short-term success as well as the long-term success, but also that is some metric that the investors really care about. If you think about venture capital, some of them put growth at the front, some of them would put profits at the front, but for the platform, oftentimes they need to make a trade-off between the two. If they want to focus on growth, very likely they need to make sacrifice on the profit. If they want to highlight profits, they may have to sacrifice on growth. So how does the growth and profitability, this dual objective, link to our paper about the network effects and bargaining? So here is how the link is made. So if we think about the healthcare online platforms, well, it's very different from other type of e-commerce marketplace. That is, in the healthcare industry, a lot of price are realized via this bargaining process. Okay, if you think about Amazon, Amazon is the one party that can dictate like what is the category-based commission fee that I want to charge from the sellers. But that is not the case in healthcare industry. Bargaining happens a lot between this online platform and the hospital, the healthcare provider side. So as a result, when we think about the growth and profit, well, we need to think about, well, cross-network effects will directly impact the growth, and bargaining and the posted price will directly impact the profits. In order to achieve a good balance between the growth and profits, then we need to study the relationship between the network effects and bargaining. So here comes our research question. the first question we want to address is there a relationship between the network effects and bargaining? And the second question is, if so, what is its impact on the ecosystem participants, including like consumers, hospitals, as well as the central platform? Okay. So now let me just take a minute to see if there's any questions.
I have one question over here. Comparing this with the traditional markets, then is the key over here this growth objective which the medical platform would have? Because we also have the cross network effects in the traditional markets between the health insurance, the hospital, and the end consumers.
Yeah.
So we also have that profitability, but one could argue that those markets are a little more saturated, so the growth opportunities are not as prevalent as these platforms.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, Pranav. This is a great question. And I mean, that is something like we actually want to highlight using this paper, is because if you think about the previous literature, when they studied the healthcare industry, well, some of them, it's also two-sided market and the bargaining is present. And when they model it, they kind of implicitly model these cross-network effects. But here, we explicitly model the cross-network effects, and we put cross-network effects explicitly into the bargaining process. And why we do that? Well, for two reasons. The first reason is, well, if you think about the growth, the typical bargaining model, we only care about the revenue, the profits, that is the monetary payoff for this period, right? We don't really capture the future market growth. So because of this growth, we need to explicitly measure these cross-network effects. That is the first reason. And the second reason is, if we look at this context, it's a little bit different from the traditional market, is here, there is no steady state. Like it's a constant and transient state. Everything is changing. The market size is growing rapidly. As a result, I mean, just using the previous existing literature, like those kind of model, it's very hard to capture that transient state. So here we're modeling the cross-network effects as like time varying and hospital specific. So that is something new about this paper.
Also, just following up on Pranav's point, do you assume that there are multiple exchanges or platforms and there is competition between those exchanges? So a provider could be in contention in more than one exchange, so is the consumer. And if so, how does it play out in the Chinese market?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So, I mean, clearly, like this is not just a one platform in the whole market. China market is huge. There are a lot of like similar platforms providing similar kind of services. So here, our data only come from one platform. But what we did in the model is we kind of capture the competitors' marketing efforts. We control for them, but we do not explicitly model them. That is how we deal with that problem. But like there's some existing literature looking at how does the bargaining affects the competition across different platforms. Out of this discussion, Ling actually has a paper on that topic specifically. Yeah, so here it's a different angle. Okay, so let me continue to talk about the setting and the data of this paper. So here, we're focusing on the Chinese physical health exam market. The size of this market is pretty substantial. On an annual level, every year, about 500 million exams was conducted. It has a market value about $30 billion. And our data, as I mentioned before, it comes from one platform. But this one platform, it is a pioneer platform in the marketplace. It was launched in August 2015. And our data dates back to the first day of the launch date. So for the products, we focus on the physical exam packages. Those are mostly screening tests and not covered by insurance. So here I'm going to show you a screenshot of the platform. Those are some packages available on the platform. Typically, like those packages are targeted for like different age group, like gender, different occupation, different purpose. So those are some examples. And who would be interested in buying this? Those are individuals who seek to have the physical exams. And on the hospital side, those are the hospitals who can provide those physical exam services. In terms of adoption decision, if we think from the consumers, the registration is free. So they don't need to pay the platform in order to get on this platform. All they need to provide is just a cell phone number. For the hospital, it's also free for them to register. But the problem with the hospital is typically they are facing very high administrative costs in order to join the platform. If you think about it, in order to join, they need to integrate their own IT system with the platform's IT system. And that is a lot of setup initial cost for the hospital. Because of that, the platform puts most of the sales effort on the hospital side rather than the consumer side. They have designated sales team and go and talk to the hospital managers to convince them about the benefits brought by the platform. If the hospital show interest that they would like to join the platform, then they are going to renegotiate, like go back and then negotiate with the hospital again about the detailed contract terms. So this is the setup. Let me see if there is any chats.
So, just a quick question. So here the prices are all different, and the price is can the physicians set the price, or is it going to be the hospital who sets the price for all their physicians?
So here it's the hospital sets the price. So here it's not like physician level services. The service is provided by the hospital because those are screening services. Those are not doctor consultation services. Yeah. Okay. I see there is a question in chat, but thank you, Puneet, for answering that. So I'm just going to continue. So talking about clearly this bargaining is at the central part of this paper. So looking at the bargaining outcome, we're going to focus on three things. The first one is the joining decision. So whether a contract was successfully signed or not, that decision depends on whether the payoff from joining the platform is greater than not joining the platform. And there are two other specific contract terms that we focus on. One is a monetary contract term, and the second is non-monetary contract term. For the monetary contract term, that is the commission rate. So that is how much what is the percentage that the hospital needs to pay to the platform? The commission rate, both parties care a lot about the commission rate because commission rate will have a direct impact on the profits for the platform. It also has a direct impact on the revenue to the hospital. Platform, of course, would prefer a higher commission rate. And for the non-monetary contract outcome, that is a clearing cycle. What is a clearing cycle? Is in order to use the service, the consumer first pay the platform, and then after the clearing cycle, the platform will transfer the money to the hospital. As you can imagine, for this kind of platforms, at the very initial stage, they are facing great cash constraint. So the platform would always prefer a longer clearing cycle as it can increase its liquidity. But for the hospital, well, they don't care about the clearing cycle that much because for them, like the cash flow is more predictable and then the demand is also predictable. So now let me show you some data patterns. Let's first look at the growth pattern. So here, two figures plots. One is on the consumer side growth and the other is on the hospital side. Let's first look at the consumer side. For that 4 to 5 years operation period, we see about 3 million users have registered on the platform by the end of 2019. The quarterly growth rate is about 30%. As you can see, it actually follows a pretty nice exponential increasing pattern. On the hospital side, by the end of 2019, there are about 1,100 hospitals joined the platform, and each quarter there are about 60 to 70 hospitals joined. Well, here you can see clearly it's not an exponential trend. Well, one reason is that clearly there is a sales team effort constraint. So they only have like a limited amount of people to go out and to go talk to the hospital directors. And you may notice like in the middle of 2016, there is a spike that is an extra push by the marketing effort of the company. We control for that in our model. Actually, that also gave us some variation on one side of the market to help us identify the cross-network effects. Okay, so that is about the growth pattern. Next, let me show you some bargaining outcomes. If we look at that 1,100 contracts have already signed, it ranges across 4 different types of hospitals. In China, broadly speaking, there are 2 types of hospital. One is private, one is public. Unlike many other countries, in China, private hospitals are not as reputable as the public ones. Public ones have a very long history. They typically are much larger than the private ones, and people perceive the public ones to have like better quality. And among that 1,100 hospitals, about 50% of them are from public A, about 17% of them are from public B and C, and then 14% from private hospitals, and then the rest 18% are from the specialty clinics. So within the private ones, we separate them as a private hospital and specialty clinics. Private hospital, they provide both the inpatient as well as outpatient service, while the specialty clinics, they only provide the outpatient services. So in terms of the hospital size, we use the number of health professionals to measure the size. As you can see, from the public A to public B, C to private and to specialty clinic, the size decreases in that order. And if we look at the agreed upon commission rate, then actually it follows the opposite pattern. For the public A hospital, the agreed upon commission rate is the lowest. That means they are able to get the best deal from the platform. And for the specialty clinic, the deal that they got is worst. Like for each transaction that went through the platform, they need to pay about 20% commission rate to the platform. And the last outcome is a clearing cycle. So here we don't see a very clear pattern. We don't have a very good reason behind why there is no clear pattern, but we think because for some hospitals, actually they don't put that much emphasis on the clearing cycle in the bargaining process. So that is the reason why we don't see the clear pattern there. Okay, any questions?
I have a question. So do you see the number of users grow substantially? Is that driven by people who used to make phone calls to get this physical exam? Now they're switching to online, or do you think it's new patients who didn't do these annual physical exams because they hate making a phone call, and now they're like, oh, I can just do it on my app, so that it lowers the cost, therefore they enter this market, physical exam market. Because in the US, I can't imagine hospitals signing up because they just have no excess capacity for this all a huge influx of patients. So I was wondering, is it like people switching their mode of appointment to online, or is it just new influx of patients coming in?
Yeah. So if you think about this, I mean, so for this market, so first, like China market is a little bit different from the US. People can't just pick up their phone and then make an appointment. What they typically need to do is they need to go to the hospital and then wait in the queue and then book an appointment and then wait in the hospital in order to get the physical exam. So clearly for this online platform, it's dramatically kind of simplified that whole process. Whether those customers are new customer to this market or they are just changing from the offline booking to the online booking, we don't have data to speak directly to that. But I think it's a combination of both. Because right now, if you think about this kind of service, it's not curative care, it's preventive care. And for the preventive care in China, the penetration rate was very low compared to the very developed countries. So only in the very recent years, people have like higher health awareness and they're starting to think about the preventive care.
Okay, so I really like the table where you show the different commission rates and the fact that you can observe commission rates. I think that's really cool. And also kind of how this increases, the commission rate is actually more for the kind of the lesser, lower quality hospitals. One thing that maybe you do this in the model and I should wait, but one thing is as time progresses, maybe you see that as the platform becomes more popular, maybe there is variation over time as well, where commission rates now increase because your bargaining power as a hospital might actually decrease now that this is a really popular platform, right? So that might be something to look into.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Actually, here in the presentation, I don't have the table available, but like when we look at commission rate, I mean, everything is time, we look at monthly level. So everything we look at monthly level. We do see like over time, the commission rate that the platform is able to get actually increases. At the very beginning, a lot of commission rate was agreed as 0, but
Right.
over time, most of them becomes positive.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting variation. And,
yeah, and you will see more like in the simulation part. We actually conduct some simulation to show that trend over time.
Hi,
Okay.
Xu.
Yes.
I was wondering whether the commission rate may be a reflection of quantity discount. Like public hospitals are bigger, so they will get in more patients.
Yeah, very likely.
Among other things, yeah.
Yes.
And then, the question, sorry. And then the question that during your sample period, are there other platforms fighting for the same markets on either side? And then is like, can you say something briefly about that? And then also possibly multi-homing?
Yeah, so to your first question, clearly, like there are a lot of differences across different types of hospitals. As you mentioned, maybe like demand is different, the perceived quality is different. So that is why in the model, we control for like different hospital characteristics. And also in the bargaining, we have like hospital type specific like bargaining power. And then to your second question, as I mentioned earlier, like we control for the other platforms competition in the hospital adoption decision. I hope that addressed your question.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, so next, let me talk about the modeling approach. As you can imagine, here we want to study the relationship between the network effects and bargaining. Clearly, we want to first identify what is the network effects in this context. So we start with the traditional network effects model. In the network effects model, we model both the direct network effects as well as the cross-network effects. We allow for the possibility that direct network effects can be positive or negative. It may be positive due to like positive word of mouth, observational learning. It may be negative due to like crowding out effect or like competition. And for the cross-network effects, we model both from the consumer side to the hospital side cross-network effects, and also we model from the hospital side to the consumer side cross-network effects. One thing I want to highlight here is, unlike the traditional approach, when people look at the cross-network effects, they stay ignorant about the identity of the participants. So they only look how does the number of participants affect the other side's adoption likelihood. But here, we not only look at the total number of participants on one side, but also we look at the identity of those people on one side. The reason that we think that's important because, well, if that's seller and buyer market, for Amazon, it's okay to just ignore the identity. But here we're looking at hospital. We do think a public hospital joining a platform, the effect will be different from a private hospital joining the platform. So that is why when measuring the cross-network effects, we look at the heterogeneous cross-network effects that is a function of the hospital size as well as the ownership. So after identifying the network effects, next we look at the bargaining model. We employ a generalized Nash bargaining model. At the center, the outcome is the platform's bargaining outcome. It is influenced by a couple of different factors. One is the consumer market share. Very intuitively, if the platform's consumer market share increases, clearly the platform's bargaining power will increase. And as a result, platform's bargaining outcome will be better from a platform's point of view. And also, we think the hospital type is going to play a role here. And another thing is whether we look at the multi-attribute bargaining or single attribute bargaining. If we look at both the monetary outcome as well as the non-monetary outcome, then the total surplus will be different compared to just looking at the monetary outcome. And the last thing, also the very important thing of this paper is we make this explicit link between the network effects and the bargaining. We want to see how does the hospital-specific cross-network effects influence the final bargaining outcome with the platform. Okay, so now with this whole big framework in mind, let me jump into the details of the modeling. So starting from the consumer side, we use the utility-based modeling approach. Consumers' utility of joining is modeled in such a way that first, it has intrinsic preference towards the platform, which is beta 0, and it is influenced by the other people in the market, the number of consumers who have already joined on the platform in the same market, that is direct network effects. And also we look at the cross-network effects, how many hospitals in my city has already joined the platform. But regarding these cross-network effects, specifically, we allow this beta 2 to be a function of hospital ownership and hospital size to capture the heterogeneous effect. And at the same time, we have a bunch of controls, including the platform's own marketing effort, the competing platform's marketing effort, time-varying city characteristics, and city fixed effects to control for time-invariant characteristics, and also some unobserved time-varying city characteristics. So this is the consumer side adoption model. And after that, we move on to the hospital side. For the hospital side adoption model, it looks very similar to the consumer side. The utility depends on the intrinsic preference, direct network effects, cross-network effects, and a bunch of controls. Those controls include the hospital characteristics, platform's own marketing effort, competing platforms' marketing effort, time-varying market characteristics, market fixed effects, and also unobserved time-varying city characteristics. So one challenge about modeling, getting these network effects estimates empirically is the simultaneity and the endogeneity problem. As you can imagine, the data that we observe is a market size on both sides, but everything kind of grows simultaneously. So how can we identify the cross-network effects and direct network effects in a causal way? So the identification here, first, we use the lagged measures instead of contemporaneous measures to solve this simultaneity problem. And we use a control function with IV to solve the omitted variable problem. Specifically, we use two sets of IV. So if you think about the number of joining hospitals, we use the number of approached hospitals to instrument for the number of joining hospitals. The number of approached hospital, that is something not observed by hospital, not observed by the consumers. So for the number of approached hospital, it should not directly impact hospital adoption decision or the consumer adoption decision. But the number of approached hospitals by the sales team should be correlated with the number of joining hospitals. The second set of IV that we use is the air quality. So when the air quality is bad, then a lot of it makes the headline of the news. As a result, it may raise consumers' health awareness and may encourage more people to sign up for this kind of platform services. So this is how we identify the network effects. And next, let me move on to the bargaining model. Here we use a generalized Nash bargaining model. There are two main inputs to the Nash bargaining model. One is the bargaining power, and the other is a payoff function. Let's first look at the bargaining power. For the relative bargaining power, we assume the hospital's relative bargaining power to be a function of the platform's consumer market share, as well as the hospital type. For the payoff function, hospital payoff is very straightforward. It's just the total sales minus the commission that I need to pay to the platform. For the platform's payoff, it's also kind of straightforward. It's the commission that I get from the hospital. Well, in the traditional market, if the profit is the only single objective, then we should be satisfied about this setup. But remember, for the platform, they not only care about the profit today, but they also care about the potential growth. So here, what we have is this extra term K. What this K is, it captures the value of future attracted consumers. We assume this K to be a function of the cross-network effects. So with that, the importance of this K is, if you think about this whole model, without this K, then we should not expect to see any commission rate equal to 0 unless we assume there exists those extreme case that the platform has bargaining power of 0. But in reality, platform's bargaining power should not be 0. It should be between 0 to 1. And with this extra term K, that helps us to rationalize the fact that the commission rate is 0 in 60% of the initial contracts. So this is the whole modeling framework. And next, let me show you some results. So instead of giving you a lot of numbers and tables, I'm just going to use this framework to kind of summarize all the findings. Let's first look at the network effects model. So here I use the red sign to highlight the finding. What you find is that both the direct network effects as well as the cross-network effects, they're positive. What this suggests is that at the introduction stage or the growth stage of this platform, now we do see this positive feedback loop. So that explains why this platform is able to grow so rapidly. And now let's move on to the bargaining outcome. Oh, sorry. So one thing about the cross-network effects is the heterogeneity of the cross-network effects. So we estimate the cross-network effects at the hospital level. And what we did here is for each type of hospital, we fitted a curve of the cross-network effects within that type. And there are 4 different types. For example, if we look at this red solid line, it represents the cross-network effects distribution among the 500 public A hospitals. There are 2 takeaways from this estimated cross-network effects. The first one is we observe substantial heterogeneity both across different types and also within a given type of hospital. And also we do see there exists some overlap across those 4 distributions. So this kind of highlights the importance to measure the cross-network effects at the hospital level. And if we look at the bargaining outcome, the bargaining parameters, most of the results are as expected. We find that when the platform's consumer market share increases, then the bargaining outcome will be better. And for the relative bargaining power, public ones have stronger bargaining power compared to the private ones and compared to the special clinic. And also we find that when there are multi-attribute bargaining, then the platform's bargaining outcome will be better compared to the single attribute bargaining. At the center of this finding is this. We find that when the hospital have a stronger cross-network effects, then they will be able to get more favorable terms from the platform. So any questions? Okay, so here it kind of summarizes all the model estimates using this, this graph. And now we learned a lot about the primitives of what is going on in this market. So what is the implication? Next, let's look at, well, how the platform can use this kind of estimates. So in the simulation, we look at 4 different scenarios. We look at 4 different initial seeding strategy to learn how the platform should allocate its resources. We consider, in the simulated scenarios, we consider 4 different types. In each of them, instead of starting from 0 contract, we assume the hospitals start with 1 hospital in each city. For each type, for each scenario, it started with 1 different type, okay? And then we're going to compare the simulated scenario with the actual observed scenario. So let's first look at the growth. Looking at the growth trajectory, we're looking at the simulated versus the actual growth pattern. On the hospital side, we find that, well, clearly with the initial seeding, this will result in the market growth. And it is very significant and also long-lasting. By the end of the 4th or 5th year, like the total number of hospitals joining the platform will be doubled. And for the number of consumers, it will be about 3 to 5 times of the observed actual number. So the initial seeding can be very powerful. And also another thing that we noticed is for this red solid line that represents the public A hospital. What we see is public A hospital seating strategy enjoys the biggest growth due to the highest cross-network effects.
So, just a clarification on this.
Yes.
So when you see it with public A hospitals, how do public B and private start joining, or you don't let them join in the simulation?
So in the simulation, we just assume like instead of starting from 0, they start with one public A.
Right.
But we keep like sales team visit constant. We keep the sales team effort to be the same as before. So like what type of hospital that they approach.
Okay.
Yeah, that is something like we assume to be the same. So the only thing that differs is whether there is this initial hospital contract.
Okay, so even though you're seeding with the public A initially, B and private can also join, and that's because driven by the sales force. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So here it's not just a ratio between like among the public A hospital, but rather this is a ratio across all the hospitals. Yeah. Okay, so that is about the growth trajectory. If we look at the profit or commission rate trajectory, here are the 4 different scenarios. Over the board, like we can see, well, this blue line is the highest. That is a specialty clinic because they have the lowest bargaining power towards the platform. So that's why they have this very high commission rate. And the other thing is over time, all of them, the commission rate increases. That is because, well, over time, the platform will have a higher market share. And as a result, they will enjoy higher bargaining power, which will result in higher commission rate. And one interesting pattern that we notice here is if you focus on the red solid line, that is a public A hospital. At the very beginning, the platform was not able to get much from the public A hospital because public A hospital are very strong in terms of bargaining. But over time, because public A hospital seating scenario, they are able to attract a lot of consumers. And with this additional attracted consumer base, that improve the platform's bargaining position. And as a result, we see at the end, the public A hospital seating scenario, the growth rate of the commission rate is the highest.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah. So now if you combine those 2 findings, then the takeaway seems to be, well, public A hospital seating will enjoy like the highest growth, and public A seating strategy will yield very likely to be the highest profit in the long term. So for the platform, they should just chase after public A. But here, so far, we only talked about benefits. We haven't discussed about the cost. We conducted some like a back of envelope calculation regarding the initial seeding cost. After the conversation with the platform, we learned that in order to convince those hospitals to join, the cost will depend on 2 things. One is the initial adoption probability, and the other is the sales team's per visit cost. And by doing that exercise, what is the implication for the platform? That is, if the platform wants to focus on the short-term profits, if they want to show a very good number to the investor in that period, then they should allocate more resources towards specialty clinics. But if they want to focus on the long-term growth, then they should allocate more resources towards public A hospitals. So those are some managerial implications to the platform. How about consumers? What are the benefits to the consumers? In the modeling, like in one of the, I didn't show you the results here, but what we find is that for the consumers, those in the cities with a lower GDP per capita, they actually have a higher probability of adopting the platform. So in other words, the existence of this platform can kind of alleviate this accessibility issue. For those people who are living in a lower GDP per capita cities, the additional benefit of those consumers getting from this platform is likely to be higher. And also when we look at the cost saving per transaction, it's about 2 hours of minimum wage. The cost saving for the consumers comes from time savings, lower transportation and hassle cost, and also the platform offers a free online physician consultation after those physical exams. So to conclude, what did we learn? First, well, for this study, we look at the network effects, impact on the bargaining power and outcome. We learned that for those online platform-based healthcare ecosystem, they do show a very strong cross-network effects. And those cross-network effects have a very strong impact on the pricing and bargaining. And when we put those network effects model and the bargaining model into the same framework, we're able to look at this trade-off between the market growth and the profitability. And after learning about this trade-off, then we can guide the platform manager to make a better allocation in terms of to achieve this dual objective, to make the trade-off between the growth and profits. And also we provide some evidence showing that these online platforms can improve accessibility and equity, as well as to lower the medical costs for the consumers. So I think we still have time to take 1 or 2 questions. And thank you very much for all the questions. I mean, the paper is available on SSRN if you're interested.
Let me ask a quick question. Is cannibalization a concern for the hospital? Like say, if I take a customer from the platform versus if I don't, this customer will visit my hospital anyways.
Yeah, so we actually thought about the cannibalization, and we're trying to, we have some evidence from the data is that right now at this stage, there doesn't exist a lot of cannibalization because this platform is not, the penetration rate is still very low. So the hospitals that they're able to adopt, like in terms of geographic location, they're pretty far away from each other. So because of that,
okay,
we see a lot of cannibalization going on.
So now when you think about bargaining power and hospital size matters, could be because that the probability of cannibalization is going to be somewhat different. Bigger hospitals are more likely to cannibalize into their own sales from other channels. So just different interpretation of the results.
I see. Yeah. Thanks.
Okay, I think discussion should take over.
So let me share my screen.
Sure.
So just 1 sec. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Great. Thank you, Xu, for this wonderful presentation. And hello, everyone. I'm Ling Zhang from CIPS, China Europe International Business School in Shanghai. And actually, it is 1 o'clock in the morning, but I wouldn't miss this wonderful conference. So it's great to be here. It's a great pleasure to discuss this paper because the healthcare and platforms are the 2 research topics that I care deeply nowadays. And it's exciting to read a paper on healthcare platform. We know that healthcare is important, right? And also we know that any healthcare systems in any countries are complicated with a lot of moving pieces. So it's challenging to write a research paper that is relevant and also rigorous at the same time. And I do think the authors actually have been, keeping these 2 goals, targets in mind when they write the paper. So they have been very careful peeling the onions and then present it to the readers, the most important takeaway messages. So I do appreciate the clarity of the paper. So let me summarize, present to you what the brief summary of how I interpret the paper and also some of the results. So the authors use econometric models to examine the relationship between network effects and bargaining. So they have a unique and a comprehensive data set from 1 leading healthcare platforms in China, which they use to test a series of hypotheses. So overall, I find the results are consistent with my understanding of this market. And in particular, there are 3 results that stand out. So the first result is that the authors found a positive direct and negative network effects, which sustained the growth of the ecosystem. So more interestingly, they find heterogeneous effect, the different network effects and also different bargaining power between between different types of hospitals and hospitals with different sizes, etc. And what's more interesting is that they also identified a direct linkage between the cross-network effects and also the bargaining outcome in the paper. So the last result has a direct managerial implications for what the platform should be doing. Because if the hospitals have strong cross-network effects, then the platform will have the chance of having a bigger pie in the long run. But if the hospitals have a better bargaining term, that would mean that the platform would have a smaller share for the current short run. So that trade-off actually talks into the balance between growth and profit that have implications on the different resource allocation strategies among the different hospital types. Okay. So before I talk about discuss the paper further, I actually want to mention that the authors has been clear that they use econometric models rather than the structural approach, right? So with forward-looking behavior, as based on the chat, I think a lot of us actually appreciate this approach. So the primary benefit of this approach is that this allows the authors to test the hypothesis in an explicit way. So, but of course, right, then we see that the network effects is actually modeled as a term rather than implied from the demand and the supply side of the model. I also do appreciate the straightforward testing of the hypothesis. Okay. So then the first point I want to discuss is, since we're studying network effects and bargaining in the healthcare market, so what's so special? So we have a unique opportunity to make a contribution to the literature. So which part of the framework actually reflects the unique characteristic of the healthcare market? So if we think about healthcare market, so I want to highlight two things. So on the demand side, consumers face information asymmetry, and also they care about the distance when they make a decision in choosing the provider. So these two aspects has been modeled in the paper. And then on the supply side, so if you talk with practitioners in the market, they all mention that the healthcare providers are very much risk averse. So in the sense that when they think about adopting a new drug, when they think about adopting a new technology, they worry about the risks that they can bring to the patients. So putting it into the framework of the model, so this peer effect, right? So the risk averse is captured by the direct network effect. So this is very much in the same spirit as the medical opinion leader that captured by Nair, Machander, and Batir in 2010 paper. But what I want to highlight is that the direct network effect may actually play a very important role in this particular market. So this is evident that the recruiting of healthcare providers typically follows a top-down approach. So the platforms or the manufacturers, they always want to recruit the top cities, the top hospitals, and then the top doctors in terms of the opinion leaders, the expertise. So the last thing that the platform wants to happen is that their platform is labeled as the bottom tier bargain platform. So in that sense, not only the direct network effect has the observation learning effect, but also the hospital type may moderate the direct network effect. So in the sense that the top A hospital may have a bigger direct network effect in attracting the peers to joining the platform. More importantly, this direct network effect, because of its importance, may actually reflect into the bargaining process as well. So in this particular setting, maybe the direct network effect as well as the indirect, the cross-network effect, both play a role in the bargaining process. Okay, so I would, so this is one thing I think the authors can investigate further in the paper. So secondly, I want to talk about the cross-network effect. So the cross-network effect, I'm curious about the mechanism in this specific healthcare setting. So in general, right, so the healthcare provider decision-making, so consumers choosing a healthcare provider, they care about distance. So as written in the paper, right, so the joining hospitals are not in close geographical proximity, so leading to little direct competition for the different providers. But the traditional cross-network effects typically arise, right, because more choices, you have more value, right, you have more variety. But if the multiple hospitals do not enter into the consideration set for the consumers at the same time, then I wonder, so what's the mechanism to sustain the cross-network effect? So in other words, so is the cross-network effect pretty much driven by n from 0 to 1, or it's actually, there is something more to that. So I think this point can be clarified a little bit in the paper. Okay, and now I want to discuss the main part of the paper, the bargaining power model. So the bargaining power model is using the Nash bargaining model. So there are 3 components to it. So if I just look at the hospitals, the payoff the hospital receives from the platform, the disagreement payoff, and also the hospital's bargaining power. So disagreement payoff and the bargaining power both are unobserved. A typical approach is to make assumptions on, on the parameter and then load the remaining variation to some observed variables. This is also the approach taken by the paper. But specifically, the disagreement assumption, right? So the disagreement payoff for the hospital is assumed to be 0. So this is actually related to Chi-Hong, your point. So if we take public A hospital as an example, if a disagreement, if agreement is not reached for the public A hospital, a more realistic disagreement point would be to think about the consumers that come from the platform, how many of them would still come anyway without the agreement. So in other words, the public A hospital, their bargaining position may be stronger than currently captured. So I wonder whether this assumption plays a role in terms of right now, the bargaining power estimates look somewhat similar between the different types of hospitals. So I wonder whether we can do some investigation or sensitivity analysis on this 0 disagreement payoff assumption. So related to that, so I think this right now, Shuyu didn't present this model, so maybe I can skip this slide and then we can talk about that offline. But I also wonder about the estimate of the cross-network effect in the bargaining model, but I can share the slide with you. So now I want to talk about the cross-network effect among the different hospitals. This is a key finding of the paper. So the cross-network effect is identified to be different between the 4 different hospital types. But if we look into the estimate of the cross-network effect, so this beta term is the elasticity estimated from the consumer adoption model. But the consumer adoption model, the cross-network effect is actually estimated based on the aggregate level, the city level hospital size. So in other words, the variation in cross-network effect seems to be driven by the hospital size and the hospital categorization. So this way of identifying is not a problem in the current setting because the public A hospital is the biggest in size. But there may be a potential disconnect between in the fact that the size is in the one side, but then the bargaining power is in the other side. So what happens if we see a public A hospital with a relatively small sample size? So then according to the consumer model, the cross-network effect will be estimated to be small, but then according to the bargaining model, the bargaining power will be estimated to be large. So I wonder whether the simulation result can still hold if there is a disconnect in the current average hospital size. Okay, so then with that, I also want to talk about the finding that I find the most interesting. So again, as I said, many of the findings I found consistent with my understanding of the field. So, but one particular interesting stand out as being a little bit unexpected, which I find very interesting. So this is figure 7. So in particular, so the paper find that the red line, which is the public A hospital, actually has the fastest growth rate. So this is driven by the fact that the market share of the platform actually grows the fastest for public A hospital, right? So I have 2 comments here. So the first thing is, I wonder, so since the authors do have, over time, the panel of commission rate. So if you could provide some model-free evidence on this, so that would be very helpful and it can strengthen the results significantly. And then the second thing is, I'm curious about the model specification as well. So as you presented the hospital adoption model, the commission rate actually is not part of the model. So in the sense that when hospital decides whether they want to join the platform or not, so they look at the network size, right? So how many consumers are on the platform, how many existing hospitals are on the platform, but how much money they're making right now is not part of the consideration. So if the commission rate does enter the consideration set for the hospital's decision, so then when the platform increases the commission rate, so does that reduce the incentive for the hospital to join in the first place? So I think the results will still hold if the platform has a much larger market share, right? So then there will be too much for the hospital to lose. But I just wonder whether some discussion is worth adding in the paper right now.
You have 2 minutes to finish this.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, so almost there. So there are also some of the little bit more minor issues. So for example, as I mentioned, the commission rate, the revenue currently is not excluded in the platform adoption model, which may actually plays a role in terms of the fastest rising commission rate. And also since on average, every city has on average of 5 different hospitals. So whether or not the hospital is exclusive on the platform might actually play a role in this particular market. And so I also mentioned, I already talked about the hospital type. And I understand that the health insurance probably is not relevant for many of the physical exams, but also, but still based on my experience, some of the physical exams can be covered by insurance. So that might be a minor issue to think. One thing I'm curious and I'm interested in carrying the conversation offline a little bit is the multi-attribute bargaining. I really like this part of the bargaining because it has a potential of making a unique contribution. But at this moment, I feel like this multi-attribute bargaining is a little bit less connected with the rest of the paper. So it's something just for your attention. So overall, I do feel I think the paper makes contribution on 3 aspects: theoretical, empirical, and managerial. So in terms of the empirical, I completely agree that I think explicitly examine the relationship between cross-network effect and bargaining has a lot of value here. And my own take of this particular market is the importance of the direct network effect. So you might probably worth looking at for this particular setting. And in terms of empirical findings, the heterogeneous effect is very interesting. That actually so the heterogeneous variables that you identified are the variables that the practitioners care a lot nowadays. So I do like those type of variables being captured in the model. And so the managerial implications, I just want to mention one thing. So I think the insights that you generated on the different seeding strategy actually are not only relevant to healthcare market, but also relevant to many platforms with a 2B side. So with that, I really enjoy reading the paper, and I hope the comments and feedback are helpful when you work on the paper in the future. So thank you.
They're super helpful. Thank you so much, Ling.
Thanks. It's a great pleasure. Yeah.
Thank you. The next presenter can start sharing the slides.
Hi, so can everyone see my screen?
Yes, that's good.
Okay, thank you. So good morning. Thank you for this exciting opportunity. So my name is Minja Sun, and I'm an assistant professor of marketing at the University of Iowa. And in this talk, I will present one of my dissertation papers, Data-Driven Decision-Making in Sales, How Marketing Analytics Can Enhance Sales Performance. So as mentioned in the title, our primary objective here is to investigate whether marketing analytics enhance sales performance. And if so, how? To solve for the question, I focused on a particular ID network company, their MSI research proportion competition. Since this company belongs to the B2B sector, let me briefly go over key concepts in B2B sales. So let me begin with what a sales lead is. Suppose a university is interested in building a data center and attended some product seminars of this ID network company. Then the company has a filed information of a university with contacting details. So a lead is a filed information of a customer company. In a general B2B setting, sales leads are collected and then sent to sales agents. And also like some sales agents like develop their own leads as well. So let's further assume that there's a sales agent of this ID company who received these 3 leads in a sale, the company A, B, C in a sales quarter, including this A university lead. And in order to make sales, this agent should make 2 sequencer decisions: lead qualification and lead conversion. And these are corresponding to like 2 stages in sales funnel, which I will explain very soon. So first, at lead qualification stage, the agent should qualify the leads to decide which ones to pursue. And the next, the agent needs to set selling strategies to convert this qualified leads to sales. After this big data thing, the marketing part of B2B sales changed substantially, and my data provider launched this marketing analytics to support sales agents' decision-making in lead qualification and conversion. And in this analytics tool, customer companies' online activities are tracked, and then it is processed to generate some deep insights, such as like what the customer wants, what products the customer considers to buy, and new contact information, and so on. Also, the analytics provide a single engagement score, like in this picture, like 89. And the insights are then delivered to the corresponding sales agent who is in charge of the customer account. So for example, if a university searched high-spec server computers in Google and saw some products such as product X, Y, Z, and several different companies' websites, these activities are captured by the analytics team. The team then endows some weights to this university's activities through an algorithm that they developed. And after then, the team will send this information, this new information, to the corresponding sales agent with this engagement score like 90, indicating this A university's potential likelihood of purchasing this product. So with marketing analytics, this company will have additional information in addition to the traditional information from the search history of customers, such as like what product the customer considers and how high this chance will be. So now the sales agent may use this information in his decision-making stages. So first, overall scores here like 90, 38, 77, that can be helpful on lead qualification stage, where the sales agent need to select like among this like multiple number of leads, which leads do I need to pursue? And second, the detailed information, the sales agents can use this information on lead conversion stage by offering a product that can accommodate this customer's wants and have some competitive advantage. So for example, if a university is selected on the first stage, then the sales agent can recommend a high-spec computer, which is hopefully superior to competing products in a university's consideration set. So among sales agents, for those who adopted this analytics tool and can use such analytics, I expect their decision-makings are data-driven. So marketing analytics sounds variable. However, are they really worth investing in? Like all other investments, the most critical question is the benefit of marketing analytics to the firm. And according to the survey results, many firms have invested database analytics. However, many popular press find failure or no obvious outcome of such investments. For example, in 2018, top marketers reported that they will increase the investment on analytics, while they think the effect of analytics on performance is somewhat limited. We still find this frustration until very recently. So according to the most recent CMO survey, which was this February, marketers are not yet convinced that their companies have a right investment on analytics. And to my best knowledge, I was unable to find any systematic empirical work on this issue, the economic value of marketing analytics on salespeople's outcome. So in this research, I focus on finding the empirical evidence that marketing analytics enhance sales agent performance. In addition, even if the tool may enhance some sales agents' performance, it is unlikely that all sales agents benefit the same amount. So I also investigate what type of sales agents benefit most from the adoption. So let me recall that marketing analytics is an information tool, and drawing from past literature and some practical concerns that I heard from the company, we can think of two ways where additional information provided by marketing analytics will affect salespeople's performance. The first dimension is on the salespeople, which is their past performance. So you can think about it as a combination of their skills and their effort. And we know that agents that have done well in the past tend to have richer information about customers. So the impact of the analytics may be greater for low-performing sales agents on the horizontal dimension. The other dimension, which is vertical, is on the customer side. Like, is the account currently actively interacts with the corresponding sales agent or not? And we know from the past work that for selling to inactive accounts, it is particularly valuable to have some new information. But in addition, there can also be the effort allocation issue that sales agents should consider between these active and inactive accounts, meaning that sales agents may lean more to one type of accounts than the other based on the relative effect of marketing analytics. So when I map two vectors in a 2x2 matrix, it is unclear where exactly the effect will come. So for example, for low performers, one type of account will have relatively low effect due to that effort allocation issue. And similarly, for the high performers, the effect can be opposite if the analytics provide any new important information about active accounts that the agent is not aware about. So taken all together, in every 2x2 cell, we see all effects are possible, and we do not know where the impact will be most prominent. So I solved this puzzle by incorporating these vectors to the model.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Absolutely.
Yeah, is it active versus inactive? Can I think of selling it to inactive as customer acquisition and then active accounts being retention and upselling? Is that how I should think about that?
So I can explain it further when I get to the independent variable, but here the definition of active and inactive account is like time varying. So it is defined whether you have any sales record in the past year interval with these customers. So that's the measure of like activeness. So inactive accounts does not necessarily be completely new account. And for this particular setting of this company, they don't really like update their customer pool. So it's like more about like whether you have been recently contacted with this customer or not.
Hi, Minji. I also have a question. So do you know the accuracy of the algorithm for different kinds of customers and different kinds of the salespeople? For example, I mean, if they indeed use some machine learning algorithm, then it's highly possible that for those active accounts, then the precision or the prediction accuracy is higher because maybe we have more data and more abilities than to analyze the data. Do you have this kind of information?
Well, thank you for your question. So the definition of active versus inactive account is like based on the sales agent, whether this account has been contacted with the sales agent, the corresponding sales agent within a year or not. And the complete algorithm of Collide online side of the information is like regardless of these activities on the offline, they just collect the information using the customer company's IP address. So even though it is like with active accounts, you may find like less information versus you may find a lot of information literally based on customers' online activity. So those are different.
Okay, yeah, just a follow up. So can you clarify more on how, I mean, the algorithm, so what's the data used in the algorithm to do the prediction of this marketing analytics?
So they are collecting a lot of information I can show you later. And like they have particular rating rule. And I know they have been like updating this rating rule to like get the engagement score out of 100. But I don't really know about like the detail of like why they updating this rating rule or like how this rating rule has been settled.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so research question 3. So in addition to this adoption and the sales agent data, I could acquire some Salesforce input data so that I can explore different stages in the sales funnel. So I utilize this data to solve how do this particular type of sales agent achieve the higher performance. And as many of you may know, this is a simplified sales funnel. It starts with many number of leads, and then it ends up with like smaller number of leads in sales. And like we saw in earlier example, there are 2 sales decision-making stages, the lead qualification and lead conversion. And in addition to those, actually to support salespeople's qualification stage, marketing traditionally pre-qualify the lead first, and then send only the promising ones to the sales. And the leads initiated by marketing are called marketing initiated leads. But in practice, however, sales often hunt for customers by themselves without marketing's help. So the leads initiated by sales agents are called like sales initiated leads. And many leads are sales initiated because salespeople have a lack of trust in the quality of marketing initiated leads. So the value of marketing is often neglected here by sales, with more than 70% of marketing initiated leads are never followed up by sales agent. It has been a prevailing problem in B2B sales. So specific to the point, I explore whether marketing analytics can increase some follow-ups of marketing initiated leads and whether the tool can change some conversion rates within the funnel.
Minji, sorry, just a clarification question. So for the leads, is it possible that several salespeople get the same leads in this setting?
In this setting, no. So they are completely task independent and everyone has their own set of customers.
Okay, so then if, for example, this business, then these salespeople, I choose to now to pursue this company, then these leads will not be assigned to other salespeople, then it's just like a direct lead or?
Up to my knowledge is yes, but okay. Since this company only covers very core group of customers, it rarely happens. Yeah, I can provide you more detail when I get to the company information.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Yutin. So here's a quick summary of findings like corresponding to the research questions. So first, I found the marketing analytics adoption enhanced salespeople's performance, and the effect was 14%. And I will describe what this 14% means later when I get to the slide for the dependent variable. And by further exploring these 2x2 metrics with the past performance and account activeness, I found that low performers pursue more marketing initiated leads and resulting in higher sales from active customer group. On the other hand, interestingly, high performers have more conversions and higher sales from inactive customers. And to conclude, I found that marketing analytics do support sales agents, but in different ways. So let me very brief about the contribution to the literature. So this research relates to 3 streams of literature: Salesforce management, ID adoption, and firm performance and marketing sales interface. And first, my finding contributes to Salesforce management literature because sales incentives play a background role in my analysis as well. And I identify the different effect of adoption on high and low performing sales agents. And I did so by bringing some ideas from ID adoption and firm performance literature, and consistent with an extensive prior literature, I also identify positive impact of a particular ID adoption on sales outcomes, with the magnitude of effects varying according to account and each agent type. And third, I provide some new perspective on the marketing sales interface literature. So I find marketing analytics improve marketing sales coordination, suggesting a solution for marketing sales misalignment described in previous literature. Let me move on to the detail interval setting. Can solve many of your questions. So the data provider is a global B2B ID company whose annual revenue is around $5 billion US, and its main products are routers, switch, and security overlays like items in the product. And sales agents deal with customers and they receive some compensation based on their quota attainment. So sales quota is sales amount that is assigned to each sales agent as a baseline goal for given sales year. And in this company, the quota-based compensation is set as follows up until year 2018. So before a sales agent achieves like 100% sales quota, the sales agent receives fixed salary. But after achieving 100, from 100 to 200, the sales agent receives a commission proportional to the exceeded sales amount. And from 200, the sales agent receives commission rates that is lower than the previous layer. And there are two unique features in this company's sales team, as you team asked. So the first one is that sales agents have their own assigned set of customers. So there's no direct competition between sales agents for the same customer. And the second is that the set of prospective customers are almost fixed. This is also covered. And it is because the company's salespeople care for only large, important institutions. And for small institutions, this company uses partners to sell its product. And marketing team in here supports sales in field and global. And the data analytics team located in headquarters provides marketing analytics to all sales agents across the world. Let me show you some sample of the marketing analytics tool or how the reports looks like. So the tool compiles all the offline and online activities of each customer account and lists out all the details. So this is not the end of information that you are seeing this like hypothetical monitor, but by scrolling down the pages, sales agents can find like what kind of products are searched, web pages are viewed, like emails clicked, emails forwarded, videos views, and extra. So with all the detailed information, this analytics tool also provides a single summary score like 89, this example, out of 100. So now we know the sales agent has his own set of customers and own sales skills. So the marketing analytics tool supports sales agents in roughly 2 ways. So first is that this tool can just provide additional information about customer accounts. So for example, in a qualitative interview with Robin, she told me that she was able to find that some information that one of her customers that she has not been contacted for a while has searched for like network management software. And since she was not aware of the information, examples like this case will help sales agents size some opportunities that might have been missed otherwise. Second, the tool can supplement agents with their skills. An interview with Kevin can be an example. So he told me that having known about all competitor products that the customer considers before he went to the meeting with his client has helped him to prepare a better proposal. And he put it as like, he feels like he's being armed with sales value cards. While the value of marketing analytics was like somewhat confirmed by interviews with the tool users, we observed that not everyone used this tool. So for example, our interview with Mike, he told me that he did not use it because the way he works is already very stabilized. And he said that he's too busy to check all our emails or try out a new tool. So the company acknowledges this. So they don't really force the adoption, and so in other words, using this tool is completely mandatory, not mandatory. So whether to use this tool or how to use this information is a decision of each sales agent. So I focus on the row-green record to distinguish the adopters and non-adopters. So after the tool being available on the pink side for a year, only the accumulated logins are collected. And I call this period implementation period, as it took a while for the firm to correctly map accounts to the corresponding sales agents in the tool. So the company started to track logins after this implementation period. And then I define adopters as those who logged in at least once during the post-analytics period. So by definition, this variable eventually adopted treats adopters as if they adopted this analytics from the point when the firm launched the tool. And this conservative definition allows me to use all 5-year observation, and that's why I'm putting it as a main result. Alternatively, I can use the point of adoption of each sales agent to construct the data set at the expense of this 1-year implementation period. And I use this data set in exploring the robustness. And also for the validation, I conducted 6 qualitative interviews with sales agents. As dependent variables, I measured 3 outcomes, like each sales funnel stage and conversion. So one is a direct measure for salespeople's performance, and the other 2 are conversion rates from 2 sales decision-making stages. So first item is quota attainment rate, which is a cumulative percentage of quota attained relative to the annual quota assigned. So sales quota plays an important role here. So it provides whether the sales agents have done their job properly. And you can think of sales quota as a baseline with a particular set of accounts and a minimum level of effort. When the department sets sales quota, territory-specific and account-specific characteristics are considered. And quota attainment rate is recognized as a common and reliable measure for salespeople's performance in Salesforce management literature. And next, the second measure is sales winning rate, which measures the number of leads won as a fraction of the number of leads selected by the sales agent. And as it measures efficiency of the funnel, this can also relevant to like sales performance. And lastly, I labeled this measure as lead acceptance rate. This variable measures like among marketing initiated leads, not sales initiated. How many leads are accepted by sales agents? So this one represents some sales marketing interactivity in the lead acceptance. And in terms of independent variable, I have adoption and past performance. And I define the adoption with respect to first the eventual adopters, the conservative measure. And regarding past performance, high versus low performers are defined as whether an agent achieved his annual sales quota, which means 100%, before marketing analytics is available. And in addition, active versus inactive accounts are defined as whether this account has past year sales record with this agent or not. And considering the differences in sales effort and the value of marketing analytics, I present the dependent variables with 3 different categories: overall outcomes and outcomes from active accounts only, and outcomes from inactive accounts only. So let me go further to the data, identification strategy, and model. So the main data set is a 5-year unbalanced panel data set with 566 agents with around 5,000 quarterly observations. So on average, across 4 quarters, the quota attainment rate is around 65%, and the opportunities are won with like 60% probability. And lead acceptance rate was around 30%, which is consistent with the research report saying that about 70% of marketing initiated leads are abandoned. In all DVs, mean values are greater for active accounts than inactive accounts. It is because sales agents have more information through the interactions with the active accounts, and hence the active accounts are relatively easy to achieve. And in terms of past performance, I have similar proportion between high and low performing groups. And another group, new agents, represents those who joined the company after marketing analytics is available. And I just added them in the model to control for the group effect. So I first explored the parallel trend on the average quota attainment rate, which is an annually accumulated measure. So we can see the highest points at the end of each year. And in the plot, both adopters and non-adopters look similar before, but the gap increased substantially after marketing analytics. And the group-wise t-test results also show that both groups are statistically from the same distribution before, but not after, especially after the implementation period. And I further explored the parallel trend by plotting the coefficients of quarterly adoption dummies with individual dummy variable. And even after controlling for the individual effects, I do not observe any substantial difference between adopters and non-adopters before marketing analytics, but after implementation period. And furthermore, I have carefully tried to control for unobservables that might affect both the adoption and the sales outcome by incorporating control variables. So first of all, I expect the impact of adoption on sales performance may be different based on one's sales experience. So I incorporated tenure to control the effect that comes from experience in the company, and grade level to control the overall sales experience. And next, I expect this technology preference and often attitude to learn new things may be positively related to adoption and its impact on performance. So I control the effect by adding the number of intranet activities and the number of voluntary trainings taken by each sales agent. And lastly, based on the theory that people use calls as reference points, the adoption decision and the impact of adoption can differ based on how far a sales agent from achieving his quota. So I added the lagged quota attainment rates, which resets annually. So after incorporating controls to plot the earlier quarterly adoption coefficients for the individual dummies, again, I still can't find any substantial difference between the two groups before, but difference surged after. And considering that our data provider is a global company that has many local offices around the world, it is possible that the errors could be correlated between sales agents in the same department. So we further control model errors by clustering errors within each department. So in my model, I include 5 control variables, time and individual dummies, and cluster the standard errors at the department level. And based on the parallel trend assumption, I implement a linear fixed effect regression with the dummies and standard errors. So 3 dependent variables are examined with this model. And first, when we look at the main model, we have this eventually adopted variable for eventual adopters. And then we have like 2 performance group variables, which are time invariant. So hence are omitted after the mean. And 5 control variables with the coefficient theta, sales form page views, the number of voluntary training sessions, tenure, grade level, and lagged sales quota are added. And in the interaction model, and the individual and time dummies and cluster error terms are also included. And in addition to everything in the main model, in interaction model, I added adopter heterogeneity term by allowing the adoption variable interacts with pre-analytic sales performance, which is beta and gamma 2 and gamma 3. And as you can see, I set the baseline as high performers and get the relative adoption effect of low performers from the baseline. So my variable of interest are adoption and adoption performance interactions, which is beta in the main model and beta and gamma 2 in the interaction model. And with this model, I estimated the average adoption effect on 3 outcome measures: quota attainment rate, sales winning rate, and lead acceptance rate. So empirical results. So first, I looked at the adoption coefficients with the dependent variable quota attainment rate to provide an answer for the first research question, whether marketing analytics enhances salespeople's performance. So I can show you the results with the regression table, which is more familiar with us. So overall, the adoption is associated with increase in quota attainment rate. So so you can see like 0.143, which was like where originally like what 14% it came from. And with interaction effects hold some significance in baseline, high performers, 0.051. And given that the high performers is a base, we can see that the overall adoption effect for low performers are around like 25% for the active accounts on column 4. And the positive effects seem to prominent for low performers for active accounts. And on the other hand, when we take a look at inactive accounts only, in column 6, high performers show a significant percentage contribution to QAR from inactive accounts. And next, to provide the answer for the third research question, how marketing analytics in salespeople's performance, I looked at the impact of adoption on lead conversion by looking at the adoption coefficients with the dependent variable sales winning rate. And again, let me go to the regression table. So overall, the adoption is associated with increase in sales winning rate. You can see on first column and the second column. And the second column in interaction model, the effect was significant in the base group, which was high performers. And when we take a look at active accounts only data set, column 3 and 4, we see the decrease in sales winning rate for high performers and the positive sign for low performers. And on the other hand, when we take a look at inactive accounts only on column 5 and 6, the results shows that high performers have like 15% of increase in winnings. And finally, the last part of how marketing analytics enhances the salespeople's performance, I checked the impact of adoption on lead acceptance rate. And I observed an increase in lead acceptance rate for low performers. And they did so by accepting more marketing initiated active accounts. So again, here's the full regression table. And there is no overall adoption effect, but in the interaction model, we can see significant adoption effect for low performers. And when we take a look at active accounts only data set, the positive impact is prominent for low performers. But we could not find any significance in inactive accounts only cases. And the findings are overall consistent to the voices from sales agents. So in the 6 qualitative interviews, I confirmed that at least more accounts are marketing influenced after marketing analytics. And sales agents recognize this data as an advantage and great for every single stage of the sales cycle, which was like including the lead qualification and lead conversion. And lastly, to provide an answer for the second research question, like what type of sales agents benefit most from the adoption and how they vary. And let me focus on the same results by different types of sales agents with different types of customer accounts. So first, by further focusing on low performers, we can find that low performers enhanced their outcome in general from active accounts. So recalling this 2x2 matrix, so with these empirical results, we can conclude that the adoption effect is prominent in active accounts for low performers. So this result implies that the adoption allows low performers to gain more with active accounts where gains are easier to achieve. And here's some explanations. So marketing analytics supports their low selling skills by allowing them to better capture some high quality leads in lead qualification stage, and also by making the customer needs more transparent in lead conversion stage. And due to their low selling skills, low performers likely had not exploited all opportunities from active accounts. And as gains are easier to achieve with active accounts due to their sort of established relationship with customers, low performers seem to achieve higher sales through active accounts. This is an example. Yeah.
Is it possible to have another explanation? Is that, which is I heard from firms where I collaborate. So it's just because of the implementation of this marketing analytics. And then emotionally speaking, then the salespeople feel that the company cares about them. And then they are trying to pay more effort and then to increase their efforts so that they can convert these leads and then perform better. So then the reason why the company asked me this question is that it seems that also, I remember from your figure, one figure is that the parallel trend figure is that in the first quarter, they increase a lot, and then it decreases in, I think, in the second and third quarters. What do you think? It's just, I'm just wondering whether it's possible, because I don't know the answer.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your opinion. I think, so this is not the only tool, but the sales agents has been like always like receiving like many emails about new tools. Hey, do you want to try this tool, try that tool? So I think even though that is very interesting, and I'm actually working on another project that is like relatively to like company care and the effect of perceived company care. I think for here, it doesn't really like what it happened. And especially if they perceived it as like company care, I expect the increase should have happened during the implementation period. But again, it's very interesting point of view. And thank you for letting me know about it. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Also, Minji, your definition of active account is any account that is purchased in the last 1 year, right?
Yes,
and,
that's correct.
Isn't that kind of somewhat dynamic because you have quarterly data? It would also mean that some of the accounts might be active in some quarters, maybe inactive in other quarters.
Mm-hmm.
So have you looked at the point of, changing that and probably looking at some alternative ways of defining that? And how would that affect? Because you've very nice, interesting asymmetric effects, but you might want to check if that holds up if you change those definition of active versus inactive.
That's a great point. Thank you, Venki. I wanted to actually divide it into like new versus existing account, which typical sales literature focus on. But for this company, they have been like having this fixed set of customer accounts. So that's why I turned my angle to either there was like some interactivity between the customer and the corresponding sales agents pretty recently or not, but I can like change the time period into like smaller quota or like longer quota, like even for 2 years or so that I can try to redefine this like inactive versus active accounts.
You have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so let me move on. Thank you, Venki. So this was an example, one agent example, but let me just skip it. So overall, like after marketing analytics compared to before, we can see like a greater proportion in like vivid red color. So that means that this low performing agents focus more on active accounts. So for the high performers, we could see they improved from inactive account side. And with these improved results, this is my explanation. So the marketing analytics provides a lot of information about this both types of account with lower effort than the alternative, which is like reconnection effort. Then this high performer pursue accounts with these highest expected values, regardless of their past activity. And by the definition of these active accounts that I defined with past year sales, agents with high selling skills probably had already exhausted most profitable opportunities from active accounts. So marketing analytics, by reducing some uncertainty of sales leads, make this inactive accounts more attractive for the high performers to pursue. So in response to increase the productivity with this inactive accounts, high performers shifted their efforts away from active accounts and putting their efforts more on the inactive accounts. Let me skip another example from different agents, but you can see a vivid blue graphs have been like increasing a lot after marketing analytics. So robustness, I constructed like 5 different data sets and applied like alternative outcome measures. And Considering the time limit, let me skip the details, but results-wise, I found the main findings and the 2x2 findings with low performance active accounts and high performance with inactive accounts are very consistent across different types of robustness checks. So let me jump to the conclusion. So in this research, I first extended knowledge of current literature by providing empirical evidence that marketing analytics adoption do enhance sales agent performance. And more interestingly, by considering the heterogeneity, I find that the sales agent with different sales skills utilize this marketing analytics tool differently. So for low performers, they achieve more cross-selling opportunity from active accounts by revisiting them. And for high performers, they achieve more sales from inactive accounts. And second, I find additional value of marketing analytics, which improves some marketing sales coordination. So with marketing analytics, with this data-based evidence with some like engagement score numbers, I find that sales agents overcome some distrust issue with this marketing analytics brief and accept more marketing initiative leads. And lastly, managerial implication can be addressed based on the findings. So first, the adoption is beneficial. So recall that in practice, we couldn't observe any empirical work showing whether all this money being spent on marketing analytics is really worth it, or it's just an illusion or the prisoner's dilemma. I did a backup envelope calculation on benefit and cost. So benefit-wise, around like 60 million is assigned as an annual sales quota among adopters, and multiplied it by the adoption coefficient, 14.3, we have 2.34 million as a benefit. And on the cost side, I refer to the chair and director of the marketing analytics team who have been engaged in this investment from the beginning. And according to them, the initial investment on data side is around 1 million. And the company annually pays some variable costs, such as like $4,000 for hosting, another $4,000 for people, and etc. And combine all the operational costs and the data costs, I have rough estimate of 1.01 million. Yeah, so in the initial investment on the data includes like constructing software, the underlying function and rating mechanism of marketing analytics. So in the future, all they need is to purchase raw data from the third-party companies. So the future cost is expected to be even lower than this. So in one word, we found it is beneficial. And another managerial implication is that companies can customize a strategy for a given agent. And for example, firms can provide more information of active accounts in the tool for low performers and more information of inactive accounts for high performers. And also in practice, sales agents tend to achieve their sales quota with active accounts, like revisiting over and over. And like many other B2B companies, this company wants to activate more inactive accounts. So the firm may consider incentivizing high performance with inactive accounts. So given that I'm working on...
your time is, I think, running out. You're already 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the discussion, if he allows or they want you to continue, that's fine.
Yeah, so
wrap up. Yeah, you can wrap up. Take another minute to wrap up if you want, Minji.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I just wanted to say something about the future research. So because of this commission rate structure, I suspect that this may be the reason why we couldn't observe a significant sales improvement from high sales performers, because they are more like discouraged. But this result implies a need for the company to adjust this incentive plans. But we cannot really like do it with this regression. So as this compensation structure redesign needs a structure approach, this will be the second project of ours with this data. And thank you, Anita. Give me 1 more minute. And thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, great to meet you all. Yeah. Let me stop sharing.
All right. Thanks, Minji. This was a great presentation. I actually learned more about the marketing analytics tool through your presentation. So let me start with my discussion. So kind of just thinking big picture, I think where this paper lies is just to give you all context. Firms are just, rapidly investing in marketing analytics and big data, right? So this has been a big rampant increase over the past few, maybe 4 or 5 years. And that's kind of the context. And like Salesforce has invested hugely in their Super Bowl ad. All of you must have seen this. And they're like Adobe is investing in this. Consulting companies are investing in this. But what this paper says is, look, there's a lot of investment going on, but really we don't know whether this actually works, right? So let's kind of take this to data and see what impact is this having on actual outcomes. And that's kind of, I think, the main contribution of this paper. And what they find is that for those who adopt, they find a 14% increase in quota attainment rate. That's alongside, other metrics that they look at. But the paper doesn't stop at that. It further goes on to look at, if it does work, where does it work and how does it work? And they kind of bucket this with high performers versus low performers based on last year's quota attainment. And they find this kind of interesting dichotomy where the high performers perform better with inactive accounts and the low performers are the ones performing better with active accounts, right? So there's some use of this tool that is giving additional information that is letting these people perform differently on something that, they weren't able to do as well before. So that's kind of broadly how I think of this paper and what its contribution is to this Salesforce / kind of IT analytics literature there. So apart from this, I think there are some really nice things about the paper that I just want to point out, especially for young researchers out there and PhD students. There are 2 things that really stood out. The first thing is this figure. This figure pretty much tells you the results very quickly and very easily. So this is a great graph. It's figure 3 of the paper. It shows the results up front. And just looking at that graph, I don't have to read the text. I don't have to look at the detailed tables. I can visualize the impact of treatment, right? So you see that the adopters, the yellow line kind of goes up after adopting this marketing analytics, right? So it's a very visual, nice chart without any. And then of course the paper is very careful in adding controls, a lot of robustness checks there. The other nice thing about this graph is you can also see parallel trends before treatment, which is, if you just look at the pre-analytics era, right, you're seeing this yellow and blue lines, they're pretty parallel. And that's, again, very good visual confirmation before going into the nitty-gritty of the details. I also like that this paper is very clear about its assumptions and limitations up front. They talk about what you, as a reader, need to believe, need to digest for taking these results seriously, right? So that's very, very clear up front. And I encourage, I think that's like a great example of how a paper should be written. So thank you for doing that. I had 3 main comments. The first one is just more about just give a more description of the tool. I saw that in the presentation this was there, and I think the paper would also benefit from that. Mainly the idea is, what more information is this tool providing that the agent didn't have? So from like this high performance perspective, why are they now getting confidence that an inactive account can now be approached, right? So what about what information they're providing? And maybe it's this searching behavior, right? So be more clear about what how is it getting this data on these inactive accounts, and why didn't the agent get this themselves? I think that would be good to incorporate in the paper. And similarly, on the low performers, what information are they getting that they didn't have before? So if it's the same customer account that they have engaged with before, how come just by talking with them, they didn't get this, right? And this could be just that they are not able to talk or able to engage as well with the customer. And maybe that's what this analytics tool is helping with. And the same way, if they talk to the high performing agents in their company, would they get this information, or does it really have to come from the tool? I think this is just more and it looks like you already have all of this information. Just adding this will just give a bit more context to the paper. The second suggestion or like comment I had is a little related to selection, right? So how do we think about this? So this is not a random assignment, right? So this is, let's say we allocate this tool and make it mandatory to all agents. Right now it's not. If we do that, would we still see a 14% increase? Right? Or would we see a lower increase, or maybe even a higher increase, right? So what would that number be? The authors in the paper are very careful to use the term correlated with increase rather than kind of like a causal increase. So the reason I point this out is like, so let's say it does increase sales, right? So then why did the non-adopters not adopt? Given that it's causing, like, let's say it does cause this 14% increase, then why are the non-adopters not adopting this, right? And secondly, if this was mandated, would these non-adopters also see a 14% increase or something lower? So that's kind of like, it's a selection into adoption that's going on here. It's not kind of random assignment. So that's something I would think about. So a couple of reasons I had about why these non-adopters might not be adopting. One could be that they're just not savvy with technology, right? I just don't want to open my phone and use an app, and it's too much of a hassle. I just know this tool cannot help. That could be like, the less tech savvy people. That could be one explanation. Or the other extreme is that, I am so confident with my own ability, my own network, there is no way another marketing analytics tool is going to help, right? So that could be another kind of extreme example. And I think, Minji, you did a good job in kind of explaining the control variables. So you do kind of have these agents and kind of their tech adaptivity metrics. So you have how many training videos did you see, all those kinds of metrics, as well as their tenure, as well as other things, which I think are representative of these tech savviness, as well as how confident I am on my own ability. But I would like to kind of see that adoption rates are different by these control variables, if you will. So is it true that those who are not savvy with technology are less likely to adopt, right? So if that's the case, I think you can make the standpoint that if we kind of make it easier to adopt this, then we could see a better outcome for them, right? So the reason I mentioned these two extremes is the policy implication, or from the firm's policy implication, is different, right? So if I'm not savvy with technology, the firm can intervene by making me more comfortable with technology, right? And I know that a bunch of firms are actually doing this, training their agents to actually get tech savvy. That could be one approach. However, if the main reason they're not adopting is because they're confident of their own network, I don't know what the firm could do to kind of get them used to this, right? So maybe there's a different kind of policy intervention that might need to occur. But I think apart from controlling for them, showing that explains adoption versus not adoption might be something worth looking into. But yes, so I think that's kind of my main take on selection. The last comment I had is on just thinking about the long-term effects, right? So what I found really interesting is the high performers, they pursue these inactive accounts, but they do so at the cost of active accounts, right? Because effort is constant. I can either choose one or the other. They're choosing inactive accounts, but their active account performance goes down. To me, this again seemed to have some element of forward-looking behavior of these high-performing agents, which was interesting. So I thought, maybe what these high performers are doing is they're converting an inactive account now, make it active, so that future it becomes an easier account to handle, right? So rather than keeping it new or keeping it inactive, I now convert this into active. I already have my active base of accounts. And so in the future, I have many more accounts that I can kind of are all promising to me, right? So it seemed that maybe the high performers are doing this in terms of like some kind of forward-looking behavior. And I don't know if you can, if you're still in touch with the company, but looking at down the road, what these agents end up doing would be also, I think, a promising research paper. And then this is, I guess, more of a skeptic in me. If this analytics tool does improve my sales, firms also know this, right? So the platform knows this and might also end up expecting more, right? So I think that while the pie might increase, so there are more sales happening and, sales agents are selling more, customers are more happier, but maybe now the firm now increases what you have to attain to qualify as your quota, as well as increases your goals, right? So that could be kind of bad for the sales agent, because even though I'm selling 15%, 20% more, now my quota has been changed, right? Because now the tool is in some, and I think some of the chat was talking about this, right? So is a tool potentially going to replace me? And again, this is not in the scope of the paper, but I thought in the long term, would the firm modify the quota itself? And I know you're thinking about some future research along those lines. I think that would be an interesting venue to look down. Once the tool comes in, does the firm essentially change what my quota is? Instead of being $100 million, it's 150 now, because I know you are equipped with this tool, you should be performing better. And if you're not, I would pay you less. Right? So that's just kind of my main takeaways from the paper. Again, I think this is a great paper. Thank you so much for letting me be a discussant on this, and hope you find some of these comments useful. Thank you.
All right, thanks both of you. So the next presenter can begin sharing their slides.
Thank you very much. Are you able to see this?
Yes.
It's excellent timing. My Zoom decided to crash right when I wanted to share everything. So, but I think we're back on board. So thank you, Nanda, for setting this up. I know it's a lot of work to deal with these conferences, and I want to thank Aruna ahead of time for being a discussant on this project. So when I noticed the time slot, we have 2 hours of very excellent presentations, and we're an hour before lunch. So my strategy now is to keep it a little lighter and ease our way into the lunch hour. So hopefully it'll be high level, easy to digest, because it is, like these other papers, quite technical. So today we'll be talking about how do you control for retailer synergies when you're trying to evaluate a coalition loyalty program. And we do that using a Bayesian additive regression tree approach. And this is joint work with Xiaojing Dong from Santa Clara University. So let's get into it. So today it's about, what is the research challenge? Well, we're trying to evaluate this impact of loyalty program design change. But at the same time, we have to control for this very complex evolving coalition network. And I'll explain what I mean with a coalition network in a minute. But there's basically, we're faced with a typical marketing model, but we have these very complex, potentially interacting variables that we need to do something about. So our solution is to take a traditional spatial model, augment it with a Bayesian additive regression tree, and use that component to control for this very messy data while focusing on our primary variables of interest. So what we find is, if you fail to control for these very complex variables, you'll get biased estimates of interest, even in a situation that appears to have the feeling of a natural experiment. And then, so that's more from, the approach and the modeling side of things. And then the empirical takeaways was their decision to change this loyalty program design. And it was actually a bad decision, and it exceeded the incremental value of the coalition program itself. So we'll get into that. So first, we want to step back and say, why do we care about any of this? Why does this paper exist? There's a few reasons. One is it's one of these approaches to integrate both econometrics and machine learning in an actionable way. Why do we do this? Well, at the end of the day, we're all trying to have a better understanding of customer behavior. How do they react to certain firm decisions, and how can we measure that behavior? And as things get more complex, you might need to rely on more sophisticated solutions to deal with that complexity. So this project is one of these early attempts to borrow from each field to improve the modeling decision process. So this work is really, it's drawing on a couple different streams of research, but primarily, obviously, we're talking about loyalty programs. And I know there's this notion in a lot of people's heads about what a loyalty program is. And I just wanted to step back and remind everybody, about 75% of all consumers have a rewards program attached to their credit card. That is a loyalty program. Any type of firm decision or firm point structure that's trying to drive incremental changes in revenue can be thought of as a loyalty program. And I think it's a bit elusive because the design of these programs is very, very flexible. You can have a traditional program where, every 10th cup of coffee is free at the local coffee shop. Or on the other side, we're talking about a program that we're dealing with today, a coalition loyalty program, where you have many different retailers of all different shapes and sizes participating, where credit card holders can earn rewards at these retail partners. And that's what makes analyzing coalition program a little bit more trickier, which has been brought up in past research. It's not only does the structure and the rewards earning rate matter, but now you get this added twist of who is in this partnership, because that can have a significant impact. If you have a lot of very strong retailers that consumers are attracted to, they might be more likely to use this card, this credit card. And as those people drop out of the program, customer behavior can change. So besides the loyalty program side of things, we also bring in, a spatial model, which is the core of our end model, so to speak. And marketing has a very, very long history of incorporating spatial components into marketing models. And if you're not familiar with these models, the idea is that, decisions from individuals within the same vicinity may be correlated. Now, when I say vicinity, I don't necessarily mean geographic vicinity. That's what we'll be dealing with today. But you could also talk about similarities on a psychological level or other types of ways to group customers in a distance metric of some sort. But in our application, it will be geography based. And the idea is, there's some unobserved activity going on that's correlated where people are located. And for us, that could be unobserved competition, socioeconomic differences, or whatever. And we use this model because we do need to control for these unobserved differences. When I talk about the empirical application, this is a very large geographic region that this coalition spans. And there's a lot of distinct areas within it, some urban, some rural. So these spatial models help us control for some of those differences. So besides adding a little bit to loyalty programs and drawing in the spatial models, what are the key contributions here? What are we really adding? Well, the first is, we're providing a little more insight into how these point structure changes influence customer behavior. Most research on loyalty programs, they're usually stuck with one loyalty program design. If they can get around the whole self-selection issues, which a problem in itself, they really don't see what happens when the loyalty program changes, because most loyalty programs don't change. That's something that's pretty unique about this data set. And then the second thing is we wanted to draw the Bayesian additive regression trees in and demonstrate how they have this tremendous potential for many different marketing problems, not just coalition loyalty programs, but other areas of marketing where you have these control variables that need to be handled in some systematic way. This Bayesian additive regression trees, or BART, as it's known as, it's been used in a lot of different areas, and in economics, it's used a lot to estimate and deal with heterogeneous treatment effects, but we haven't seen it used as much as we would expect in marketing, given some of the sticky problems we have to deal with on a regular basis. So getting back to what exactly we're trying to do in this paper, well, we see a loyalty program at this firm, it changes, and all we want to do is get an unbiased estimate of the effect of this change on card member behavior. How does that change both before and after the loyalty program structure changed? So why is this a big challenge? Well, we need to control for both demand side and supply side effects that could also influence card member behavior. When I say demand side, I'm talking about all of those regional level differences, socioeconomics, competition, that will be handled with a traditional spatial model. And when I talk about the supply side of things, I'm talking about what the firm has control over. They have control over who they decide to put in their coalition network. But of course, these retail partners can leave at any time they wish. They don't have to participate in this coalition loyalty program. So we need to control for a lot of things at once, and we need to do so with a very difficult data set. So now a little bit more about this coalition loyalty program. It comes from Europe, and if you're familiar with coalition loyalty programs, as I mentioned before, you have a situation where many different types of retailers can participate. So a card member would earn rewards at many different types of retailers. And at this particular coalition, it's in a large or medium-sized country in Europe. I can't tell you which one, but it spans this huge geographic area. And what happens is the card member gets a credit card and it acts like any other credit card, but you earn rewards faster at the retailers that are partnered in this coalition. So what we observe is monthly in-network and out-of-network credit card spend 2 years before and 2 years after they decided to make this tweak to their reward structure. We take a random sample of these 600 card members, and we have the location of 1,900 in-network partners. That's where it gets very challenging. You have 1,900 retailers spanned across this country, some of them very close and some of them very far away from each of these card members. So to give you just a sense of how people use this card, the average monthly in-network spend is about $258 US, and out-of-network spend is $594 US. And it gets interesting because more than half of all of the transactions that you see on this card happen within 8 kilometers of the card member. But the thing is, the geographic footprint of this coalition is incredibly large. So we have this very complex situation, and here's just a visual to help digest the problem. Each of these red dots is a card member on a map in space. You have latitude on the y-axis, longitude on the x-axis. So you have all these card members scattered throughout this country. And in addition to them, you have all these partners scattered throughout the country as well. And the thing we don't see is all of the competition that could also be drawing spend or activity away from this credit card. That's the problem we don't see. So what happens is you end up with a situation where people don't travel very far. You have a broad geographic footprint. So it's as if each card member has their own unique little localized coalition network that they interact with. That variation helps us estimate the value of each of these retail partners and control for that value when isolating our loyalty program effects. Now, I don't know if I mentioned this, but you can interrupt me at any time. That's very much fine. So here again, I'm just highlighting how the network distribution plays out relative to how far people actually travel. So on the x-axis here, I have how many kilometers away are all of the retail partners relative to each particular card member in this coalition network. And on the y-axis, I have the proportion of transactions, which only applies to the lighter shade area. So you'll see the darker shaded area shows there's really just a uniform distribution. Almost every card member has access to some stores very close, but access to some stores very far away. It's a uniform distribution of the distance to each of those retail partners. But of course, most card members are not going to travel 100 kilometers away to use their card. Like I said, most transactions occur within a very short distance. So now let's talk very briefly about how this rewards program changed a bit. And as is typical, points are earned both in network and out of network. Just like when you have your own credit card, you tend to earn at a higher rate at certain partners, whether it's gas stations or whatnot. These points are eventually converted to vouchers, which people can use for future in-network purchases. What happened is midway through the data, they changed this structure quite dramatically, actually. The details are in the paper, and there's no point in memorizing the specific numbers, but the theme was out-of-network purchases appear relatively more attractive, and the total points are devalued by about 1/3. So overall, what happened is the rewards become far less enticing than they were previously. And you might be wondering, why would a company decide to make the program less attractive? And when I talked to the firm about this, they said it's basically a budgeting decision. The program was very rich before this change, and they thought they could get away with, slashing the points and the rewards rate, only to find out, and spoiler alert, is it was probably a bad idea. They hurt their demand quite a bit. But their justification was, even after that change, it was a little bit more attractive than the competition. So that was their justification for changing the rewards program in the way they did. So a natural first step might be to just try a simple diff and diff approach. So that's what we did. These first two graphs show, how does average monthly spend change before and after this loyalty program's reward structure changed. And what we do is we're focusing on the difference between high spend groups and low spend groups. And this is, as I'm sure this is typically done when you don't have a specific control group to deal with. It's not like nobody didn't see this change in the loyalty program. So instead, we're just seeing how the difference between a high spend and low spend segment changes after the structure changed. And for us, the high and low spend group is simply a median split of spending behavior before the change. So in the left graph, you have in-network spending activity, and on the right graph, you have out-of-network spending activity. The solid line is the high spenders, or the high segment group, and the dashed line is the low segment group. So you see a couple interesting things. Most in the out-of-network spending on the right, you see that for the high spend group, it seems to dampen quite a bit, by a little amount after this change was introduced. But for the low spend segment, they seem to have a slight increase in out-of-network spend. And this does match the intuition from how the changes played out. Out-of-network spending becomes relatively more attractive. So out-of-network spending tended to increase slightly for this low spend group. But the challenge with looking at a plot like this, which I hope is the point that I get to make in this 40 minutes, is that while this looks like a reasonable analysis, all the while during this time frame, you have an evolving coalition network. You have retailers joining, retailers exiting the coalition, and all of those changes may be being absorbed into this graph, and you get this confounding effect. So that's the situation we're in, and now I'll move on to the model development. How do we decide to approach this problem? So what we did is, at the end of the day, this is a model of monthly in-network and out-of-network spend. I've listed one equation here, but there are two equations. They're both the same with a different dependent variable. So the outcome variable is monthly spend. And again, there's two of them, in-network and out-of-network spend for card member I and month T. W are all of these coefficients that control for individual level fixed effects, seasonality, and that is also where the variables are that are of greatest interest to us. You know, what's the difference between high and low spenders, the spend group, and how did their spend change after the loyalty program changed? So that's kind of like the first component is the typical diff and diff setup. Theta is the regional effect, and it's subscripted by A, and that's whatever region that an individual happens to be in. So that is the traditional spatial component. And then we get into the BART component, which is f of x. F of x is the BART function, which I'll describe in a minute. And then x represents the coalition structure relative to each card member at a particular point in time. So this is literally the distance between each card member and each of those 1,900 retailers in the coalition network. And you can see here, you know, right away, this is where it starts to get very cumbersome. You can't have 1,900 coefficients. We only have 600 people to begin with across a couple years. You just start to get a very unwieldy model. And then finally, you have the normally distributed error term tacked on the end. So that's the main structure of the model. So a little bit more about regional spatial effects, theta. So this comes from a typical conditional autoregressive spatial model. And as I said earlier, individuals within a given region are assumed to act in some similar way. We also allow for neighboring regions to have some spillover effects between them. And, you know, the intuition is that there are some unobserved characteristics within each region that need to be accounted for. Socioeconomic, level of competition, you know, cost of living, you name it, whatever you can think of, that's what this theta is meant to control for. And if you've never estimated one of these models, here's a little more intuition on dealing with the spatial models. Again, this is, you know, represents a little map in space. And, you know, these lines represent the borders that separate each of these black dots, which are the little card members. So you can see that the challenge you are first hit with is how do you define these boundaries between regions? These were given to us by the firm based on, you know, urban and rural centers, but you're already starting to, you know, group customers in a way that might be a little constraining. For example, this black dot on the upper right, he's assumed to be most similar to the other dot in his region, rather than someone who might be a couple miles away, but on a different region. So you get these, so this is very useful approach if you have very stark regions that you need to deal with, but it's hard to get this model to work at a very granular level, which is what you might need to do when you are dealing with all of these retailers in the geographic space. And of course, like I said, the way a conditional autoregressive model works is there's an estimated spillover effect between each of these regions as well. Is there any questions so far? I don't know if I'm going too fast for you.
Hey, Wayne,
Yeah.
Maybe you can give me an idea of how do you identify all these different parameters, especially the spatial component, the BART components, and what is the variance that actually helps us identify all of these?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. Let me talk about this spatial component first, and then I'll talk about the BART identification issue later. In a spatial model, the identification is relatively straightforward. You know, you have a residual these residuals are different for each region, and that residual is assumed to be the reason that these residuals are different by region. So those will go into estimating theta, and that's not too difficult. I mean, as long as you have a reasonable number of regions, estimating those will not be very problematic because there's plenty of card members in each of these regions. I'm going to save your next question for, when I talk about BART and what it's doing in this model, because that's where it becomes a little bit less intuitive. You say, I have 1900 retailers. How can I possibly get any identification out of it at all? So let me explain that a little bit. So the f of x component is the Bayesian additive regression tree. And this comes from a paper in 2010, Chipman outlined it. And basically we have a non-parametric sum of regression trees to describe that part of those retail partners. And the way these regression trees work is, I take my data, divide it into these distinct non-overlapping subsets and predict some outcome for each subset. And since it's an additive regression tree, all of these little trees are added up to give you a prediction. So there's a few things that are very nice about this, this structure. First, we don't need to specify a functional form to begin with. And to be clear, just so it's crystal clear, this BART component is only being applied to the distances to all of the retailers. So I obviously specified a functional form for the loyalty program effects and the regional effects and individual fixed effects, but all of these distances are put into this machine learning component, and it's going to decide what makes the most sense given the variation in the data. The benefit of not having to specify a functional form is it will just start dropping out things that don't seem to have any relationship to the outcome variable after all of those other variables and coefficients have been controlled for. So it looks at the residual, figures out what information is adding value, and then starts to develop trees that seem to add value to this predictive model. So that's why I say it can capture these higher order interaction effects as the trees grow and build. If two retailers seem to have this synergistic effect with each other, they're both more valuable than the sum of each alone, it will be able to describe that and capture that as it builds model. Likewise, as it runs through the sampling procedure, it will just drop out retailers that don't seem to have any relationship to the outcome variable. So we like this approach because it's as complex as necessary, and it's not just adding extra machinery just for the fun of it. It's doing what it needs to do to handle what information it can actually extract out of these variables, the 1900 retail locations. So if you're not familiar with the decision tree process, this is kind of what each little tree would look like. You can think of X1 and X2 as the distance to one first retailer and the second retailer. So it says, well, is the customer within 9 kilometers of the first retailer? If the answer is yes, it says, well, is the customer within 4 kilometers of another retailer that might be located nearby? And if the answer is yes, it'll give a certain prediction. And if the answer is no, it'll give a different prediction. So this is how it's navigating the data to figure out really precisely how valuable is each of these retailers in the network. And it's, like I said, it's going to just kill trees that are not doing anything, or not focus on retailers that aren't doing anything. And through the MCMC process, it's just going to devote more attention to the retailers that matter, that seem to be adding value to the prediction.
Thanks, Wayne. On that same note, did you consider gradient boosting machines like XGBoost, like GBM, so on, that could also do similar?
Yeah, certainly. And I think that was one of the things Xiaojing and I wanted to make clear in this paper, and based on some reviews from journals. I think the key is we're not trying to build a horse race here with other machine learning methods. We're trying to just draw attention to how easy BART is to use in this process and how it can help certain situations very easily. But that's an excellent point. Thank you, Venki. And again, here's just a little visualization about how BART is a little different than the traditional spatial model. You have all those same black dots from earlier represent where people are located on the map. And you have these squares representing the distance to each of the retailers. And it's going to look at every single distance between each person and each retailer. It's going to be different for everybody because everybody's located in a different spot in space. And that variation helps identify the value of each of these retailers after controlling for individual fixed effects and after controlling for these other issues. So again, just the recap of the model, you have predicting monthly credit card spend. It's a function of individual fixed effects. We have seasonality components. Monthly credit card spend tends to vary quite a bit. Around the holidays tends to be higher. And then our coefficients of interest are in the second line. Now, what segment are they in? Is this before or after the loyalty program changed? And then what is the interaction effect between those two? And then the last line is our spatial components, both the area regional effects and the BART effect. And then of course the error term tacked on the end. So let's talk about what we found in the last 10 minutes or so. So after we include BART, what happens is many of these supposedly unobserved regional differences actually were either severely dampened or disappeared altogether. And this is not like primary contribution of the paper, it's just more of a byproduct of what's happening here. Those regional effects from a traditional spatial model are supposed to represent unobserved differences. But if the firm has data on retail partners, those effects will be dumped into regional effects when they really shouldn't be. So you're really overinflating the regional differences just because you don't have a very tractable way to deal with all those retailer effects until BART or XGBoost or something similar. On the managerial side, what happened was failure to control for this evolving network led to biased estimates of interest. What happened is the loyalty program ended up looking like it performed worse than it actually did. So I'll get into that in a minute here. And in the paper, we do this a lot where, because BART is so easy to just add into the MCMC process, we can just easily turn it on and turn it off and see how coefficients change. And what's nice is that the coefficients that shouldn't change didn't change. Like monthly seasonality shouldn't really change if we control for all these retailer effects. Regional effects change dramatically because we have more information about these retailers. And so we do a lot of those types of robustness checks in the paper where you incrementally add things, turn on BART, and then see what happens. So these were the loyalty program results. And here I'm just plotting the posterior distribution of that interaction effect between post loyalty program and the high and low segment. So on the left, you have in-network spend, and the right, you have out-of-network spend. So if you recall earlier, if you focus on these last two bars, out-of-network spend tended to increase for the low segment. And if you don't account for the retailer locations, you get this solid black line estimate here. And as soon as we turn on BART, you get this dashed line here. So you see that all of these solid posterior densities are a bit lower than the densities when you turn on BART. So to us, that means that the BART has without BART, your estimates are somewhat downward biased, at least in this empirical application. It could be totally different for a different application. But what that tells us is that, after the loyalty program changed, there are probably some undesirable changes in the coalition network itself. You have strong stores leaving the network, or weak stores entering the network, stores that people weren't too excited about. And that was leading to a decline in spend as well. So the point of this is to use BART to separate these effects more clearly.
Can I ask a clarification? And I might have missed this.
No, go ahead, Anita. Yeah.
So when after the kind of the event, right? So does the F of BART, does that also change? Is that allowed to change? Could that change? Could that be treated in some sense?
I see what you're saying. I didn't set it up that way. It's just focusing on retail partners changing and whatnot. Are you saying, is the change in the reward structure potentially correlated with the types of stores that enter and exit this coalition? Is that a potential issue?
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking at least think you're okay, at least because they're geographically fixed, so that can't really change. I think that's kind of nice. But in terms of, you just described this, I can leave the network, I can enter the network, and all those changes. Maybe it's not maybe this particular event doesn't really alter that.
No, I think that's a good point, because, and we do a lot of this, at least in the early draft of this paper, we were very concerned about indigeneity effects of retailers entering and exiting. But it's a little different because we're not looking at a single firm. So with respect to the coalition firm level spend, the entry and exit of one of these 1,900 retailers is not really related to that overall spend. And I'd be hard pressed to believe, based on my discussions with the firm, that they were concerned about that at all. What is the reward structure and how does that influence which partners enter and exit? From my discussions with them, a lot of them, they were just trying to get basically anyone who would want to join would be joined. There wasn't much of a filtering mechanism, but you do have those changes over time. So while it doesn't matter to the firm, it'll matter to the card members interacting with this credit card. If you see a really nice store right up the street that's now in this network where you can earn points, you might be more inclined to shop there. So that was the idea. It's an excellent point, though. Thank you. So the other interesting, once you have this model, you can start to try different scenarios and get a sense of what's going on in the data. So this graph here is showing us, we're comparing, well, what happens when you take all of the partners out of the network, compare it to when all of the card retail partners are in the network. That's the difference between the empty network and full network. And this is estimated monthly card revenue at the firm level. And we see that the coalition network is adding about $25,000 in monthly firm level revenue. So there is some added value to having these stores in the network, and it's worth about $25,000 to our best estimate. Likewise, we can say, well, what happens when the loyalty program changed, holding the coalition network fixed? Before, we can't do this analysis because there's changes in the coalition network constantly over time. But now we can fix the coalition at some specified network structure and see, okay, what was the effect really of changing this loyalty program? And it cost them, to our estimates, about $32,000 per month in revenue. So you see that this change really wasn't very positive for the firm. So just to sum up again, we're finding that the impact of the change in this loyalty program was biased downward, unless you figure out a way to deal with all these nuisance variables. We dealt with it through BART. And what we found was it suggested that the composition of the network changed for the worse in tandem with the loyalty program changing. So after the change, certain retailers exited or certain ones entered that weren't really helping the coalition structure's attractiveness. And part of the reason for this paper is to, again, help motivate others to see that, many marketing problems often have this complex component. And even if it's not the focus of your analysis, like it was for us, they need to be dealt with in some systematic way. Some examples we thought of was store shelf layout. You have all these products sitting on a shelf. There may be some strong interaction effects going on that you might need to deal with if you're interested in some other marketing problem. Social networks is an obvious one, and managing a marketing mix in CRM, interactions between channels and different marketing messages can also be a very complex problem to deal with. So the big takeaway is, controlling for these complex variables is a non-trivial task. And we took a problem that was kind of intractable before and tried to figure out a way to augment it and implement a solution that's suitably complex for the task. So what we did, we take a traditional spatial model, tack on BART to control for the messiness of the granular spatial relationships, and then use that to reduce the omitted variable bias. So I think there's a lot of opportunities to develop these hybrid type of models where you don't have to go all in on machine learning, because obviously there's plenty of strong research in econometrics showing us which models we should use for certain situations. But these hybrid models might provide an opportunity for certain situations. And this project is one of those attempts to combine econometrics and machine learning in some actionable, reasonable way. So I'll end it there. I really appreciate your attention, and you can always email me if you have more questions about this project or other projects. So with that, I'll pass it over to Arun, who will be our discussant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne. Good morning, all. I'm Arun at Rice University, but currently visiting Sydney, Australia. So it's a little early in the morning. But I thought I was up early, but Ling wins the award, so I can't really complain. So let me share my screen here. Okay. I guess, Wayne, since you're on, can you see my screen okay?
Yeah, that looks good.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you to Nanda for inviting me to discuss this paper, and thank you to Wayne as well. Enjoyed reading this paper, and I'm not going to be very extensive. I just want to share a summary of the paper as I read it and some comments that hopefully could be additive. So the way I look at credit card reward programs, I'm thinking of a 2x2. So on the lower left, basically in a credit card, you have an in-network retailer, but you could always spend wherever. So the in-network retailer, if it happens to be a single firm, and that firm has its own loyalty program, like think of an airline co-branded credit card. So United here, they have their own loyalty program, but if you get the Visa credit card, then you can kind of earn points into that loyalty program. So basically, the two dimensions are whether you have a single retailer in the network or multiple retailers. So on the lower right, I think of something like the Canadian Air Miles program. So there's a standalone coalition loyalty program, which Amex allows you to earn points into. Now, I can't think of a single example where the credit card works with just one in-network retailer who doesn't have their own loyalty program. So I just put an NA for that. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, what this paper is looking at is a credit card that has multiple retailers in the network. So they accumulated 1,800 odd retailers, but those retailers per se are not operating their own standalone credit card. Loyalty program. It's all through this credit card. So this 2x2 helped me to understand, where this paper might be. So the motivating question here is, if the credit card company that has these multiple in-network retailers decides we're going to change that loyalty program or reward program structure, how are consumers going to respond to that? So in this particular case, the company kind of decided to become less attractive in one sense. They devalued their points by 3x, and they boosted their out-of-network points earning by doubling those points. So the in-network retailers didn't really get a lot of benefit from this change. Okay. Now, to analyze this, though, as Wayne has already pointed out, there are some complications. If consumers are in similar geographic areas, there might be some demand shocks, which presumably are not observed in the data. So how do we control for those shocks? Secondly, in-network retailers enter and exit the program throughout the data time frame. And they're also located at different locations relative to each consumer. And they may also have some unobserved interactions that may contribute to these effects. So when I thought about, well, what would I expect to happen if a credit card company suddenly just came along and decided to reduce the attractiveness of the rewards, I may expect a number of things. Just putting out all the possibilities there. A consumer might just say, I'm going to churn or just go use some other credit card. This is not the program that I thought I was signed up for. In some sense, they may reduce in-network retailer spend if they were doing so for the rewards. On the other hand, if they were buying from those retailers pretty much regardless of those reward points, they just like those retailers, maybe they won't change their behavior that much. And similarly, for the out-of-network retailer spend, if they look at the net effect and said, you're devaluing points by 3x, but just doubling the points for the out-of-network, that's still a net a reduction. So if I look at that, a consumer might say, I'm still going to reduce my out-of-network spend. On the other hand, if they're focused more on the points, it looks like you earn more points for the out-of-network. So all of these are kind of possible, and that's what Wayne is alluding to, is to try and figure out which of these is going to go on requires disentangling a few of those complications. Now, as well, the retailers themselves may also want out, especially if you're in network. You might feel that this program isn't really rewarding customers for spending with the in-network folks as much anymore. So now, what does this paper do to address these issues? Is the paper has a model with a few different additive components. So there's a SIR type model that has both the in-network and out-of-network monthly spend amounts. So that is included in there. As Wayne has already detailed out, there's a spatial autoregressive model that just allow neighboring geographic areas to share some similar random shocks that hopefully controls for some similar demand effects. And then, as Wayne has also highlighted, this paper does a nice job of demonstrating how BART, or Bayesian additive regression trees, a la Chipman et al., can be a solution for these nonlinear interactions of retailer network effects. So I particularly like the use of BART. So let me just talk a little bit about that, because with BART, you have these trees that don't have a lot of depth. They're kind of weak learners. And it seems ideal in this scenario where you've got thousands of retailers and you're not particularly looking to build a very deep tree, but you have these additive number of a large number of trees. So as Wayne pointed out, there isn't really a control group. So we basically have two segments obtained by a median split by how much they spend. So you got the high spending group and you have the low spending group. And the idea is to look at some differences in how they're affected, draw some conclusions. And then, you've got a very elegant MCMC algorithm. And that's the nice thing to think about having these three additive components is you can sequentially sample those draws through those full conditional distributions. So you can just kind of plonk in the BART right into the MCMC there. So again, I think one point that I do appreciate is that you only need BART for those variables that are expected to have nonlinear interactions. So you can kind of fine tune that for the model. So in a broad sense, the paper finds that the high spend segment, they react negatively. They spend less in network, they spend out of network less as well. Now the low spend segment, there's some counterintuitive results. Once you include the effect of the BART component, the low spend segment doesn't actually seem to change how much they spend in networks, even though the firm has gone ahead and reduced the program valuation. The low segment still seems to be indifferent and in fact increases out of network spend as well. And BART seems to make that effect larger. So in a broad sense, it's like the high spend segment reacts as we might expect. They're pulling back, but the low spend segment is doing something counterintuitive. So now I want to just share a few comments that I thought of as I was reading this very interesting paper. So the first thing is the direction of the policy change. So I do find it fascinating. This firm actually is reducing the rewards that you can earn. In Australia, where I am, everyone that I go to a retail store, they ask me if I have a Flybuys card. So Flybuys, popular coalition program here, and they seem to have increased the exchange rate of points over time. So one question just to ponder is, how common would such a change be? I mean, it's obviously great because we can see what could happen in such a case, but is that something that we commonly observe, or firms are actually going in this direction? The second is around selection identification. So I know there's about 619 customers, and the question is, I know they're being sampled, but are they conditional on having been around for 2 years before the change and 2 years after the change? In other words, are these customers people who have not necessarily churned? Because then their data series would end potentially sooner than, say, the 2 years after the program. So if that were the case, I think that might help us interpret some of these results if these samples were conditional on having survived a certain amount of time versus, now they could have churned the month after this change was introduced, and that's potentially in the mix as well. I just wasn't sure, but I think it might be helpful to clarify there, because it does, I think, change the interpretation. If they're conditional on having survived, then this is a slightly different mix, because people may otherwise have churned in that time frame. Another point here is about the communication of the program change. So in such a drastic change, I wonder if customers were given time to digest this kind of change, whether there was any grandfathering. If I've accumulated, I don't know, 20,000 points, and now its value will be slashed by 3 times, that might be a cause for concern. So I know these dependent variables weren't used, but I wonder if it is at all possible to look at the points redemption as a DV and see if there was some rush to go and redeem rewards before this change occurred, or in fact, there was no such opportunity. I would just, I think, find it interesting to see if consumers reacted in ways other than with their spend. And to that point as well, I was also interested in the churn aspect. So such a program change could cause hard or soft churn, maybe where they're not actually canceling their card, but they're taking their spend down to 0. And that would be, I think, interesting to just explore there, whether there is a hard or soft churn impact, and any changes in redemption as well after the program change. So if these additional variables are available, I think that would be enrich what we've learned over here. Last couple of things. So on the modeling, I definitely, I love the fact that the BART part is modular, so you could take it in and out, look at the effects with and without that. For the paper, maybe it might be easier to kind of look at the full model up front and then look at the deficiencies, because I think just in terms of following it and looking for, okay, so what's the final result? Sometimes, the build up versus here's the final result, but here's kind of the alternatives that might be helpful. So again, like I said, I think BART in a marketing context, it's very helpful. And I know, I think Wayne said this is not a horse race, but still curious, if someone says, well, can a random forest do just as well, or does it change the effects? Might be useful to just to say, look, just to show you, what BART can do, and maybe it's more computationally efficient or whatnot. If we try doing some other approach, Venki mentioned the gradient boosted method. I thought it might be useful just to show, look, here would be an alternative, but either it's too slow or, or you get you the same place, but in a much better way. I just thought it might help with the methodological contribution. And I was also curious, since I write some MCMC algorithms myself, is how scalable this algorithm might be if there's a larger number of customers. And it's totally fine. There are parallel computing machines, but I would just be curious if the burden might be quite high, or what the implications are if there's tens of thousands of customers. And finally, I think it is quite interesting. The behavior of the low spend segment is quite counterintuitive, that they actually increase out of network spend and don't have a change in network spend. So I think there might be something to explore there too. It's not necessary to pin down a mechanism, but just try and explain, what might be driving that, because that is actually, I think, quite counterintuitive there. So again, thank you for the chance to read this very interesting paper. I learned a lot, and wish Wayne and his co-author the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Arun. Wayne, one of the things that struck me was the BART is more useful when you have more uncertainty in the data. So is there a way for you to show that in the network structure changes, there's a lot of uncertainty with lots of changes happening over time?
Yeah, we get into this more in the paper. We talk about, how many are entering and exiting each month. And in an early draft, we got really in depth of, there's a lot of turnover in this particular coalition network. So there is a lot going on with these partners entering and exiting on a monthly basis. But as Anita pointed out as well, I think what helps with the variation is customer locations. I mean, it's going to be different for everybody. So you have all the customer locations relative to all the retailers is going to be unique for everybody. And that variation helps, parse out the value of each of these retailers. Is there any other questions I might be able to help with? All right. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello, Hassan.
Hello. So what's the plan? Nanda, are you running the
Hassan,
show?
I think you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, Hassan.
Okay, good, good. Nanda is unable to hear me
No,
somehow.
I'm sorry. It's a problem on my end. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. It's 12:59 and it is 1 p.m. So
Hassan, if you could give us just a few minutes. We have another set of participants in another room. So I think they're just winding up.
okay. Hi, Tulin.
Hi, Hassan. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for doing this.
Oh, thanks for inviting me. Thank you, Nanda.
Thank you for doing this, Tulin. Thank you.
So are we set, Nanda? Or? Are we set?
Yeah, I think we can start. I requested Dean Perkle to actually give all the participants welcoming address. So over to Dean Turkle. The others should be joining in a second or so. So we can start.
Okay. Thank you, Nanda. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome everybody to the conference. I was thinking about what to say, how to welcome you, and I noticed that this is the 16th year of the conference, and so that led me thinking about the days when we started this conference and the way we named this conference. Of course, the conference is Bass Forums Conference, and it reminded me our dear friend Bass. So I want to take a couple sentences and mention Frank. Now we people my age, we all know and remember Frank fondly, but there are some PhD students and newcomers, young colleagues who did not have the opportunity to meet him and to know him. And Frank is gone to into the books as one of the founding fathers of marketing science. But I want to briefly remember him for more than that, because Frank has always been a mentor to me, an inspiration to me, and I want to kind of share that with the younger folks. The thing that impressed me most about Frank was his true commitment to research and quest for knowledge, sharing that knowledge, teaching PhD students. And he did this until the day he died. I remember him getting into the elevator and very happy. He had advanced stages of cancer, and I said, Frank, you look good, happy? He said, yes, I got a paper accepted in management science. That was Frank. The day he passed on, Frank woke up. He was heavily sedated because he was in pain. He woke up and asked people to dress him because it was his day to teach his PhD students. So think about this for a minute. Until the day he passed, he was true to his commitment to teach his students, to share his knowledge, and it was not. This was not a job for him. He truly had joy of research. He had discovered the joy of research. So I mentioned Frank to the younger colleagues, not that he was a big guy, an important person. And so, yes, I mentioned him because I want the young colleagues to discover joy of research. Sometimes in the pressure of we have to publish, we forget that. Research should be joy for all of us. So with those words, my sermon is done. I want to thank you for attending. I want to thank my colleagues for putting it together. I want to thank colleagues throughout the United States who contributed to the program. In the selection committee, organizing committee, and I want to thank Tulin for agreeing to do the keynote. And it's a great program. And without further ado, I am turning it over back to Ram. I think Ram is going to introduce our keynote. Ram.
Thank you, Hassan. Thank you very much. I've got to do something here about, okay, all right. So first, may I just welcome everybody here to the BAS 2022 conference. It's my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce to you today's keynote speaker. So I think, what would Bass have wanted? I mean, in a keynote speaker, I don't have to guess or visit him where he is. I think I know what he would want. He would want a Bass Award winner to be our speaker. And fortunately, Nanda, you've done a great job. You've been able to identify somebody who is a Bass Award winner. Now, Hassan told you about Frank. So this conference, you know, it prides itself in sort of providing the forum for very serious quantitative research to be presented, but with some marketing focus. And very often this presentation is by, it's nascent research, which means it's early research, unfinished. Often it's by doctoral students collaborating with their mentors and that sort of thing. And our speaker exemplifies both these qualities. Her research is very serious, quantitative, and it's very focused on marketing. It's a very large body of work that has, you know, that has received the Little Award, been recognized for the Paul Green Award, and so on and so forth. It ranges from brand choice to branding, pricing, and even religion, believe it or not. Her work, she laid the foundation really for a generation of marketing researchers for working on consumer brand choice, consumer choice under uncertainty. That's her main thing. And sort of befitting that, she's been elected a fellow of the Informed Society of Marketing Science. She has served as the editor-in-chief of Journal of Marketing Research, as president of ISMS. And right now, I want to be careful about this. She's currently the Leonard N. Sten Professor of Business and Professor of Marketing at the Stern School of Business at New York University. Well, you all already know her, but now it is time to know what occupies her mind these days. And from my personal experience, I know her as a great person to be to have in the audience when you are making a presentation, and also a cool person to have a meal with and be thoroughly rewarded for it. So you go out for lunch or a dinner, I think you'll just have a lot of fun with her. So it is with great pleasure and much anticipation that I give you Professor Tulin Erdem. Tulin, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ram, for such a great introduction. I'm honored and delighted to be here. I'm very happy. So what I will talk today is not really my own research, but true to the spirit of this conference, the name of the conference that has both Bass and marketing science. I thought I will share mine and Russ Weiner's actually views about the past and future of marketing science as a field. Why Russ? Because Russ and I have been asked to write a piece on this very topic. We started talking and thinking about it, but we haven't written anything yet. And I thought this is a great opportunity that as a precursor, so to speak, to that piece, to summarize some of our initial ideas. And I also thought that given that the age, both the mean and the median age of the participants of this conference is pretty low. There are lots of young people. We are so proud of you. I thought a couple of reminders about our past might be useful within the context of this conference. So without further ado, let me share my screen. And oops, actually, let me not share that, but share indeed my screen. Okay. Okay, can everybody see?
I can see it.
Perfect. Wonderful. So let's start. As I said, this is joined with Russ Weiner because we have been thinking about this. So it reflects some opinions that reflect both of us. Russ, of course, knew much more about the past than I did. So thanks to him providing for some background information that I even wasn't that aware of. So before I start about the marketing science, I want just to have a little bit fun with the original terms where they originated from. So first, the term of marketing. Well, according to the etymologists, the term of marketing seems to have appeared in the 16th century, referring to the process of buying and selling at a market. And how about brands? I teach a lot of branding courses. And as Ram said, I did a lot of brand choice in my research. So the whole idea of product brands date back to early Bronze Age, believe it or not. And these were the trade seals in the Indus Valley and Mesopotamia. And modern brands date back again to the 16th century. And it actually originated with the whiskey and Scotch distiller barrels. So that's kind of the first terms. Let's visit then the marketing science as a term. There was apparently in 1939, a first volume of JM and an article that talked about scientific marketing makes progress. That was one of the very first pieces that used the term marketing science. In that piece, it was more about advertising agencies and how these agencies maintain their business health using marketing science. Then there's another piece in 1951 that talked about whether marketing can be a science. And later on, there is a lecture in 1954 that talked about problem-solving behavior about buyers and sellers is the basic subject of study in marketing science. And in those days, especially in 50s, the two top places to publish marketing science type of work were really the operations research and management science. Now, I won't go through every single line on these slides, but if you look at a kind of brief history of marketing science, 1959 was the fourth foundational report, and that's something I didn't know either. I will talk very briefly about that. That's what I learned from Russ. Marketing Science Institute was founded in 1961. Of course, the first issue of JMR came out in 1964. There was a conference in 1966 at Purdue University on the application of the sciences on marketing management. Tim's College of Marketing was formed in 67. In 69, the departmental editor in marketing for management science started. 1978 was the very first marketing science conference at the time called Marketing Measurement and Analysis. First issue of Marketing Science was in 1982. And 2002, ISMS was founded as the Informed Society for Marketing Science. So back to the very early days, the fourth foundation that I wasn't aware of either, and that's where we will get to Frank Bass. Ford Foundation was very critical of the US business school education at the time, and they supported the Institute of Basic Mathematics for Application to Business, jointly run by the Harvard Business School and MIT School of Industrial Management at the time. And Ford provided fellowships for business school faculty to take 1-year sabbaticals to improve their skills in quantitative analysis. And here are some of the attendees of the Institute. Of course, Frank Bass, names like Robert Basel, Ronald Frank, Philip Kotler, Edgar Casimir. And of course, in 60s, there were many important figures that some of you may know, some of you may not know all of those people. But of course, John Little, Paul Green, Al Kuhn, Bill Marley, David Montgomery, Alvin Silk, Glenn Urban, John Farley. and Donald Morrison were some of the big names back in those days. As I said, given that the mean and median age of this group is pretty low, many of you may not even know some of these characters. Some of them were not even originally in marketing, like Bill Macy. But these were some of the early names of that era. And there were some very important books from 60s and early 70s. Again, I won't go through the whole list, but books like Bass et al., The Mathematical Models and Methods in Marketing, Management Science in Marketing by Montgomery and Urban, Stochastic Models of Buyer Behavior, again by Massey, Montgomery and Morrison, Models of Buyer Behavior by Sheff. So these were kind of the early textbooks, the early marketing modeling types of books. Then came the founding of Marketing Science Institute by the former president of Scott Paper, assisted by a number of professors at the time at Wharton, Columbia, and Pittsburgh. Original goal being, so to speak, to establish an independent institute to accelerate the rate at which scientific techniques are being applied to marketing activities. And MSI has impact. This is an older paper from 2011, which compared at the time kind of citations to MSI sponsored articles versus non-MSI sponsored articles. And there was a noticeable difference in terms of the citation records in different areas. And then, of course, came the Timms College on Marketing, today ISMS, the Informs Marketing Society. This was founded in 1967 by a group led by John Little and David Montgomery. And it resulted from, even at the time, kind of the growth in the number of marketing articles that were being published in management science those days. There was constant growth in the intellectual capital of the field. And they were increasing linkages between academia and practice. By the way, the original membership numbers for Timms College on Marketing, 71 members from industry out of 148 members. Timms College had, of course, also significant impact on the marketing science field. Lots of papers being published, the Marketing Science Conference, and then the founding of the Marketing Science Journal as with the Donald Morrison as the first editor. And then, of course, Orsa and Timms joined, it became Informs, and then subsequently had the ISMS. Then we look at different themes over the years in marketing science, not just published papers in marketing science, but in JMR and other quantitative journals. Typical marketing science topics kind of had certain themes. In the 60s, it was a lot about Bayesian decision theory, latent structural modeling, dynamic programming, lots of early dynamic programming applications, so to speak. They were more methods oriented. And then we started in the 70s having kind of these diffusion models, advertising response models, carryover effects of advertising and marketing mix. In 80s, we started seeing now logit brand choice models. Of course, the Godin Little seminal paper was published in Marketing Science in 1983. We had competitive strategy, the market structure analysis, advertising experimentation, variety seeking behavior were some themes. In 90s, we started seeing a lot of modeling on pricing, customer satisfaction, game theory started being applied in marketing. And then in 2000s, we started seeing kind of the industrial empirical organization and marketing convergence on various topics. So we started the early applications of structural economic models. My thesis paper dated back to '96. It was one of the early applications of that approach, but we saw really a blooming of these kind of models in 2000s. And of course, issues about endogeneity, customization, CLV, word of mouth. And then a decade later, we started seeing a lot of social media work, platforms, networks, of course, big data, analytics, field experiments started becoming very popular. I think Carl is in the audience. Mela Rosdeng published a piece in Marketing Science in 2013, looking at papers published in Marketing Science and doing a systematic analysis of the evolution of different keywords and themes, etc. This is from that article. So the table shows from 1982 to 2011, the most frequently used terms. As you see, pricing was actually number one, quite a few papers on game theory, etc. So some basic themes have been sort of timeless. Things like pricing, marketing mix, buyer behavior, brand choice. And of course, we have now so many conferences. Marketing Science still stays as the biggest one. Then Italian colleagues, Russ and I did in 2019. We had more than 1,100 participants. And then, of course, COVID hit, unfortunately. And then, of course, we have the current conference, the UT Dallas, we have the QME, we have the 6 Berkeley, Marketing Dynamics. Every third year, Choice Symposium has lots of hybrid sessions on both marketing science type of works as well as other. So we have many different conferences to attend to. I will not go without saying all those pictures I have shown you were, of course, very important men in the early stages of marketing science. And obviously it was a very male-dominant field. But now the landscape has changed a lot. Of course, now in the PhD programs, we have almost 50% division in marketing science and quantitative marketing area. But I did a very very quick cursory analysis. The first woman on the board was Ann Coughlin on the marketing science in 1985. Next month didn't happen till 1993 with Abby Griffin, Donna Hoffman, and Barbara Kahn. And of course, special kudos to Lee McAllister, one of the very first women in marketing science. I had the honor to become an ISMS fellow in the same year in 2018 with her. And now when you look at, I did a quick counting, marketing science has 1 senior female editor, 12 AEs, about 30 ERB members that are women. GMR has 1 co-editor, 22 AEs. QME has 1 female co-editor and 9 AEs. So the field became quite a bit more diverse in terms of gender. So that's my and Russ's very quick sort of looking at our past. Some ideas about the future. So this, of course, is somewhat subjective. And at this point, it reflects more my opinions. Russ gave some input, but for full disclosure, if you think this is completely off target, blame me. So some very new current themes emerged. Of course, we have the big data now and this whole data-driven decision-making. And certain techniques are very appropriate for that, such as machine learning. Of course, there are lots of approaches to kind of marry machine learning with more structural approaches and bring some causality research to machine learning techniques as well. But most of you would agree that machine learning as a tool is indeed very appropriate, very useful for big data. And of course, we have automation now. And given that artificial intelligence is becoming more and more an important theme that we share with other fields like IS, etc., computer science. In terms of a substantive topic, but that has implications, which methodologies to use to analyze these. We have, of course, augmented reality and virtual reality. Somewhat related to automation, but other topics too. Current themes evolve a lot also around adaptive recommendation systems, voice marketing. Networks are still very important, but are taking new kind of paths with the current research. Privacy and personalization is getting a big theme. I am, for example, involved for some of the litigation cases that involves Google, etc. And it's obviously a very big issue right now. All these topics really represent a very natural fit with marketing science research. So it's no surprise that research in these areas are really blossoming in marketing science. And when I say marketing science, obviously I'm not referring just marketing science papers, but any quantitative marketing paper published in any of the top marketing or economics journals by marketing scholars. Then I thought, what are some other themes that I think are very important, but there is not as much attention devoted? That doesn't mean that there are no papers in these areas. They are. It's just that they are getting kind of less attention. For example, industry talks a lot, or when we teach, we talk a lot about, engagement, experience, exclusivity, emotion, branded content, importance of live streaming reels within the context of that engagement, or how to create engagement. And there are some papers. For example, I was happy to see that there is a paper by Kong Liu and Manchanda on live streaming or live in streaming at this very conference. But there's kind of less work in general in that area. Of course, another area where, when we teach our MBA students or undergraduate students in business schools, we really focus more on the strategy of marketing, which is completely fine and valid. But there are very few courses that talks more about the art side of it, kind of design, creativity. We have some courses, but they are kind of in minority. Again, we are seeing some attention, sort of using machine learning techniques again to bring like what images, what logos might work more. Again, there's a paper at this conference by Kao and Zhang talking about using machine learning techniques, kind of talking about text and image and related topics, which is wonderful to see. Another big topic that is very much part of both business, but also cultural discourse is this 5th P. Again, when we teach, we talk about 4 Ps. Okay, pricing will be always important, promotions, although an outdated term, the communications will be still very important. But we always tell our students there's this purpose now, purpose in general, but also the social purpose. And although there's some work from consumer behavior colleagues, etc., we don't see much work of that in marketing science. And that's a topic that's kind of dear to my heart in my late stage of my career right now. So I will use my own biases and talk a little bit more about that later on today. And then there's a lot of talk, of course, about kind of social marketing, stakeholder marketing these days. And some of it is being picked up by the marketing science community. Topics like discrimination, inclusivity, inequality of wealth, tribal polarization in especially social media, mobilizing social media in mass movements, topics like sustainability. This is getting more attention, but still much less than the traditional topics. By the way, the reason sustainability, I put it into parentheses, is the other 3 topics, since they are, again, natural fits to methods like algorithmic research, artificial intelligence, machine learning. They are, now I am seeing more and more papers using those techniques, looking at these issues. Still, as a percentage, very small percentage of all the papers, but there is some work in that area. In the sustainability area, I see Brian being in session. There are colleagues, of course, using structural techniques, regular econometric modeling techniques, looking at the sustainability issues. But again, they are kind of compared to general topics like digital advertising or pricing, more niche topics. Here are some examples that kind of, I think, combine themes 1 and themes 2, meaning those things that are very traditional new topics, like lots of papers on machine learning adaptations, big data, etc., but also these substantive issues about maybe racial justice or gender discrimination of algorithms. Since there's this natural fit with the AI techniques and machine learning techniques, we are seeing a match and kind of a growing literature. This is by no means a comprehensive review of the literature. These are kind of some quick papers I am familiar with. I was on a panel discussion, for example, for the paper by Cameron Goldfarb Morris. I do a lot of work now about the refugees, etc., about artificial intelligence use in the case of refugee claims in the Canadian context, but of course it can be applied to any other country. Of course, Lambreth and Tucker paper in 2019 talked about the gender-based discrimination in the display of STEM career ads and what to do about these things. Another paper by Zhang, Mehta, Singh, and Srinivasan talked about whether artificial intelligence algorithms mitigate racial economic inequality. And finally, just as a representative example, Berman and Katona have a theoretical paper about creation algorithms and filter bubbles in social networks. These kind of topics are not very traditional topics in marketing science, but I think these kind of topics are very important topics that really affect everybody, the whole society, consumers, firms, brands, policymakers. And I'm very happy to see more of such examples. But again, you can still put these under kind of more under-researched themes. One thing I don't see much, and that is completely sort of my own view, maybe to some extent my bias, having worked in the branding area quite a bit. And I have lots of speakers in my classes from marketing consultancy firms. And this is a story I hear from them all the time in terms of their work and how many clients want this kind of work in today's world, and they think this is to stay. And that's about purpose. And that's the last thing I want to focus today. So obviously, this is nothing new. Purpose is about why are we in the business for a company or brand or organization. Here I use real terms, brand, companies, organizations, interchangeably. So there's a lot of talk about authentic purpose. Of course, authentic purpose, those organizations or companies with an authentic purpose embed their purpose into their very DNA. That's the definition of authenticity. And that purpose radiates through and across their internal and external communications, behavior, and performance. This focus on purpose really built upon almost 20 years of interest on kind of stakeholder marketing, corporate social responsibility, etc., which involve this view that stakeholders are not just customers; they are customers, employees, shareholders, partners, broader community, future generations. But now it evolved into this full-blown interest of a very well-defined purpose. And David Ocker talks about these kind of brand positioning that we all teach and talk about. And then when we do our sophisticated modeling about digital advertising or any other topic, behind the screens is always, of course, what is the positioning of the company and how is it consistent that everything they do from pricing to digital advertising. So kind of enhancing or broadening our positioning concepts to have purpose, like why do we do what we do, promise that we always focus on. This is like what we deliver to the customers as an organization or company or a brand. And of course, principles, our values, how we uniquely deliver on our promises. So positioning is now much more than just what companies promise and what they communicate, but it involves purpose, promise, and principles. And I really like this, that the high school advisors show to their students, prospective students who are entering colleges, and then when they want to aid them for college choice, or undergraduate students who are graduating and kind of looking for careers. A typical advisor these days will say, okay, of course, you have to look at 3 different things. And ideally, maybe not everybody will be able to find that intersection point, but ideally, the dream would be to find something you are good at, that you are passionate about, and the world needs. And that intersection that should be your career, etc. The same thing goes to organizations, firms, and brands. That's really what the best ideal brand purpose would be. And then we do live now really in the era of brands. Purpose doesn't need to be social, but often it has a social component. So there have been already big studies, including, involving thousands of consumers. I did some on my own, like involving 30, 40,000 consumers with some grants I had. So it is a very consistent result or finding. Consumers prefer, especially millennials, prefer to buy brands with a purpose that reflect their consumer values and beliefs. And they also care, not everybody, of course, the profile is younger, etc., maybe more on the liberal side, but it's more or less more across the board, even if certain effects are stronger for certain social demographic profiles. They prefer also companies to take certain stands on issues they care about. But they want to do that, they want brands or companies to do that in a way that's authentic, not just kind of to jump on the bandwagon to sell more soap because it's the in thing to do. So how do you become then authentic? And that's where the big issue becomes, or the big challenge, how you can really achieve a great deal of consistency between your purpose, promise, and principles that makes you authentic. Of course, the dictionary meaning of authenticity includes many different things: credibility, trustworthiness, dependability, being genuine, etc. So in that sense, a brand or company authenticity is the extent to which a brand company is faithful to its purpose, principles, promise to customers, that credibility, and community welfare, where the integrity comes from. And then big consulting companies publish reports routinely how important that is for their clients, from Profit to Accenture to Brand Asset Valuator Group. So, and just to give examples in terms of what does that mean, like that kind of authentic purpose. Of course, the textbook example is Patagonia, where, from day on, they have been very eco-conscious, very corporate ethos, putting back into the planet, taking strong stance on political issues. Here, like some of their ads in terms of don't buy this jacket, recycle, or when they had sued at the time Trump, as well as companies like Chobani. It doesn't need to have like big goals like environment and future generations, but Chobani, again, reflecting my own, biases, etc., because a company I'm very familiar with, Hamdi Ulukaya, is a friend of mine, the owner and founder of the yogurt company. From day one on, they were about being delicious, nutritious, natural, and affordable. And they really helped entrepreneurs also without any stake for Chobani, giving great grants to create such products for startups. They always treated employees as partners. He is himself a kind of semi-refugee. So from day one on, he gave part of his profits for refugee causes and lots of community support. So there's kind of this consistency with the story of the brand and with what everything they do. And of course, you can sometimes get backlash. So in something like environment, backlash is less likely. There might be certain causes like breast cancer. If you just do it for kind of, just lip service, it doesn't help you, but it doesn't hurt you. But certain other causes you really care about may create backlash. Sometimes it hurts you if your target group doesn't like it, but for a brand like Chobani, even if they have the backlash, of course, their target group is a more progressive, etc. target group, so they were not hurt. But these kind of issues bring lots of broad research teams on purpose, like how to manage social value-centric brand company identities, because these companies tend to be very vulnerable, more vulnerable, so to speak. They are being held to a higher standard than other companies. How to create and manage purpose-led modern brands and companies in a disrupted world. These are very broad themes, but within these themes, there are many different specific questions one could address, including how to embrace authentic purposes. Even that becomes a big client issue that firms like Profit and Brand Asset Valuator, etc., get from their clients to get help with. And these kind of topics, they are discussed in the industry reports, and maybe more kind of managerial journals, maybe individual specific topics are picked up by consumer behavior colleagues, but there's not really systematic quantitative work, not that much on these topics. Maybe there's not a very natural fit because one might think, well, these are more qualitative issues. They are not so fit to other topics that we are covering here. And indeed, as Ram says in the chat, the Kaepernick issue, for example, when they embraced Kaepernick, Nike, some people burned the Nike shoes, right? But they weren't, of course, hurt. It was a very calculated, and I don't mean that in a negative way, very purposeful act. They knew that some people will react negatively, but for their target group, that was okay. The bigger issue also becomes if a company really wants to get involved in something, but they are worried about it. For example, I did a big study about, how people's US and European customer perceptions are affected by these involvements of companies in many different social causes, including more controversial causes, and one of the causes being refugees. Obviously, refugee causes help those companies where the target group is kind of liberal, younger, more educated, etc. And then those companies where the main target group is more conservative, older, etc., don't like that much. And what does a company who wants to help, let's say, refugees, how can they do it in a way without alienating their target groups? In one of the pieces, for example, I did look at exactly at that. If you are Ford and your average consumer would think that if you joined an organization like TEND, which is for refugees, a business partnership to empower refugees, how can you do it in a way without hurting your image? Well, if you employ them, your target groups may think they are stealing the jobs from you, but there are other ways of doing it. So all these kind of things are very important and affect the day-to-day choices of companies. But again, as I said, there's not too much quantitative research on these issues. So just wrapping it up, I do see that there are trenches of marketing science research. Of course, there might be more, but just to summarize, 3 of them. One, the traditional topics. I mean, new methods, the frontiers of quantitative methods. On the substantive side, pricing, digital advertising channels. I don't think they will go ever out of work. They will be always, of course, timely. The exact subtopics, the exact challenges will change, but as a substantive interest, they will be always there. There will be always new technology applications. What the new technology will be changing. Today it's virtual reality and augmented reality. Tomorrow it will be something else. And these are things that we would expect from current research. But I just wanted to kind of underline some other topics to break out from just or of extrapolating from the current topics. One such area for me, given my own political views and my own preferences, is this kind of the more social stakeholder kind of topics that really affect several different stakeholders, but it also affects the individual stakeholders. Like Roland Russ was talking about, indeed, this tribal polarization and how it affects everything from harmony or lack of it of the society to elections. And I think marketers have the tools and the theory to say a lot about those things. So personally, I would love to see more research from younger people. Of course, that means also as the older guard, we need to be supportive of that in our journals, etc., because the common concern becomes always, well, these are kind of topics more at the fringe. Will it be easy to publish, etc.? But with that, I just want to conclude my presentation and thank again to the conference organizers to give the opportunity to me share my views on sort of the future of the marketing science field. And I just want to open it up to discussion, questions, anything you want to ask or comment on or disagree with me. I know that there are skeptics. There are people out there who feel these kind of topics, the ones that I just mentioned, are kind of a fad. I don't believe so, because it's kind of, some of these things are about our survival, including things like sustainability. So I'll just open up to discussion.
Well, Julian, let me start off since nobody else is asking. You began with with Marketing Science Journal, you had that word picture of, or whatever they're called. Your own work on choice it was a marriage of methodological breakthroughs that people like you effected to study an essential marketing problem, which is consumer choice. And I know that the other thing that came up was pricing and game theory. Again, particularly a game theoretic approach allows you to study pricing in a way that's meaningful for marketing people. So my question is, you've outlined some very interesting topics. I'm personally interested in digital advertising, and you've said that's an interesting thing for people to explore. Are there methodologies? I know people are into machine learning, primarily, I guess, to do certain things with large amounts of data and so on. But are you looking at methodological breakthroughs that would be particularly applicable to that domain? That's my question.
Exactly. I think that is exactly what is needed. I don't have the right answers. Like for certain areas, our current machine learning, etc. techniques are helpful actually. Like if you wanted to think about purposes or how people react to those things, any type of sentiment analysis, etc. Younger researchers do. I am not very well rehearsed in machine learning techniques. I can read a paper, but I cannot apply it myself. But certain current techniques are even still very much applicable to certain specific questions about, what type of purposes resonate best for what type of consumers. But certain others, we may need new techniques. And I think that's why actually I see not as many applications on these topics, because especially given our incentive systems, especially for young people, you know, they are asked to kind of to showcase both their methodological skills and of course theory skills, and they need to ask also interesting questions. But part of that skill set is state-of-the-art techniques. And some of the things, for example, if of course now, you know, I can afford it given where I am at my career as a stage, I can run a big study with 40,000 consumers with a grant, and then the paper might be a 10th foundation white paper, and I may not ever end up publishing it, and it's okay for me. But for a young scholar, they need to combine some of the substantive issues with methodological skills, plus be able to answer some questions that are not answerable with simpler techniques. And that's where I see the biggest challenge and the opportunity is in future. Like what is indeed, like in pricing, game theory was such a handy tool. What are some very handy tools for some of the very relevant topics today that affect multiple stakeholders? That's a $1 million question.
Thank you.
Dolan, there is a question in the chat from Justin. He wants to know if there's a particular resource that you would recommend for us to read more on purpose and the current state of research in that area.
Sure. I mean, then you read, I mean, as I said, most of this conceptual, I would say conceptual. I wouldn't say even theory, because when we say theory in the quantitative marketing world, we think more about you know, either industrial organization type or game theory type or analytical theory. So let's say conceptual. Most of the conceptual work comes either in kind of branding literature, like when you read David Acker's books or Kevin Keller's books, or if you read reports by Accenture, Profit, Brand Asset Evaluator, you see a lot of talk about that. But there are no, like when you look at marketing science or GMR, I don't see like an analytical model of, you know, how to choose purposes or what do you do or how you can implement certain things. So I think the first place to start are more these conceptual type of pieces that is out there. They are mostly published in books. There are tons of books. And then lots of reports, quite rigorous reports, but again, not involving any quantitative modeling. That's, I think, there to start. That's why I singled that topic out as the one that is kind of, that is not getting enough attention or the least attention, because the other topics, a critical mass started to accumulate in an area like sustainability. It's not like pricing. We don't see still that many papers, but there are papers, both from marketing and economics. And that's why I would really, I mean, if you are interested in that area and doing something and seeing what methods actually might be most relevant for those topics, start with these conceptual pieces first, like books by Acker and Keller. Harvard Business Review runs quite a few articles, especially digital articles on the topic, because there's a huge demand from the business community on this very topic. But if anybody else knows more kind of quantitative sources to go to, I'm not aware of it.
Thanks, Tolan. I just wanted to thank you, Tolan, for doing this again. And I think we're close to the top of the hour. So I just want to say that I'm very happy that you mentioned that, you know, some of the topics that we should be exploring, and also the fact that you mentioned that the old guards should be more receptive to some of these areas, because I remember many years ago when I was in the doctoral consortium, we had a panel of editors of the top journals, and each one was saying that, you know, young scholars should be exploring these topics and so on and so forth at that time, which were topical. But then, as you rightly mentioned, young people need to be thinking also about, yes, it is topical, but is this going to be published? And unless the powers to be are receptive, it's a tough call to make for junior faculty. So I'm glad you mentioned this. I don't know what the solution to this problem is. I think unless senior faculty start publishing in those, there's agreement to what those areas are, and there is work that's published, it's a double-edged sword for junior faculty. So, thank you again for doing this, and enjoyed the talk. Thanks.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Thanks, Julian.
Thank you, Ram.
I think we're going to resume now and go back to parallel sessions, so you can pick your poison and decide to join whichever room you want. Thanks.
Hi, this is room 1, and yeah. I invite Giovanni Compiani and Adam Smith to present their paper. And over to you, Giovanni Compiani. Sorry if I misspelled the name.
No, that's all right. Don't worry. Can you all see my slides?
Yes, we do.
All right. Let me see. I don't want to have the. Oh, let me actually minimize this. There we go. All right. So let me get started. This is a joint project with Adam Smith from UCL, who should be online as well, and is happy to take questions in the chat. But if there's questions that you would like to ask live, also feel free to do this. I'm happy to take them as we go ahead. And of course, I want to thank the organizers for accepting our paper into the program, and to John Wee for agreeing to discuss our paper. We had a very constructive conversation in the last few days over email, and I'll mention this in a couple of places where John Wee really sort of helped us, prompted us to think further. So the starting point for this project is the fact that differentiated product markets are complicated. So this is probably not big news for anyone who has worked in marketing before. And in particular, we're going to be looking at CPG, so consumer packaged products, that and sort of look at across different categories. And different categories in a supermarket could be connected, at least from two different points of view. We could have some kind of relationship across categories from the demand side. So consumers might view different categories as complementary to each other or as substitute to each other, but also on the supply side. So the retailer might engage in pricing or coordinate marketing activities that create a relationship across different categories. This complicates the analysis of consumer demand for at least a couple of reasons. So it poses the question of whether the categories that we are including inside the demand analysis is exhaustive enough. Are we including all of the categories that consumers care about or that consumers consider when making a purchase? And if we are ignoring some, what are the costs of ignoring these categories in the analysis? And secondly, even if we're including all the categories that are relevant, is the model of demand that we are estimating flexible enough? Or is it imposing restrictions that are too strong? So for example, standard models of demand are things like discrete choice models, which effectively assume that the different products that consumer choose are substitute to each other. And so, are we happy with making this assumption? This might be a relevant assumption or a reasonable assumption within a specific categories, but when we start looking across categories, it's not necessarily clear. And we will sort of see that indeed, if we look at the data, the picture is more complicated. And so what we try to do in this paper is to try to understand how important these decisions that researchers or retailers have to make when thinking about demand, when estimating demand, how important these decisions are for retailer pricing. So what are the consequences of potentially misspecifying the boundaries of the market? And we're going to quantify the consequences of these potential misspecifications in terms of lost profits. So we're going to look at the retailer pricing problem specifically. So just to make this a little bit more concrete, let me focus on one set of categories, which is the refrigerated beverages category and refrigerated juices. So we're gonna look at different product categories in this talk, but for the structural analysis, we're actually gonna zoom in this on this set of categories, and so that's where this is a good example to focus on for now. So this is what a consumer might face if they're walking into a supermarket in the refrigerated juices aisle, and we might, as researchers, sort of assume that these, are fairly relatively similar types of products, and so that, let's say, orange juice and lemonade are a substitute to each other, or that orange juice and iced tea are a substitute to each other. But at the same time, there could be a demand for variety mechanism where consumers actually value, having different options available. If I'm throwing a party, I might want to buy not just orange juice, but a collection, an assortment of different refrigerated juices. And on top of that, there's the potential for umbrella branding, right? So certain brands, such as Minute Maid or Simply, offer multiple categories, sort of span multiple categories, lemonade, orange juice, some of them iced tea. And so this could induce some complementarity due to the presence of a common brand. So this is all to say that even a set of categories like this that seems relatively straightforward actually is maybe more complicated than we initially would think. And indeed, we will show that in this very example, the pattern of cross elasticities is very much a mixed bag. We have some complementarity, some substitution, but also some complementarity. So given this, how should the retailer think about pricing in this for this set of products? I mentioned the goal of the paper is really to estimate the potential, the consequences of misspecification. And we're going to be thinking about three different types of misspecification. So one is the misspecification of the estimation problem. And so we might be omitting relevant goods from the analysis. So just to keep the example simple, we might have orange juice, fruit juice, and lemonade. And instead of estimating this, the complete demand system on the left, where the demand for orange juice is allowed to depend on all of the relevant prices, we might, for simplicity or for lack of data, estimate a smaller model where we omit the price of lemonade. And so the question then is, what are the consequences of omitting the price of lemonade? What is does this induce any bias on the smaller system, on the smaller demand system on the right? A second type of misspecification and estimation has to do with the functional form that we assume for demand. So even if we correctly include all of the prices inside the demand system, so we are correctly understanding that orange juice, fruit, and lemonade are related, and so we need to include all of the three prices inside the demand system, we might assume a functional form that's too restrictive. So again, this could be take the form of parametric restrictions and or restrictions on the substitution pattern. So again, for example, if we assume a standard discrete choice model of demand, then implicitly we're going to assume that these products are substitute. These, I should say, categories are substitute to each other. And this might or might not be the case. We might want to allow for potential complementarities, which again, I will show that is indeed the case in this kind of setting. And finally, we're going to think about the potential misspecification in the decision problem of the retailer. So what objective function is the retailer maximizing? Is the retailer maximizing the joint profit over all of the prices, so choosing the prices for all three products, orange, fruit, and lemonade, and maximize the joint profit together? Or are they maximizing the profits for each individual category separately? So for example, choosing the price for orange juice by maximizing the specific profit that is coming from that category. Of course, the correct thing to do for the retailer is to solve the problem on the right, but again, there might be, for simplicity, a retailer might end up solving the simpler problem on the left, and therefore we're going to want to sort of calculate and quantify how much money is left on the table. So why do we think this is an interesting problem, and how does this relate to the existing literature? I don't have enough time to sort of do justice to the literature, but let me just very quickly provide a relationship to some of the papers. There's many more papers that we think are relevant. So we kind of speak to the literature on CPG demand estimation, and particularly the literature focusing on pricing. And here, most of this literature focuses on a single category. So for example, they would focus on orange juice or cereal or ketchup, and kind of implicitly ignore the substitution across different categories. And so this is exactly the question that we are interested in. So we're exactly interested in how much, how relevant this margin is, right? How much cross-category substitution or complementary there is, and does this matter for pricing? And this is exactly what we're going to use the model for. We're going to target our model to kind of capture cross-category substitution or complementarity patterns. And we don't just estimate estimation, but we don't just estimate demand, but we then go ahead and try to quantify the effects of misspecification in terms of lost profits. So here we speak a little bit to a growing literature on large-scale demand estimation. So there's a growing interest from researchers in, in marketing and economics, in machine learning, trying to estimate demand for very large assortments of products and trying to kind of capture the substitution or complementarity patterns that are, that connect these products. And so we kind of relate to this literature. We are going to estimate a model that is micro-founded, and which is important for us because it allows us to perform valid pricing counterfactuals. And I'll talk a little bit more about this in a second. And the cost we're going to have to pay is that the model is suffers from a curse of dimensionality, which is going to limit to a certain extent the amount of the number of categories that we can include in the demand model. And then finally, we talk to we speak to the literature on retailing, and particularly this idea of category management, right? So the fact that it's common practice for different categories to be managed by different people can create, has the potential to create silos. And this is kind of exactly one of the types of misspecifications that we think about, the idea that the retailer would be better off by internalizing the cross-category effects, and failure to do so is effectively is going to leave some money on the table, and we're able to say how much. So before kind of going and really talking about the model, let me just give you a flavor for the approach that we take. So we start from a bigger model. So it's a fully flexible model that includes all of the products, all of the categories that are, we think are relevant for consumers choosing, kind of walking in the refrigerated juice aisle. And then we kind of pare back from there. We kind of add more and more restrictions and consider more restricted models to compare to this kind of more general model. So our baseline model has to satisfy two main restrictions, two main sort of criteria. We want a model that's flexible because, again, we don't want to impose things like substitution across categories. We want to let the data speak as to whether different categories are substitutes or complements with each other. And also we want this model to serve as a ground truth for our pricing counterfactuals, for our to evaluate profits. So we need a model that is flexible enough, but at the same time, we want a model that has some micro foundation. And the reason for this is that we want to be able, again, to perform pricing counterfactuals. And we know from the existing literature that models that are not micro-founded, for example, a simple log-log model of demand, run into issues with pricing counterfactuals. So, for example, this paper by Anderson and Vilkasim shows that a log-log model will generally give, prescribe a price that at least one of the prices be equal to infinity, which is obviously a sort of a nonsensical prescription, but that's just the model does not incorporate economic restrictions. In particular, it does not incorporate the presence of an outside option, and therefore is not really suitable for the goal that we have, which is to do pricing counterfactuals. And so satisfying these two competing goals of having a model that is flexible and micro-founded is hard. So we have models from the literature, logit models, mixed logit models, a la BLP, that are micro-founded, but are relatively inflexible in the sense that, for example, BLP will impose that all the products are substitute with each other, which is, again, something we might not want to assume. And on the other hand, we have models that are very flexible. Think about machine learning methods, random forest, this type of approaches, which are very, very flexible, but are generally not micro, and therefore will not be able to provide valid pricing counterfactuals. And so we propose a non-parametric demand approach, which I'm going to call NPD. It's going to be the acronym for the rest of the talk, that tries to find a sweet spot between these two competing goals. So we're going to be flexible. The approach is going to be non-parametric, so it's going to impose no restrictions on the science of the cross effects. But at the same time, it's going to be micro-founded. It's going to allow us to impose some restrictions motivated by economic theory that put some structure on the demand function and therefore allow for valid pricing counterfactuals. We're going to use this general model as our ground truth, and then we're going to estimate a few more restricted models. So we, for example, estimate a non-parametric model with strict substitutions, where we impose that all the cross effects are positive. We omit certain categories, so we estimate smaller models just to see what the effect is on the elasticities. And we also estimate a parametric model, a BLP type model, as a comparison. We then go ahead and do our pricing counterfactual, and we consider two different types of pricing policies. One where the retailer is separately maximizing profits for each category, as I said before, and the other one, which is in general going to be better, which is to jointly maximize profits across all the 5 categories that we're going to consider. And then basically we are so for each of these policies, we're going to get the implied optimal prices. We can then use our ground truth model to estimate the corresponding profits earned by the retailer, and therefore quantify the effect of these different sources of misspecification in the boundaries of the market, in the specification of the demand function, or in the type of pricing policy that is used by the retailer. And so just to give you a very quick flavor for what the results look like, in case I don't get to mention these at the end. First of all, we make a point about what happens when omitting relevant categories in the estimation. And we find that this indeed causes a bias. So if we ignore, for example, lemonade when estimating the demand for orange juice, this will indeed have a bias on the elasticity of orange juice. And we also find that the sign of the bias is very much in line with the standard omitted variable bias intuition. So both the correlation between the prices of orange juice and lemonade is irrelevant, and also the sign of the cross effect of lemonade on the price of lemonade on orange juice is matters. So those two are the key ingredients that one needs to take into account in order to sign the bias from omitting goods or omitting categories from the demand system. And then, as I said, we go ahead and quantify the lost profits from different sources of misspecification. So I'm not going to go through all these numbers because hopefully I'll be able to get to some of that later. But you can see that sort of we're able to decompose quantify the consequences of misspecifying demand and or misspecifying the pricing problem. And in the worst possible scenario, where when the retailer is assuming that all our categories are independent, so basically assuming away any cross-category effects, we find profits that are almost 30% lower than in the best case scenario, where all of the cross effects are correctly taken into account. And we also look at a little bit at what the retailer is doing in practice in the data. And we find evidence in favor of separate category by category pricing. So we do find evidence that the retailer is really not jointly maximizing profits, but is doing more of a category by category policy, which is part of what motivated these counterfactuals that I just mentioned. So this is the roadmap ahead. I'm going to talk a little bit about the approach that we take, look at the data, briefly go over some descriptive results, and then present our structural estimates. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any at this point. Otherwise, I can just dive into the model. All right. So the framework that we use for the demand framework that we adopt is comes from a paper in Econometrica from Barbary and Hale, 2014, and it's very simple. We essentially are going to model the demand for a given product J as a function, a flexible function, in fact, a non-parametric function of the prices. This is a vector of prices P for all the products in the in the market. And a vector of indices delta, which include observable product characteristics as well as unobserved product attributes C. The X's include basically anything, sort of any demand shifters, things like unobserved quality, potentially advertising, promotions that are not captured in the data, but that are shifting demand. Under mild assumptions that I'm not going to spell out, but are, again, from this paper that I mentioned, we are able to, starting from this demand system here, invert the demand system and back out these indices delta as a function, sigma inverse, of the vector of quantities and prices. So you can think of this as inversion as, a non-parametric analog of the logit inversion, when we invert market shares for the indices in a logit model, or similarly for a BLP model. And the nice thing about this inversion is that, we started from a pretty complicated model where there's the demand for J depends on as many unobservables C as goods in the market. And we're now left with a much simpler model where we only have one unobservable C per equation. And so it's a simpler model econometrically to handle. And in particular, we're going to be able to apply the non-parametric instrumental variable methods to this equation here. Specifically, given any instruments, so any sort of variable that shifts the prices and the quantities in equilibrium, but we are willing to assume is independent of the X's, we can estimate this function sigma inverse, and therefore the demand system itself sigma, in a flexible, non-parametric way. And a key feature for our approach is that, and given our goal, is that the estimate that we have here for sigma inverse, and therefore for sigma, is going to be flexible in terms of its cross effects. So we're not going to restrict the sign of the cross effects in any way. How do we do this in practice? Well, this comes from a paper that is forthcoming that I've worked on over the last couple of years. And it's essentially, the idea is to approximate this sigma inverse function with Bernstein polynomials. So it's Bernstein polynomials, here's a formal definition. It's just a type of polynomials that have a number of appealing properties. They are they have good approximation properties. They are able to approximate any sort of any continuous function well. And importantly for our purposes, are amenable to a number of economic constraints. So we are effectively able to impose a number of restrictions on demand, and I'm going to talk about this in a second, in a computationally convenient way. The computational convenience also comes from the fact that, as you can see, this approximation to sigma inverse is a linear function of coefficients theta. So at the end of the day, we're going to have in front of us a well-behaved convex problem. So we're going to have a convex objective function subject to linear or convex constraints that is sort of can be optimized with off-the-shelf algorithms. So here are some of the constraints that we consider in the paper. We don't impose actually all of these, but these are some of the constraints that can be easily imposed in estimation. And so first one is a very basic kind of constraint, which just says, as the price of a product increases, the demand for that product goes down. So this is just the law of demand, and we're able to impose this restriction. We may want to impose, but not in all of the models that we estimate, also cross-good monotonicity. So we could impose that different pairs of products are substitutes or complements. As I said before, in the general model, we do not restrict this in any way. So we want to let the data speak as to what the cross-category substitution or complementarity patterns are like. But we also estimate a more restrictive model that does impose substitution as a comparison. We then have a restriction that actually is going to be quite important, and I'll talk about this when we comment on the results, which is called the diagonal dominance restriction on the Jacobian of demand, which effectively says that sort of the sum of the cross effects for a price cannot be higher than the own effect. So this is a restriction that is satisfied by a lot of sort of common standard models, and we will see how this plays out in the results. It will it will be clear how this affects the estimates when I show them to you. We could impose, although I want to emphasize, we do not actually in estimation, we do not impose Slutsky symmetry, but this could be a restriction that is, if one wants to assume lack of income effects, can be imposed. And then we have some restrictions that are sort of really helpful in reducing a little bit the curse or alleviating the curse of dimensionality. So trying to reduce the number of parameters that need to be estimated. And so in particular, if we put the price inside the index delta, this does help a lot, as does a type of exchangeability restriction that essentially says that up to product fixed effects, the identity of the different products doesn't matter. And so I'm happy to talk more about this if there are questions, but I will show you how these play out in practice in the estimates. Let me talk a little bit now about the data. So this is sort of the general approach, which we now apply to data from a grocery store chain in the Southern United States. So we obtain data from a company called Decadata. This data is very similar to Nielsen scanner data. So we have weekly quantities, prices, feature promotions at the UPC level for around 400 stores over 3 years. Relative to Nielsen, we also observe a full information on marginal cost. So this is the reason why we chose this data over sort of standard Nielsen data. And the marginal cost information, of course, is going to be really helpful when we do the pricing counterfactual, because obviously we want to, the profit function to maximize it not depend on the marginal cost. Because we focus on, as I said, the goal here is really to estimate demand across categories and trying to understand if there's a complementaries or substitution across different categories and what the implication of that is for pricing. we, at least for now, are simplifying the analysis by aggregating at the category level. So we start from all of our UPCs and create price indices and total quantities at the category level, for example, orange juice. And then look across different categories in the refrigerated juice category. So orange juice, lemonade, iced tea, and so forth. Treating sort of each category as its own sort of entity. We do this, I've talked a lot about our refrigerated juices because this is what we focus on for the structural analysis, but actually before going there, let me show you the analysis that descriptive analysis that we run on a much broader set of product categories. So we look at sort of across the spectrum of CPGs, from baking goods, here we have an example of a product group where we expect some complementarity. We have cake mix and frosting, which we would think would be complements rather than substitutes. And similarly for things like peanut butter and jelly. But then we have other categories like crackers or as refrigerated juices where it's a little bit harder to ex ante predict what the complementarity or substitution patterns are like. And so the first thing that we do is to just run descriptive regressions. So these are going to be log regressions of log quantity and log price, and several fixed effects, both time fixed effects and we also run these regressions separately for each 3-digit zip code to control for geographic differences. And so what I'm going to show you now is basically histograms of the effects, own and cross effects coming from these regressions. So I hope you can read some of these labels, but focusing on the first row. So these are the cross price elasticities, and the color histograms are the significant coefficients. So the coefficients that the elasticities that are significantly different than 0. And as you can see, for baking goods, again, cake mix and frosting, we have most of the effects are negative in red here, indicating complementarity. As we expect, these are complementary categories. But the picture is much more mixed. It's much more of a mixed bag for other product groups. So for example, going to our refrigerated juice category or refrigerated juice product group, we have pretty much an even split between negative and positive cross effects. So we have a mix of complementarity and substitution across these categories. And a similar picture kind of arises for other product groups. For example, if we look at hot dogs, we have here, we have hot dogs and buns. So there's some complementarities, but also some substitution within each of these categories. So this is sort of gives us a sense of the cross and own, if you will, effects just straight from the data. But as I said before, in order to perform valid pricing counterfactuals, we actually need to go one step further and estimate a model that is micro-founded. And that's what we do. We basically apply our non-parametric demand estimation approach to this data. So we zoom in the refrigerated juice product group. And the reason we do this is for a couple of reasons. So there's a fairly large literature on demand estimation and pricing, particularly for orange juice. So one of the categories within this product group. And so it sort of was a natural choice for us to kind of analyze this. There's also a lot of coordinated marketing efforts. So things like umbrella branding and also product co-location on the shelf across different flavors that could, induce interesting and non-trivial substitution or complementarity patterns in this product group. Adam and with co-authors have found that actually the demand for refrigerated juices might not be separable by flavor. So there's actually it's not just speculation, but there's some research showing that this is indeed the case, that there is a connection between these different categories. And so what we ask in this paper is, or in this part of the paper, is what is the consequence of this for pricing? So what is the consequence of potentially misspecifying demand within this product group for pricing and particularly for profits? So we are going to start by estimating what I'm going to call entity flex, which is sort of the more general non-parametric model that imposes some restrictions, the own good monotonicity, diagonal dominance that I talked about, and a couple of restrictions that sort of help us, keep the problem tractable. But importantly, does not restrict the sign of the cross effects in any way. So we let the price of orange juice have potentially a positive or a negative effect on the quantity demanded for lemonade and for iced tea and so forth. So we do not restrict the price effects in any way. We're going to include several fixed effects, zip code fixed effects, season and holiday fixed effect to kind of control for variation over time and across different stores. And we also use Hausmann instrument IDs to instrument for prices. So we had a conversation with John Wee over the last few days on this. John Wee sort of encouraged us to think a little bit harder about whether Hausmann IDs may be a good idea here. We still think it's conditional on the usual caveats for Hausmann IDs. These are probably fine in the sense that we still need to assume that there's common cost shocks across different geographies, but that the demand shocks are not correlated across geographies. So under those assumptions, we should be fine. But of course, it's possible to find variables or variation that would invalidate this instrument. So we're actually one sort of item on the to-do list is to consider using wholesale prices, because we do observe the sort of a measure of marginal cost directly in the data as an alternative or additional instrument. So let me now show you so this is the matrix of elasticities for our more general model. And we have, own effects here on the diagonal that vary between around -2 to -5 approximately. And then we see cross effects that are a mixed bag, right? As kind of suggested by the descriptive analysis, we have positive cross effects, for example, in this first row, indicating substitution, but we also have several negative cross effects indicating complementarity. So for example, the cross elasticity of the demand for lemonade to the price of orange juice is a negative -1.25, indicating some extent of complementarity between these two product categories. And so given this flexible model that we just estimated, we're now gonna quantify the misspecification in sort of the cost of misspecification. And as I hinted at the beginning, we're going to focus on two main types of misspecification. The first one is going to be misspecification in estimation, and then we're going to talk about the misspecification in the policy, in the pricing policy. So for misspecification and estimation, first let's look at the market definition. So what happens if we ignore some of the relevant categories when estimating demand? And so just to fix ideas, let's again start from our bigger model on the left-hand side. The demand for orange is going to depend on the index, which includes price, importantly, for all of the 5 products that we have in the market, or all of the 5 categories that we have in the market. What happens if we ignore the price of iced tea, as indicated in this demand system on the right-hand side? What is the implication for, let's say, the own price elasticity of orange juice? So here we our first question was, can we think of this as an omitted variable problem? And the answer is yes. The problem here is that this is a complicated nonlinear model. And so it's tricky to kind of necessarily sign the bias arising from omitting one variable. However, in our case, we find that the standard simple linear IV intuition for omitted variable bias actually does a pretty good job at capturing what's going on. So as a very basic sort of reminder of the standard omitted variable bias formula looks like, So if we omit a price P tilde from the outcome Q, the equation for outcome Q, we will suffer a bias that depends on the covariance between the included variable P and the omitted price P tilde, as well as the coefficient beta on the omitted price. And so what this is saying is that to sign the bias, we need to consider both the covariance between the omitted price and the included prices, as well as the sign of the cross effects. And indeed, that's what we find in this case. So in this case, if we ignore IST, in this case, we have a negative correlation between the two prices. And from our NPD flexible model, we know that the cross effect is positive, meaning that these two products are substitutes to each other. And therefore, we would expect a negative bias. We would expect the own elasticity of orange juice to be downward bias, meaning to be more negative when we fail to include IST in the demand system. And this is exactly what we find. So in the results that I showed you before, we find a known elasticity of orange of minus 5.45, which is smaller magnitude or bigger in absolute value, in absolute terms, relative to the elasticity of 7.10 that we find if we ignore IST. So this is basically the own elasticity of orange juice if we ignore IST, as in this model on the right-hand side. And this is generalizable. We find that this provides sort of a pretty good description of the sign of the bias for the, if we look across different categories. So what I'm showing you here is on the x-axis, the predicted bias from the omitted variable bias intuition. So just again, using the linearity formula, what would be the predicted bias? And then we can compare it to the observed bias, which we can observe because we can estimate all of these smaller models, right? So we just estimate the smaller models and compare elasticities relative to those from the bigger model and see what the bias is. And you can see that most of
5 more minutes. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes.
You have 5 more minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. And you can see that most of the mass, most of the density really lies in this lower left quadrant, which suggests that sort of the omitted variable bias intuition does a pretty good job at capturing what the actual bias is like. Second, we look at functional form misspecification, right? So here we go. So we go ahead and estimate more restrictive models starting from our NPD flex model. So we first estimate a model that assumes assumes substitution for across different categories. So you can see that all of the cross effects become positive by assumption. We estimate a BLP type model and a log-log model, which is sort of similar to the descriptive regressions that I showed you before. And so just a couple, I don't have any time to kind of go through each of these numbers individually, but as a big picture comment, we find bigger cross effects than BLP, but closer to log-log. And the own effects tend to be bigger than both BLP and log-log. And this kind of speaks a little bit to this role of a diagonal dominance constraint that is sort of imposing some structure on the relationship between own and cross effects. So we force sort of the own effects to be bigger than the sum of the cross effects. And so we get this, this kind of result, whereas a log-log model doesn't impose any of this restriction, which is really sort of an economic restriction, and therefore provides sort of bigger or yields bigger cross effects relative to the own effects. The second comment I want to make is that our more flexible model actually fits the data best out of sample. So this is we perform an out of sample exercise and find a better fit relative to the more restrictive models, which motivates us in using this NPD flex as our ground truth model. And so that's what we do. And in the last couple of minutes, let me show you the results of the pricing counterfactuals. So we consider 3 demand specifications. We consider our more general NPD flex demand system, the restricted NPD substitution system that imposes substitution across all 5 categories, And then we also estimate an independent model that basically assumes away any cross effects. So sets all the cross effects to 0 and assumes that these are independent categories. And then we consider 2 different pricing policies. The isolated pricing that I mentioned already at the beginning, where each category is treated separately and the retailer is maximizing the profit for one category separately from the others. And the joint pricing problem, where the joint profit is maximized over all of the 5 prices. Incidentally, we find evidence that the retailer is doing more of isolated pricing. So the data that we observe, the margins that we observe in the data are more consistent with this isolated pricing. And so this is, again, one of the reasons we decided to focus on this counterfactual, just to try to quantify the money that is potentially being left on the table because of this sort of siloing across different categories. If we look at the optimal prices, we find that in general, when the retailers price jointly, the prices will be higher or lower depending on the complementarity or substitution patterns, right? So if products are complements, there's almost like a positive externality, where if I increase the price, if I reduce the price of a product, this has a spillover, positive spillover on another product as well. And so this should lead to lower prices. And vice versa, if products are substitutes, we have a negative externality leading to higher prices. We, as I pointed out before, we have a mixed bag of positive and negative prices, but in our pricing counterfactual, it seems that the substitution dominates. So we tend to find optimal prices that are a little bit higher under joint pricing relative to isolated pricing. And now let me show you the profit numbers. So we start from our most flexible model, joint pricing with the most flexible demand system. And this leads to an average per store week profit within this product group of $282. And then we start kind of considering more restrictive models. So the joint pricing with the wrong demand model, where all the categories are assumed to be substitutes, leads to around 6% decrease in profits. Then if we go to isolated pricing, so if we go to the setting where the consumer, the retailer is not optimizing prices in order to maximize joint profits, but category by category, we find bigger profit losses. And all the way to almost 30% when the retailer is using the more naive, if you will, demand system, where all the categories are assumed to be independent. And so the message that we get from this is that the pricing boundaries are first order. So the misspecification of the pricing boundary, meaning the distinction between isolated and joint pricing, is really what leads to the biggest profit losses. We also have a little bit, of course, of a profit loss from using the wrong demand model up here, 6%, but smaller in magnitude. A caveat to this is that the 6% is probably conservative in the sense that we are still using an unparametric model here. So this is a misspecified demand model, but it's still a fairly flexible model. And so if the retailer is using an even more stylized model, the profit loss from a specification might be even bigger. I think I'm almost out of time, so let me just very quickly wrap up and just say that we provided some descriptive evidence that several CPG categories are related with each other. And we then go ahead and use a microfounded approach to demand estimation in order to quantify the cost of different types of misspecification. And find that the misspecification in the pricing policy, meaning looking at individual, optimizing prices category by category as opposed to considering them jointly, seems to be the main source of misspecification, in the sense that it leads to the highest profit losses. I'm going to wrap it up here and give the floor to John Wick.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me first share my screen here. Excuse me. Share. Excuse me. All right. So I'll have to quit and reopen Zoom. So please bear with me for a couple minutes. I'm back, and yeah, now it appears to be working. So can everyone see my screen here?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, all right, sounds great. Okay, so well, this was an interesting paper. First of all, thank you for the conference organizers to really, having me discuss this nice and interesting paper here. I'm Junhui at UTD. So let me begin with a basic backdrop that pretty much everyone here is going to be familiar with, right? So let's think about this homogeneous logic demand model of very 1994. You have this left-hand side, the market shares, and the right-hand side, this is the consumption utility component, where you include the prices and product attributes as observed to the econometrician. And the C is, right, the product attributes or whatever else is shifting the utilities and thus the demand that is unobserved to the econometrician. Now, the breakthrough of this very 1994 or BLP type of demand model then made against the existing demand model at that time is that those demand models existing there, like almost ideal demand systems or log linear or linear demand system, they really suffered the curse of dimensionality there. So the number of parameters to be estimated as it is increasing at the rate of the n squared, where n is the number of the alternative in the demand system. So it really is a parsimonious way to deal with the demand system. In the meantime, micro-founded in the discrete choice problem of the consumers. But it becomes really with this cost, right? So when we take a look at this own and cross price elasticity expression, right, this is direct sort of remnant of the IIA, right? So the own elasticity expression might not be too much problematic here, but let's take a look at this cross price elasticity. This alpha is again the price coefficient for the demand, and the P and S, right, the prices of the product that is being substituted towards, and then the market share of that. So it's really dictated by the substitutability is really dictated by the budget share within the demand system. On top of that, all the products are really mechanically predicted to be substitutes. So even if you want to get out of this IIA type of really restrictive cross price elasticity expressions such as BLP or probing model or whatever, once you microfound the demand system to the additive random utility model discrete choice system, basically everything has to be technically and mechanically predicted to be substitutes. This is a big problem, really. So what's going to be a consequence of this possible consequence of the demand specification? Now, suppose a retailer or more generally supply side wants to solve a profit maximization problem jointly for a group of products by adjusting the price factor of each product in the category or in the group of the product, right? So here, the profit function consists of the price minus marginal cost, and then the demand system here, right? The first order condition for this optimal category or product group level category pricing is going to be basically dictated by the demand quantity, and then the price derivatives, all the gradients of the demand quantity here, and then the big C matrix, which is a conduct matrix that's composed of zeros and ones, and then the optimal price minus the cost of margins. Then there could be two sources of misspecification that Giovanni really summarized well, is that the demand system per se could be misspecified if you start to impose more stringent restrictions than is necessary. And then the second source of the misspecification would be the conduct metrics there. Now, the cost of the misspecification could be huge, in that one of the paper's main finding is that fixing both of these sources of misspecification could really lead to 20% or more than 20% of the profit margin, profit improvement. Could be really huge. Now, what the remedies suggested by Giovanni and Adam in this paper is to estimate a flexible demand system that really allows for the complements and stuff, right? So it really hinges on Giovanni's previous paper that's forthcoming Quant Economics that suggests a non-parametric demand system that is flexible enough to either accommodate the complements or substitute in the demand system. the idea here, to summarize in one line, is to apply a non-parametric local polynomial approximation, as known as SIB estimator, to the demand system. And then, after estimating the coefficient of the polynomials, I would think that one of the the biggest strength of the paper or the approach itself is that this transparency in the counterfactuals, because at some point you just need to really fix the structure of the model in order to run the prediction of the model and also from the model and also counterfactual. And here, fixing structures of the model becomes super transparent in that you have a bunch of estimated coefficients of local polynomials, and you fix that, and then you run the counterfactual, fixing the structure of the model. This is really one of the huge, largest benefit of this approach that I see compared to, for example, flexible demand estimation methods such as machine learning or etc. But the caveat is that the curse of dimensionality now strikes back. So what the application of Adam and Giovanni was the retailer's category level pricing. And here's the whole motivation is this really unclear whether, for example, in lemonade or juice or orange juice, whether they're complements or substitutes a priori. If you think about UPC level or SKU level products within a lemonade category, then it's more or less going to be mostly the substitute of every goods, right? But if you think about the category level pricing schemes, then it's not really apparent that, for example, Tropicana brand has both products in the orange juice and lemonade categories. And if Tropicana raises the price of orange juice, then would that really decrease the demand for lemonade of the Tropicana brand or increase the demand of the lemonade brand of the Tropicana? Well, it's really difficult to assign a priori, and therefore the flexible demand system is needed. So they study, Adam and Giovanni study the category level pricing, orange juice, lemonade, iced tea, etc. pricing problem within the product group, the refrigerated juice. And they find that fixing both sources of the misspecification would lead to substantial improvement in the profits. All right, so here was the short summary of the paper. And now I would have some suggestions, a couple suggestions, and also concerns there. First is, why not a log-log model? I mean, the paper has patched a lot of the log-log model, but it was a bit unclear, at least within this paper, that what's the advantage of the proposed method compared to the log-log model? Because this log-log model is really the first order non-parametric approximation of any demand system that is specified in terms of the elasticities. So, well, Giovanni, you say that there's this model could not restrict the patterns of the elasticities and substitutions that is in line with economic theory, but I couldn't really see that, at least from the estimates of the model, the log-log model that's presented in the paper, this would really violate the fundamental restrictions that's imposed by the economic theory. So that was one of my concerns. Second point that I wanted to raise is this aggregation of this UPC or barcode level data to the category level. So in the application, the data are aggregated to the category level, causing a few concerns. For starters, it's throwing a ton of useful variations, especially it's typically used to identify the price sensitivity in the CPG demand estimation context. And in turn, the aggregation bias is going to attenuate all the demand parameters, price coefficient, then the brand level, brand sensitivity, and also the feature or the display advertisement, the effects of the promotions, etc. Those were one thing. And turning to the counterfactuals, we usually think that CPG retailers should have more freedom to set the UPC level, barcode level prices, which are often associated with the point of purchase promotions, displays features, right? Now, thinking about adjusting the category level pricing schemes, they may not be as freely, they not be able to adjust the category level pricing schemes as freely as they could do in the UPC level. There are going to be competitive pressures as well, and that's going to be more related to the chain level pricing strategies. So I'd wonder whether these issues have been thought out in this paper. The last concern of mine is what's called the Hausman instrument. So that is used to identify the price sensitivity in this paper. That's basically average price of the same category in different markets. And the market definition here in this paper is within the same chain, but different stores in the different cities within the different state. Now, thinking once the data has been aggregated into the category level, and then they can use the variation, cross-chain variation, because the data is coming from one single retailer chain, trying to think more about Hausmann instrument and what would be really the source of endogeneity and how it corrects for. I really had a hard time thinking about this. So let's take a look at this equation here. This is the utility, right? Consumers alternative specific utility. Again, there's this same terms, same three terms. The C's are the structural econometric error that is unobserved to the econometrician, but observed to the consumers, that shifts the utility and therefore the demand. Now, the second equation is the pricing equation of the sellers or the supplier side. Now, the same observed product attributes could be included as an argument, or is other product cost shifters of the firms. And this eras are unobserved cost shifters to the econometrician that is still shift the pricing scheme. And then this is going to be likely to be correlated to C's, which is the source of the endogeneity, because when these are correlated, then prices and the C's are going to be correlated positively, and therefore the alpha estimate is going to be screwed up. Now, once the data has been aggregated at the chain level and the category level within the single chain, what it really comprise of C's? I really had a hard time thinking about the C's first. And if there's a C that is going to be correlated with the prices, now whether averaging these prices out across different markets, different stores, as long as different stores in this context, would really eliminate the source of the eras here, right? The Hausmann instrument argument really hinges on when you average these out, that the eras are, when the, when the prices are averaged out, and then the eras are washed out, and therefore there's no systematic unobserved components remaining in this prices, and therefore that's uncorrelated to C. So I suggest the authors to really think about what the source in this context are after the data aggregation, what the source of the endogeneity C's are, and how come the Hausmann instrument could correct for the possible endogeneity involved here. All right, so that was pretty much it. And I really had a fun time reading this paper, and most of all learned a ton myself. Giovanni would be able to testify how much I enjoyed reading the paper, and all the remaining questions would be relegated to Giovanni and Adam. Thank you so much. Should I stop sharing? Okay. Yep.
Yes. I invite the next speaker.
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys see my slide?
Yes.
Okay. It's just go start now.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Anyway, my name is Jiung Shen. This is my co-work with Min-Kyu Shen, who is now City University of Hong Kong, and my colleague Sohail Gilly, he's at Yale, and my good friend Jae-Wan Kim. So the paper is about impact of gig economy on the product quality. Particularly, we are looking at the relationship between ride sharing, such as Uber and Lyft, and how they affect the quality of a restaurant. So that's the kind of topic that I'm very excited about. So here's I don't really need to explain about the impact of on-demand or gig economy. How does that change the life of our everyday lives? So it clearly, Uber changed the transportation industry, Airbnb changed the hotel and accommodation industry. But in this paper, what we are trying to show is that the effect of this gig economy is far beyond just related relevant industry. It can actually affect any industry in the same economic system.
So that's why we are looking at the relationship between Uber and the restaurant. So then first question is why restaurant, right? So let me tell you about the history of this project. So it's actually, I have a student who is my former MBA student who somehow likes me, and he every year come back and see me and we have a dinner. So it was, I think it's 3 years or 4 years ago. During the dinner, this is the guy who actually owned 17 restaurants in New York City and 9 restaurants in San Francisco and 2 restaurants in Chicago. He's a kind of entrepreneur, a restaurant entrepreneur. Then during the lunchtime, suddenly he just tell me, professor, he still called me professor, and professor, you know, Uber kills my business. So I said, what? Uber killed your business? You're a restaurant guy. Yeah. So then I was thinking, oh, maybe you're talking about Uber Eat? No, not Uber Eat, just Uber. So I was thinking, how Uber kill your business? Is it because people are moving around? And he said, no. Then he just tell me. So professor, you know, I have a 17 restaurant in New York. Then a lot of people who come to the town, they don't know, then they start working for my restaurant as a server. So they start working for server for 3, 4, or 6 months. Then they just learn how to do it. So they become a little bit more experienced worker. Then they just start doing well. Then suddenly they quit. Then they said that I'm quitting. Then I'm going to go be a Uber driver. So he said that because of Uber, he has just constantly suffering this shortage of staffing, or sometimes even if he has an experienced worker that he's losing constantly. So I found that's quite interesting. So maybe it's only you or is it general? So I just come back to my office, then I start Googling. Then surprisingly, you know, we may not know, but there's a huge industry journal about her restaurant journal, industry journal. Then when you Google it, just Google it for fun. Then you found that all the time they are talking about this issue. As you can see, is this Uber of staffing restaurant? And so staffing is the issue. This is not only one. So there's a lot of many industry articles saying that one reason for the shortage of a restaurant worker is driving for Uber. So this is a constant topic in the restaurant industry. So then I found maybe this is really interesting. So what it means is actually this gig economy, which can affect something completely unrelated to the industry through the labor market. So that's the kind of idea. So then I just started, okay, so I just, with my friends and my colleagues, we started looking at this issue. So here's the research question. So then given what I want to do is, does ride sharing affect quality of a restaurant? I just leave it like a very vague quality of a restaurant. I want to be more specific. What do I mean? So if so, how? So here's some hypothesis based on my anecdotal experience is that maybe gig economy can affect the local economy, not only restaurant, but any other local economy through labor market, especially low-skilled labor pool. Why? When Uber enter, it increased the outside option value for the worker. Now they have a great outside options. And then which increase turnover, which can clearly affect service quality. So we want to see this kind of relations. So actually we want to look at the service quality drop by looking at, because service is kind of hard to measure. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the Yelp review. If there's a service quality drop, then it will be reflected in the Yelp review somehow. So that's the idea. So we want to look at the effect of Uber to the service quality in the restaurant and reflect in the Yelp review. Hey, Ted, I saw you now. Okay, good to see you. All right. He's my discussant. I need to talk up to him. Well, now. So, okay, I'm sorry for digressions. So here's so how do we look at it? So here's an empirical strategy. So we actually try to utilize some natural experiment which happened in Austin, Texas. So as we know that during the May 2016, there's some exogenous regulation change. So city of Austin, they actually stopped operations of Uber and Lyft suddenly. It was a kind of sudden exogenous shock. So therefore, May 2016, all this ride-sharing company, they were kicked out of this Austin. Then year after, because the consumers are complaining, the regulator, they passed the law, and now to the May 2017, Uber and Lyft now re-enter the Austin market suddenly. So we are take advantage of this natural experiment which happened in Austin, Texas. So our empirical strategy is by using this natural experiment, we are measuring the restaurant quality through the Yelp review data. So by using the text analysis. So we are measuring the quality from the sentimental analysis of each review, and then try to capture some different aspects of a restaurant quality, such as the service quality, food quality, or ambience, and so on. That's what we are going to do. So here's the Yelp data. So let me explain the Yelp data. So what we did is we scrapped all the review from May 2014 to May 2019. So 2 years before the event. And this is May 2016, May 2017. This is the event period. During this time, Uber is not operating. Uber was not operating in Texas, Austin. So then after May 17, they come back. So we have a 3 period before Uber and Lyft exit, and the event period after Uber and Lyft and re-enter. So these 2 periods, so Uber were there, and during this event period, Uber were absent in Austin, Texas. So we are actually scraping all the review about the restaurant in Texas, Austin, and not only Texas, Austin, but also on other control cities such as Dallas. We collect all the reviews. People talk about the restaurant. So when we look at the restaurant, we have some selection rule, because we want to see the restaurant we want to see the restaurant quality over time. So therefore we select the restaurant whose first review should be somewhere here, up here, and their last review should also be here. So that means they operate throughout this period. So that's a rule number 1. And rule number 2 is we select a restaurant whose number of reviews are at least more than 200. That means at least 3 reviews per month. So we change the rules. Sometimes we actually set the rule or a threshold as a 50. That means 1 per month or 300, 5 per month. The results are robust, all these rules. But I'm going to present the rule with so we look at the restaurant whose reviews are more than 200. That means roughly 3 per month. So here's a restaurant quality. So this is the text analysis. So when we scraped all the review, what we did the text analysis, using the text analysis is a simple standard way. So we divide the review contents into many different attribute levels, whether this review is talking about service or food or ambience. So to extract each attribute level, we borrow some previous finding from the previous research about the keyword selection. So based on this keyword, we classify whether this review is talking about food or service or other things. So then once we understand whether this review is talking about food or service, then we classify whether this review is negative, neutral, or positive. So maybe I will show you here's the example. So here's one review, which is we scrapped. Then this one review, this person is actually talking both about service and food. When he talk about service, service not so much, it's a negative. So, but when he talk about food, he's talking food was good. So what we found is from the one review, we actually classify when it is talking about service, whether it's negative or positive. So each review level, we have whether it's talking about service, when it's talking about service, whether it's a negative or neutral or positive. So based on that, we actually created a quality index, monthly index. So we create a monthly index for restaurant quality about different aspects, service, food, and ambience. So that's our dependent variable, which we're going to use it. So that means it's each individual review level, we combine the aggregate so that we create a restaurant level quality for each restaurant I, for month T, we calculate the ratio of negative review. So this Steak and Shake, which has this particular month, it has a 1, 2, 3, 4 review. And if you look at it, two reviews are negative, one is positive, one is neutral. So we calculate in this month, in this particular restaurant, it has a 2/4 negative review, which is our dependent variable. So that's how we proceed. So this is a kind of summary statistics from the Yelp review. So as you can see, so we have actually 600 restaurants from the Austin, which satisfy our two selection criteria, and we have about 500 restaurants from the Dallas. And each review level, then we know that. So total, we have about 350,000 reviews. So we know that this is about 50% is about the service, about 70% they are talking about food and so on. So now this is the data. So then let me show you our kind of result. So what we are interested is that according to our hypothesis, when Uber and Lyft come to the town, this increase the outside option value for the worker. So therefore, workers quit and they switch to Uber. So therefore, service quality decline. Why? So that's our hypothesis. So we have a 3 periods. So basically before Uber and Lyft exist, and while Uber and Lyft are absent, this is our baseline. And after Uber and Lyft return. So we have a treatment group is Austin, and we are using the control city as a Dallas. Why Dallas? So because some Jed Kolko, I never heard of him before. Anyway, he's a chief economist at Indeed.com. Based on this Indeed.com, if you go their website, then you can actually find out. They actually analyze job posting, socio-economic factor across different cities, and they provide most similarity in terms of a macroeconomic condition. Then they said Austin, one of the most closest city, is actually Dallas. So also not only that, we also look at some parallel trend. So as you can see, parallel trend, this is a kind of, you can see is so this is yearly data. So as you can see, during the event time, then this is different. However, in terms of a negative review, however, before and after, when there's the Ubers are there, they are quite similar. So in a sense, a parallel trend also confirmed that this is kind of similar, is a kind of valid controlled city. So, okay, so then Austin and Dallas is our control city. So what we did is basically we did a DID analysis, the simple DID. Come on, so what do you expect? I'm a theory guy, so DID is the best I can do, understand. So I did basically DID. So what we did is, let's say that when we look at the service quality, so then we actually learned the regression DID with controlling the restaurant fixed defect. We control the restaurant fixed defect and time fixed effect. Then we look at learn the DID. So beta 1 is actually show that before this event happened, so compared to the Dallas, how does the consumer's complaint change different from this compared to the Dallas? And beta 2 is capturing. So after Uber and Lyft return to the Austin, compared to the Dallas, how much people complain more. So this is a kind of a coefficient of interest in our DID analysis. So here's the result. Here's the result, which I'm very, so when I got this result, I was so excited. So here's basically, so look at it. So first we look at the service quality. So because based on our hypothesis, when the Uber and Lyft come to the town, a lot of people, a lot of servers quit, and so they drive Uber. So therefore service quality decline. That's our hypothesis. Yes, actually, as you can see. So what we found is actually these two, beta 1, beta 2, we are hoping that there are, so this is our Y variable, our dependent variable is a negative review, complaint. Y variable is high means complaint increases. As you can see, what we found is a little bit surprisingly, what expected one is that when Uber and Lyft return to the Austin, suddenly we see that customer complaint increases. That means it's a service quality decline. So this is a service quality. However, look at the next one. When we run the same regression for the food quality, it doesn't change at all. It doesn't change at all. What does it mean? So probably when Uber and Lyft come to the town, it can attract a lot of worker from the service worker, waiter and waitress, but not the cook. Makes sense, right? Cook, they are more highly paid, and the cook, they have a more career prospects. So therefore, cook is less likely influenced by this outside option. On the other hand, the server, waiter and waitress, they are kind of low paid, low skilled people. So they are more likely influenced by Uber and Lyft. That's kind of consistent with our hypothesis. So, so actually, so to be unfair, so it's also, it's a kind of, so how much time do I have? Maybe I may have some time. So maybe I just get to a little bit detail. So when we learn this integration, we are actually expecting beta 1 has also effect because beta 1, beta 2, because the two events could in principle be leveraged as a kind of shock for starting this impact of an gig economy. However, as we saw here, the first shock has not significant impact. And I'm going to show you the later. All our analysis consistently we found that first shock has another significant effect. But only the second shock is always a significant and a significant, statistically significant effect. So we don't know why. So actually so in principle, it could possibly both should be effect. However, empirically, the data said that only second shock is always a significant, consistently significant effect. We don't know why, but we don't know why. However, we have some guess or some conjecture, which we could not really test in our paper. Some we actually have some hint, but so why so? Why so? So here's some conjecture. First is that look, because our hypothesis is based on this labor market turnover. So the higher employee turnover can lead to a decrease in service quality in two ways. One is by reducing the number of restaurant workers. That means shortage of worker is a workforce quantity. Yes, actually, but also by reducing the workforce quality. Because look, think about it. Some worker who is working for the restaurant for a year, then suddenly he quit, then you are losing really experienced worker. So, but at the same time, when Uber and Lyft left, then maybe many people come back to this restaurant industry, which is capturing beta 1. However, this is a kind of new guys, so they are not well trained yet. So therefore, this effect may not be so immediate. So what I'm trying to say, and beta 1, beta 2, there's some asymmetry. Beta because of this learning curve. On the other hand, beta 2, when Uber and Lyft come back to the city, so restaurants lose the experienced worker immediately. So therefore, effect probably can be immediate. So maybe that's the one. Or second one is probably when Uber and Lyft left the town, which is 2014, 14 or 15, I forgot. 2015, thank you, Sohail. So maybe that time, the size of Uber might not so as big as 2016. Why I'm claiming that is because of Hall and Kruger 2018 paper, which will look at the nationwide, this Uber's growth adoption. They show that this adoption rate is the Uber and ride sharing, they have an exponential growth pattern. So maybe 2015 is just before they were taking off, and 16 it was widely adopted. So a lot more people are joining this ride sharing. And third one,
16 and 17 actually.
It's 16, 17. Okay, thank you, Sohail. So it's point is the same. And also another possibility is a potential asymmetry is a labor mobility. So recent paper by Jackson 2020 showed that individuals who work for the gig economies are less likely to return to the traditional jobs. Once they use the gig economy, they are less likely. So maybe that's why when Uber and Lyft left the town, all this Uber driver may not come back to the traditional restaurant, maybe. So we don't know. But however, whatever we empirically found that the second effect is always significant, much bigger than the first shock. So from the rest of the talk, I'll focus on this second shock. Oh, I got some chat. Sorry, I don't really read so much. So Sohail will answer those.
Yeah,
okay,
don't worry about it.
Yes, that's a good to have a course on the talk together. So if you have any difficult question, please ask Sohail. And if you have something easy one, ask me. I'm happy to answer. And okay, but here's one. And also, so we look at many different alternative specifications depending on whether we have a fixed effect for monthly or a restaurant. So as you can see, any specification consistently we found the second effect is a positively significant. So it means that after Uber and Lyft return to the town, people start complaining about quality of the service, not the food. Not the food. No, there's no changes, which is interesting. Also, we actually look at a little bit more to the mechanism. If according to our labor market hypothesis, so it means then the Uber and Lyft return, then it creates the kind of outside option. Then who are more likely to be lured to this Uber? Probably low-end restaurant worker. Because look, restaurants, there's a heterogeneity in restaurant type. Some restaurants are super expensive. If you are working for the super expensive restaurant, look, not only the wage, most of the income are coming from your tip. So working for the really super expensive restaurant, these people are making so much money from the tip income. So therefore, these people are less likely switch to the Uber than people who are working for the cheap restaurant. So therefore, we did the two separate DID, different diff. So one only for $1 sign restaurant because one of the good things of Yelp provides some rough price range of each restaurant type. So we actually grouping the restaurant based on this Yelp dollar sign. $1 sign means it's a very cheap restaurant. $2, $3, it's a decent restaurant. So we learned two separate DID, one for $1 cheap restaurant and the other one for the more expensive restaurant. So here's the result. So consistent with our hypothesis, we found that this effect, so after Uber and Lyft come back to the town, service quality decline only for the low tier restaurant, but not so much so in the high tier restaurant, $2 sign or $3 sign. This is again, provide more confidence about our hypothesis. So therefore we did some more kind of robustness checks for our theory. So first one is a falsification test. That means we did a placebo test. Maybe June. So what you capture is you think you learned the ID based on this May 2017. However, there might be some shock. Who knows? Maybe there's some CD level, some shock, so some maybe air pollution make all the service sucks or something like that. So maybe there's something hidden shock which we are not capturing. But when we did this DID, maybe we are attributing wrong way to this true shock to this event. So what we did a placebo test. We just DID with some arbitrary time dummy, which is May 2018. When we run the DID from this arbitrary time dummy, we don't get any result. So therefore, it confirmed, the effect is truly to the May 2017 event. And also, we did another falsification test. So we use another control topic. So maybe, Jiyoung, you are using only the service and the food. Maybe what about ambience? It's hard to believe that ambience change over time. So now our DID, dependent variable, is ambience. Again, we didn't find any result. So only we found the service quality. So which is directly related to the low paid server or the worker. And also we did a lot more robustness checks thanks to the very constructive review team led by the very amazing AE and so on. And so we did a lot of robustness checks. We did change the selection keyword, which we changed the measurement for dependent variable quarterly, yearly, so aggregate level. We also changed the alternate measurement or service food quality from review. In a sense, we are looking at the ratio, relative ratio. Now we look at the absolute number of review, negative review. The results are all robust. And also we change the different control group. Now, that means instead of Dallas, we look at San Antonio. It's the same thing. So here's some kind of a takeaway from the Yelp review data. What we found is a kind of relationship between Uber and Lyft entry, then it affects, we see the service quality drop. So the entry of Uber, Lyft have lowered the service quality of a restaurant. So it seems that we do not find a change in food quality, only for service quality. And this effect is more pronounced in the low-end restaurant. However, this is all still some indirect evidence of our labor market hypothesis. So what we did, we actually tried to tackle this direct evidence, try to find the direct evidence. So in those, we try to explore, is there any way to directly measure this turnover in workforce? So we actually collected another set of data, which is from some restaurant data platform company. I'm surprised there is such a company who are doing this, collecting this restaurant data platform company. They're actually collecting all the employer-employee data, including turnover data from 2014 to 2019, Austin and Dallas. So this data is, we have employee ID. We know exactly. So this employee ID based on their social security number, but we don't see the social security, but based on the social security, they created each individual ID. So we have 150,000 workers in our data set. So then we do have a restaurant ID, but we don't know the identity, just so we have the number, their location, zip code, and their number of workers for each month, how many workers and who they are, and their average hourly wage. But this wage, we don't have this tipped income, unfortunately. And also we know that this each individual employee, their job title, and we also restaurant. In this company, they categorize all the restaurant into 5 categories. One is quick service, fast casual, casual dining, upscale casual, fine dining. So it's kind of similar to the Yelp dollar sign, but it doesn't match one-to-one. But this company's their own classifications. So this is the data. So here's a summary statistics. So basically we have, as I said, we have how many? So 1,500,000 workers. So this is a hourly wage. So we know the wages and tenure, how long each individual worked there when they quit and when they start working and so on. So using this employee data, what we did, we used the DID. However, this time our same kind of DID using the Dallas as our control. So, but now dependent variable is a hazard rate. Given that this guy is working, what's the probability that person is quitting? So that's a hazard rate. So that's our dependent variable. So we learned the similar DID. So here's the result. Here's the result. Similar to our, so what we found is that, yes, when average hourly wage increase, yes, it decreased the chance that people quit. Makes sense. And again, after Austin, after Uber and Lyft return to the Austin, we see that suddenly there's a hike in the people's probability to quit the job. This is consistent with our hypothesis. This is direct evidence. So we found the worker in Austin is more likely to quit after Uber and Lyft returns, so which is a 0.415. This is coefficient. So how big is this effect? Because this is not intuitive because it's a hedged rate. However, we can compare with the wage. So compared to the wage, what it means is the wage, the effect of a dollar increase is a 0.048. The effect of Uber and the Lyft entry is a 0.115. It's almost 20, it's a minus 2.4. It means almost 20% of average wage. So what it means that if the restaurant, if they want to keep their worker working for them, so if they want to prevent their worker from quitting to work for the Uber and Lyft because of this new outside option, they need to almost increase $2.40 per hour, which is almost 20% of their average hourly wage. That's our finding, at least this data is telling us. Also, we did a similar things in the Yelp data. So what we did now, so what we found in the Yelp, so we found that when Uber and Lyft come to the town, it affects the service, not the food quality. Is that true? So we look at this turnover data. So now we look at the turnover for the FOH. This is a restaurant industry jargon. FOH means front of house, which means server. And BOH is a back of house, which is a chef. So we learned this the DID regression again, separately for FOH server mainly, and the BOH, which is a chef. Well, we found yes, only FOH, there's a significant impact after Uber and Lyft return to the market. Then only FOH, that means server, they are more likely to quit. So this is consistent with our previous finding from the Yelp in that for restaurant in Austin, service quality deteriorate, but not the food quality. And also we do the same thing. So about now, this time we look at the restaurant types. So because in the Yelp review, we found that the effect is more significant for the $1 sign. So now we look at so now we have 5 categories. Now we look at the low tier category, which is a quick service, fast casual, and high tier, which is casual dining, upscale fine dining. We found it again, yes. So the effect is more significant only for low tier restaurant. So the effect of Uber and Lyft is not so significant, not statistically significant for the high tier restaurants. So this is again consistent with our previous finding from Yelp in that for low end restaurant, $1 sign are more affected by Uber and Lyft. Again, so I have to run on quickly. So our main result hold, so we did again many different robustness checks. We did also falsification tests with the arbitrary random time. Also, we did a falsification test with a different control city, San Antonio. All the results are consistent, robust. And also what we did, 2 more things is we look at our underlying mechanism because when Uber and Lyft come to the town, it affects the labor market through the quantity and quality. Because of Uber, restaurant will suffer from the shortage, which is a quantity, and also quality because they are losing the many experienced workers. So actually our results found that both are true. So when DID analysis worker size as a dependent variable now, so after Uber and Lyft come back, then yes, it significantly reduced the worker size. Not only worker size, if you look at the tenure, average tenure, it's a significantly shortened. So therefore, this is the average tenure of the worker who are working in the restaurant. So in a sense, we see that our mechanism, underlying mechanism goes through both, so affecting the quantity of the workforce and the quality of workforces. And finally, we also look at some long-term and short-term effect. So what we found is because look, so this is a really difficult question. So what we look at is this kind of one-time shock in the when Uber come back to the town. So whether this effect lasts long. So what we found is that the effect would persist. So I know I want to be careful because of the data, we can only look at the 2 years. So I know it's a little bit shameful to claim based on the 2 years, claim any long term, but at least 2 years, what we found is the effect would persist. Now, so what do I mean is here, we look at the 2 years separately. First, after Uber come back, first year and second year. As you can see that first year effect is bigger than second year. Second year effect is a little bit smaller and marginally significant. However, it seems like it persists. And so therefore, although it may alleviate over time, we do not think this effect is driven away by the wage corrections. Because what do I mean? Wage correction is that once Uber come back, as you see, that this short-term, long-term is a 1 year, first year after they return, second year. So we also look at the change in wage, how restaurants respond. After Uber and Lyft come back, first year, there's no changes at all. However, year 2, restaurants start increasing the average wage. However, increasing wage this is almost 40 cents, which is way smaller than effect, which is $2.50. So therefore, what we think is that the effect, this long-term effect, seems like it persists, but not driven away by the wage corrections in our data, although it may alleviate over time. So that's what we found. So finally, give me 5 minutes, then I will finish it. So we also want to talk about some alternative explanations. So we're not going to claim that this is the only effect which Uber and Lyft can affect the whatever we observe the finding. So there's some possible alternative explanation, particularly demand side story. That means when Uber and Lyft enter, it makes transportation easy, clearly. So people will travel more. So therefore, it might have affected some review due to the change it want. Maybe the transportation is a lot more people visit a lot more restaurants, so therefore number of customers changes. Also, composition of customer changes. That means, so foodies guys are traveling a lot, they experience a lot, so they live more. So it means selections. Or maybe customer expectation change. In the past, they could not travel so much. They are only just go to the restaurant, local restaurant. Maybe thanks to the Uber, they go to the much better restaurant. So therefore they experience their expectation changes. So this is possible. So in a sense, we cannot completely rule out these all possible explanations. However, we want to argue that this demand side story is a little bit convoluted, so not so compelling, because we look at the number of review or reviewers do not change after Uber and Lyft re-entry. So we look at the number of review, it doesn't change, Also, we look at the data from the safe graph. So we got the safe graph data. So what is the safe graph data is it provides the median traveling distance of customers between their home and each restaurant. So we got this safe graph data, but it's unfortunate we have only 2 years data. So at least we look at the data. So we look at after Uber and Lyft return to town, whether this median distance between customer, this restaurant customer, and the restaurant distance change. There's no change. So it seems like there's no much selections going on, less likely. Also, even if it's all true, it cannot fully explain different pattern between why service and food. If this is driven by customer expectation change, right? So then they should affect also their review, evaluation about the food too, but it doesn't seem to their effect. So therefore, it is possible, but I think we are not so convinced about these alternative explanations. So, okay, so it's almost time. So here's the conclusion, so don't worry. So what we did, we examined the impact of Uber and Lyft on the restaurant quality. So what we found, the entry of Uber and Lyft have lowered the service quality of restaurant, but there's no change in food quality. So this effect is more pronounced for low-tier restaurant, and turnover rate of employee there is also consistent. So why we learn? So in a sense, we demonstrate the impact of gig economy is far beyond its incumbent industry through the labor market. So we actually provide one particular mechanism which we are kind of overlooked. So our finding therefore suggests that we need some significant ramification of the gig economy on the broader industry through the labor market, particularly low-skilled labor. In a sense, so this gig economy provides another opportunity for the low-skilled labor for outside options. So that's the talk. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thanks for the food and thought. Let me ask you an easy question.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yes, only easy. Go ahead.
I was wondering, you use Dallas as your control city based on a comparison that you saw on Indeed.com. Indeed, that may be okay, but I'm thinking, why don't you draw controls for the restaurants themselves by maybe matching or some kind of synthetic control approach? Would that be also feasible in your data?
So we do not really have so many detailed information of the restaurant. In a sense, we do Yelp. What we know is a $ category and their food category, their locations. Maybe
the restaurant type, like, you had the $ as high, low, medium tiers, and then you have the type of food, which ethnic food the restaurant serve.
But then we still I'm not sure they are all in the same quality, how valid as a control. So, but we have this natural experiment, so we found that this maybe found some control city and matching the restaurant in at least matching in terms of $. There will be more. And by the way, we actually did some another analysis by category, by food category, but we do not find some significant things.
And also, did you check if Dallas had any Uber versus Lyft entry exit during that time?
What did you say? Say it again?
Well, the control city, Dallas, should also have not had any interruptions in.
Oh yeah, Dallas, no. So actually, so there's a story. Initially we used San Antonio as a control city, and Dallas as a kind of robustness check as a different control. Then it turns out that San Antonio has a similar interruptions before, so therefore we actually did change our control, and we actually showed the Bolito to use a parallel trend. It's a yearly parallel trend, and we have also quarterly level. But we do not find so much strong with the monthly level. Once you go to the monthly level, then how many coefficients do you need? We need 60 coefficients given our data. So it's not so, it's very hard to get the really validity. So this is all we can do. All right. Yeah. All right. Then I will stop sharing now. Then I will give it to discussant.
Oh, gotcha. Yes.
Okay, let me share. So can everyone see the share screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So thank you. And my name is Ted Chan from Washington University, and I'm happy to be the discussant of this paper. So before I start, I want to first congratulate the authors, and I want to tell you a story. The story was actually started 2 years ago at the same UTD conference. This was actually the last in-person conference I attended before COVID started. So after the conference, June and I, we had several rounds of drink at a bar. And June told me about this idea. So I told him that I love the idea. I want to know more. And I told him that I want to be discussant of the paper if any of the co-authors present at conference. And then, of course, we toast for the success of the paper. June, do you still remember?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, a lot of good drink, and we were very happy because we could still go to in-person conference and see friends. but it has been 2 years. Anyways, so this paper has been accepted by management science. I want to congratulate the authors.
And now, I didn't know that you wanted to be a discussant though when I asked you to become discussant.
What's that?
I said I didn't know that you wanted to be a discussant on this very paper when I asked you to discuss this paper.
Thank you, Nanda. I said yes.
I know you said yes, but I didn't know the story.
Oh, I didn't tell you the story. So now I'm telling you the story. So thank you very much. Now I am the discussant. So I have to say thank you to the organizer for inviting me. All right, so now let me turn to the paper. You know, when Nanda asked me to discuss the paper, I was scratching my head and thinking, what can I discuss? Now, why do I have this problem? It's because all of my concerns about the early version of the paper have been addressed. And it is a typical problem for discussing if the authors are very responsive to comments from the review process. And so it gave me headache. So I told you that my plan then will be more just focused on the mechanism of their findings. June told us about the main findings, and he actually spent some time talking about mechanisms. But you know, I find it amazing that he and his co-authors spent so much time and providing so much exploration about the underlying mechanism. So I want to bring up again, and I want to make sure that everyone understands the argument, okay, or their rationale. And then I probably will provide some direction for future research, either in the gig economy or for two-sided platforms. All right, so that's the plan. All right, so very quickly, what is this paper about? Now, June has made it very clear. It demonstrates the impact of gig economy on product quality, okay, in seemingly unrelated industries. And this impact was through the labor market competition. And in this paper, the empirical context is about the quality of service for restaurants because of the entry or exit of rideshare platforms. They make use of their exogenous exit and re-entry of Uber and Lyft in Austin. They used Dallas. Okay, Dallas did not have the shots as the control. And then they did DID, diff and diff analysis. So Jiwon said, this is simple, but to me, actually, if you can use simple analysis and present to me convincing evidence, I think that would be the best. Because usually more complicated skills need to rely on more assumptions, then it will raise to further concerns. So I like the idea, okay? And then the main findings are the service staff turnover increases after Uber and Lyft return to Austin. And they also use Yelp reviews and show service quality decrease. All right, so now let me turn to mechanism. You know, recently I actually think about generalizability a lot for empirical research. The reason is, I think, we want to show cute results, interesting findings. But sometimes when I read a paper, I keep asking myself, is this really a result or a finding that can be generalized to other industries, other markets? Are there findings only about rideshare? Are there findings only about Austin? So we need to ask these kind of questions. And I think generalizability has not been paid enough attention by empirical researchers in our field. And I believe a good way to show how your findings and results can be generalized is to explore underlying mechanisms. If you can tell me clearly what drives the results, then I can think about these mechanisms, whether they can apply to other industries or other markets. So therefore, I want to focus on 4 of the mechanisms. They present some evidence to either support or rule out. The first alternative mechanism is, for all the findings they show, is this a demand story? And they look at the average monthly number of reviews at Yelp. They found the number didn't change. They also collect additional information from SafeGraph. And they look at how medium distance traveled by customers to restaurants, whether this has changed, and they found no significant effect. So Jiwoo was kind of very apologetic and said that they couldn't really believe, say they could rule out this alternative mechanism. Okay, they are very humble. But to me, after I show all this evidence, I kind of believe their argument that the main findings are driven by supply side and not the demand side. So I think this is very good. And other document effects apply to all cases. Now, this is another very important point you have to explore if you want to tell people how generalizable are your findings. So they look at front of house versus back of house workers. And they found that there's only significant results for front of house workers, okay, servers, but not for food quality, not for back of house, like chef. And they also found only significant effects for low-end restaurants, not for high-end restaurants. Now, these actually help me think a lot about the mechanisms driving the results, which I will talk in later slide. Is this a quality versus quantity change? Did the return of Uber and Lyft change the quantity supply of labor? Or because they disrupt the labor market and therefore it lower the overall quality of servers? And they look at the change of number of workers and conclude that it seems that both quality and quantity change exist. Okay, and finally, they also look at short-term versus long-term. Now, again, they said that because they only had 2 years of data after return of Uber and Lyft, so they do not want to make a strong claim. But still, it gives us some, glimpse about what would be the long-term, right? And we found that okay, Uber and Lyft still workers. Okay, now the argument is then restaurants should respond, right, by increasing wage. And so, are there any long-term effects there? So they found that turnover is reasonably long run, even though the effects seem to diminish over time, but still the effect is significant in the second year. And they look at the wages in Austin, it increased, okay, in the second year, but the magnitude of the increase was actually small, much smaller. So therefore, the argument is market correction is insufficient in second year. Insufficient here means that market correction did not bring back to the old normal. Okay, so I actually, I was amazed by how many, robustness checks or further exploration they have done in the paper, and this makes things very clear to me, in terms of what are the underlying mechanisms driving the results. So now I want to talk about the policy implications, which I think is the most important contribution for this paper. Indeed, one may just think that what is new in these findings? Okay, and you may actually criticize that, hey, everyone knows about labor market competition, and then we should just we know that if Uber and Lyft come in, they need to hire drivers, and therefore this labor market competition will drive the results. What's new there? But actually, I would argue that these findings are quite surprising, at least in my opinion. Okay, the reason is rideshare and restaurants belong to two totally different industries. The literature, okay, has done a lot looking at labor market competitions, but empirical analysis usually just focus in the same industry. Okay, and their findings actually show that the competition in the labor market is much broader. So this is actually something I think is a new finding, new results. And I think most importantly, their results show a lot of welfare and policy implications. Okay, when I look at the literature, past works on ride share, usually the focus is on the consumer side. And this paper is about worker, the supply side. It kind of suggests there's a welfare improvement for low salary workers at restaurants because now they can switch to Uber and Lyft and probably earn more. And I think another implication, which I think I can see is that these workers are servers from low-end restaurants, earn little money. A lot of these jobs are temp jobs, and they don't have much benefits. Okay, now they can switch to Uber and Lyft and earn more. And these results actually can have some implication about some recent policy or regulator consideration, right, about how to regulate Uber and Lyft. So this is what I like. All right, and let me just use one last slide to talk about what can be possible future research based on their findings. Number one, I really like to see, if they have longer term data, I want to see what would be the long-term equilibrium market outcomes. Right now, they only look at 2 years after the return of Uber and Lyft. I see it more like an intermediate at most equilibrium outcome. So I want to know in the long term, now there's a competition, okay, and then what will happen? And especially, I also feel that we have a lot of reports about labor market shortage under pandemic, right? And then how the restaurants and rideshare companies they compete for workers. Okay, I think that's actually a very interesting topic to further explore. And the second point I think about it is that they show that there's no significant impact for chef, no significant impact for servers from high-end restaurants. Why? Okay, and I actually think that this probably is related to the human capital investment in the labor market, in the labor economics. Okay, it means that if there's a more investment in human capital, you can think about servers at high-end restaurants. They need to be trained. Chefs, of course, there's been years of training, right? So these are all investment in human capital. And it seems that this can alleviate the competition from rideshare platforms. So, but I think more research needs to be done, okay, to actually test this kind of theory. There's been a lot of economic theory arguing about this, but I think this can be a good empirical context to test the theory. And for platforms in general, most of our research focus on the demand side. And I'm very happy to see this paper focus on the supply side, because I think supply side is equally important for two-sided platforms. And therefore, I welcome more research, future research, studying the impact of supply side, how it affects platform business, and how this supply side will have a spillover effect on demand. Okay, I think we haven't done enough. All right, so congratulations to the authors, and thank you very much. And I really enjoy reading this paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted, and thank you, Nanda, for assigning amazing discussion.
Yeah, I invite Sohail for the next presentation.
All right. Let me see if I can share my screen. Just one sec. Okay. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure I'm sharing the full screen version rather than. Okay, so does everybody see the screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so
thank you everybody for coming to this presentation, and thank you the organizers for inviting the paper. So as you saw, my theorist colleague from Yale just presented an empirical paper. Now I, as more of an empiricist, am going to present this theory paper, so you kind of get the same balance of types of papers that you usually get from Yale. All right. The title of this talk is A Characterization for Optimal Bundling of Products with Non-Additive Values. Let me start with some introduction. So what I'm going to do in this talk is a bunch of things. The first, and I think the most important one, is that I will give necessary and sufficient conditions for optimal bundling of products with non-additive values. And what I mean by that is products for which complementarity and substitution are not restricted. In most of the bundling models, as I will soon be more specific about, you will see additive values, namely models in which the value, the willingness to pay by a consumer for having product I does not change as a function of whether or not they also possess product J, and that is limiting in the sense that it restricts, it assumes no substitutability or no complementarity. So here I'm going to focus on non-additive values, and one application, one sort of obvious application of this would be, when should we do version-based price discrimination, right? For example, you can think of whether or not we should, as a producer of a smartphone, whether or not we should offer two versions, one with higher memory, one with lower, and charge two different prices for it. When I ask my MBAs when we should do that, they always go with the cost answer. But we know that even when the two versions, the higher quality and lower quality versions, cost you the same amount, it might still be in your best interest as the supplier to offer the two versions and use the memory for screen. So what I'm after here in this paper is a general setting that speaks to this. When should we unbundle versus only offer the full bundle in a fairly general setting from a complementarity substitutability perspective, okay? So that's the basic question, and I'm going to answer that under a set of assumptions. And then what I'm going to do after that is I'm going to talk about the interpretation of this result and the implications. And finally, if I have enough time, I will discuss a simple simulation model that will sort of be a segue from this to future empirical work. Okay? So just to overview everything before I get into the details, let me tell you what my assumptions are. My assumptions are going to be that we're looking at a monopolist who sells to consumers with monotone preferences. And what I mean by monotone preferences is that consumers can be ranked based on their willingness to pay. If I am willing to pay more for product I than somebody else is, I'm also willing to pay more for other products than that other person. Okay, so consumers can be ranked based on their willingness to pay. And the second assumption that I make is single peak profits. So under only these two assumptions, and with zero restriction on complementarity or substitution among products, what I show is that the following characterization holds for optimal bundling of products. I show that pure bundling, namely bundling all the products together and not doing any form of price discrimination based on the product bundle, is optimal if and only if the pure bundle, once optimally priced, sells more than any smaller bundle. Okay, so this is an if and only if characterization, basically determining whether or not you should mix bundle or pure bundle. All right, so that's basically the result and the assumptions. And let me also be very brief about the intuition, because this is important, and this is what's going to be later on connected to further research. One can show that this result has the following intuition. Bundling is suboptimal, namely, instead of pure bundling, mixed bundling is optimal if higher willingness to pay consumers perceive a higher degree of complementarity or lower degree of substitution among products relative to low willingness to pay consumers. So sort of the correlation, the joint distribution between the overall price sensitivity and the complementarity and substitution levels is basically at the core of the optimal bundling decision. This is what I'm going to sort of point out after presenting the names. Let me briefly review the literature. Most of the studies examining bundling assume additive values, which, as I said, means that your willingness to pay for product I does not depend on whether or not you also possess product J. That is the value, the willingness to pay by you for a bundle is just the sum of the willingnesses to pay that you have across different components of that bundle. So that basically limits all the substitutability and complementarity patterns. So I add to that literature by not restricting substitutability and complementarity. And the second portion of the literature is indeed the literature that does allow for non-additive values. And what I contribute here is a full if and only if characterization. That's one thing that I contribute. And the second thing is that with the exception of the first paper over here, I would say my assumptions are overall, I would say, weaker than many of the other papers in the literature. And most of these, all of these papers, as I also mentioned, do not provide if and only if characterizations. All right. Okay, so with that, now let's jump into the model. There's a monopolist selling n products indexed 1 through n, and each bundle denoted small b is a subset of these products. All right, and the set of all possible bundles is denoted script. The grand bundle is denoted b bar, and that is the bundle of all possible products. There's a unit mass of types T with distribution F, which is always positive and has no atoms. This always positive and no atoms is not 100% necessary, but it makes the proof streamlined. That's why I have it. And then we have the valuations, the willingnesses to pay. I denote it as V of B and T, and it's just basically the willingness to pay by type T for bundle B. And I assume that the willingness to pay by every type T for the empty bundle, namely for receiving basically no product, is 0. So that's sort of the consumer side. And then on the seller side, the seller has, like the monopolist, has a strategy which consists of bundling strategy and pricing strategy. Bundling strategy is basically the idea of how many, like which bundles do you sell on this market? Like which products do you combine with each other and construct bundles, and which of these possible bundles do you sell on the market? And the pricing strategy is basically how you price each of these bundles. So these are what the seller does. Okay. And now we're going to take a brief look at the consumer behavior in response to a seller strategy. Seller strategy, as I said, is B and P. And I denote by beta of T as a function of B and P, the purchase decision by the consumer, which basically denotes which bundles the consumer decides to buy to maximize his or her own value net of the price that he or she will pay. And then based on this, demand for bundle B under pricing and bundling strategy by the seller is just the measure of all of the consumers who purchase bundle B. And then the profit to the seller is basically the revenue, which is coming from the prices that the seller charges minus the cost. And the optimal strategy, again, simply is the pricing and bundling strategy together that maximize the profit made by the seller. Okay, so that's basically the setting. Before getting into the results, let me give you a little bit more notations, which are sort of the same thing as I said, but based on sort of like looking at prior endowments as well. For disjoint bundles B and B prime, we have this notation V of B and T conditional on B prime, which is basically how much somebody who has already been endowed with B prime is willing to pay to also purchase bundle B. Or you can think of it as the value for B union B prime minus value of B prime, okay? So using this in a similar way, we can define consumer purchase behavior by type T when the seller strategy is B and P and the consumer is endowed with B prime. In a similar way, we can define demand, and in a similar way, we can define price. All right, so that's all the notations that we need. And with those, we are ready to state the basic assumptions and the basic result on bundling with non-additive values. My first assumption is monotonicity, which basically says V of B and T, the willingness to pay by type T for bundle B, is increasing in V of B bar and T. Namely, if I am willing to pay more for the grand bundle than you, then I'm also willing to pay more for any other bundle than you, okay? And the same applies to when we are endowed with bundle B complement. If I'm willing to pay more for the grand bundle than you are, then I'm also willing to pay more for any bundle B than you are when both of us are endowed with bundle B complement, okay? And the second assumption is just single peak profits. It is very simple. It just said that the profit function, when the seller offers only one bundle B and prices that bundle, the profit is single peaked as a function of how the price of this one bundle varies, both when nobody's endowed with anything and when everybody is endowed with B complement. So these are the assumptions that we make. And with that, we are ready to give the basic definitions that basic definitions of two concepts, which the main theorem in this paper is going to connect to each other. So the first definition is the optimal quantity sold of any bundle B, and I denote it as D star of B. And what it means is, imagine the seller sells only bundle B and prices that optimally. How many people will buy it? That is the optimal sales volume, optimal quantity sold for bundle B. So that's one definition that we need. The second definition is, what do we mean by pure bundling? When do we say the seller is doing pure bundling? And this is my definition. I say seller strategy, BNP, involves pure bundling if under this strategy, any consumer T either buys nothing or buys a bunch of bundles and construct the grand bundle. What this means is basically the idea that selling only the grand bundle and pricing it optimally is at least one of the optimal strategies for the seller. So these are the two basic definitions that we need for the main result, and this is the main result. It says under assumptions 1 and 2, namely under monotonicity and single peak profits, the optimal strategy involves pure bundling if the grand bundle, if the optimal quantity sold for the grand bundle is larger than that for any other bundle. Conversely, the optimal strategy does not involve pure bundling, namely mixed bundling would be optimal if there is at least one smaller bundle that would optimally sell more than the grand bundle. So basically, when you think about this result, the seller could put a bunch of different bundles on the market. 2 to the power of 2 to the power of n is the number of ways that the seller could do bundling. And this result says that if you look at the optimal sales volumes and the grand bundle sells more optimally than any other bundle when they are offered alone, then based on that, you can determine whether the simple strategy of selling all of the products together and avoid any more complicated strategy is optimal, okay? So that's basically what this result is saying. With that, yes.
So I may have missed this, but how many components do you have here? That do you have any assumptions about the number of components in the bundle?
So I have n products, okay, and n is arbitrary. And what the seller can do is the seller can sell a bunch of bundles. Like, let me go back here, actually. The seller can sell a bunch of bundles on the market. Here. The seller can sell a bunch of bundles on the market. Like, imagine we have 1 through n. The seller can bundle 1 and 2 and 1 and 3, and then 1, 2, and 3, and sell each of these at a separate price. So the total number of possibilities for this would be 2 to the power of 2 to the n. But like in a very simple setting, again, just for illustration, think of version-based price discrimination. Should the seller only offer the highest memory version of the mobile phone, or should the seller differentiate? So that's the specific case of this, but this is more general. And what this result here, thank you, what this result here says is that if the optimal quantity sold of the full bundle is larger than the optimal quantity sold of any smaller bundle when they are sold alone, then you don't have to worry about what combination to offer. Just offer the full bundle and price it up. And that's almost if and only if. If you look closely here, I don't have a result for when the optimal quantity sold for the grand bundle is equal to the maximum among the other ones. You could add that to the theorem with strengthened assumption. Instead of single peak profits, you would have to have concave profits, but I think that's too strong. And I think this is such a small case that this theorem doesn't speak to, so I just decided not to make the assumption stronger, only for that. All right. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to discuss the assumptions and give an interpretation for the result and connect it to some of the results that are in the literature. And then if I have enough time, I'm going to do a very sort of small, sort of toy empirical exercise that hopefully will motivate future empirical research based on ideas like this. All right. So let me first talk about the monotonicity assumption. I think this is the strongest assumption we make here. And one can show that with this assumption, the type space effectively becomes one dimension. And you can assume it's between 0 and 1. And one thing that I want to mention is that this is common in the literature. If you look at the screening literature in economics and look at the single crossing condition, that's basically, I would say, is a stronger assumption than the monotonicity assumption that I'm making. That's one thing that I wanted to mention. And the second point that I would like to make here is that the monotonicity assumption just says that a high willingness to pay type has a higher willingness to pay for every bundle than a low willingness to pay type. It's only that. It does not impose that ranking be homogeneous across products. If I'm willing to pay more for bundle B than you are, I'm also going to be willing to pay more for bundle B prime than you are. But I'm not imposing that if I'm willing to pay more for B than B prime, then you should also be willing to pay more for B than B prime. Your ranking could be different than mine. All right. Quasi-concavity, just single peak profits, and it's also common. And there are some other notes that I wanted to make, again, emphasizing that this result does not restrict substitutability or complementarity in any way. And also, like, it doesn't even have to be that two products are substitutes or complements. Two products could be substitutes from the perspective of some types and complements from the perspective of some other types. And even that's still allowed. Another feature of this paper, which is shared by some other papers, but not by all, is that there's arbitrarily many products. Many papers look only at two products. And finally, and I'm not going to give the details of it, but I'm just going to mention this claim, and I'm going to be happy to talk about it more if somebody's interested. One direction of the proof here does not require that cost functions be linear. Even the second direction, you could prove with nonlinear cost functions if you make the monotonicity assumption stronger, which I think is also something that is different relative to the literature. Okay, so in the remaining 20 minutes, what I'm going to do is talk about the relation to different parts of the literature. In particular, the results that some of you may have seen in ratio monotonicity. We've seen this both in the marketing literature and in the economics literature in different papers. And this result basically says, and again, let me sort of go back to the illustrative example of version-based price discrimination. It basically says you want a pure bundle, namely do not do version-based price discrimination, only offer the highest quality version of the product. If the value, from the perspective of consumers, if the value for bundle B, for a small bundle, divided by the value of the grand bundle, in the case of the smartphone example that I gave, if the willingness to pay for the low memory version of the phone divided by the willingness to pay for the high memory version of the phone is increasing, as you look at high willingness to pay people, then you want a pure bundle. Otherwise, if it is decreasing, you want a mixed bundle. But when you look at this is a wide sort of set of conditions. Not all of the papers give both of these, but even the papers that give both, when you look at these are wide conditions. These are two functions. If this function is everywhere increasing, you want a pure bundle. If this function is everywhere decreasing, you want a mixed bundle. these results don't say anything about what if this function is decreasing in some places and increasing elsewhere. Okay, so that's why we don't have if and only if results here. And I'm not going to get into the details of it today, but one can show that my if and only if result could be interpreted as requiring ratio monotonicity only locally by saying that, hey, calculate the optimal price of the grand bundle or the highest quality version of the product that you can offer, and see if at that point, when you locally look at that point, ratio monotonicity holds. If at that point it is increasing, you should not price discriminate, you should just pure bundle. If at that point it is decreasing, you should mix bundle and price discriminate. Okay, so that's one intuition for the relation between my if and only if results and the ratio monotonicity results in the literature. And let me sort of give one simple example here. Imagine there are two products, just call them product 1 and product 2. And let's say product 1, and again, I'm using the illustrative example of version-based price discrimination, where one product is the base product, the other is an add-on. But in the model, this restriction is not necessary. This is just for illustration. Imagine the willingness to pay for the base version of the product by type T, and imagine types are between 0 and 1 uniformly distributed. Suppose that the willingness to pay for the base version of the product by type T is just T plus 1/5. And the product 2 is just an add-on, so by itself, it doesn't have any value. But once added to the base product and forms once we add it to the base product and form the grand bundle, namely the high quality version of the product, then it does have some value. So let's imagine two cases for the value of the overall product. In case 1, the value is the value of the base product plus T to the power of 0.8. Okay, in some sense, you can think of this as the add-on value, the value that product 2 would get if consumed on top of product 1. Like, you know, a memory without a phone has 0 value, but once you add it to the phone, has some extra value. In case 2, imagine it's the add-on value is T to the power of 0.04. Okay, and these are like graphical illustrations of this. When you think about this, in neither of the two cases, one can verify that ratio monotonicity holds in either direction. The ratio is decreasing first and increasing later, which means we cannot use ratio monotonicity results to comment on whether you should price discriminate or not. But if you look at the optimal sales volumes, in case 1, the grand bundle, namely the high quality version of the product, if you offer only that product and price it optimally, sells more compared to when you only offer the low quality version and price it optimally. And if you check the profit, it turns out that in that case, pure bundling is optimal. Similarly, in case 2, the ratio is neither increasing nor decreasing everywhere. But if we look at the optimal sales volume, the optimal sales volume for the grand bundle is smaller than that for the low quality version. And here it's optimal to version-based prices. Okay, so that's the sense in which my results are connected to the familiar ratio monotonicity results from the literature. Okay, so now let me get to the interpretation. And in the interpretation, I'm going to again simplify things, thinking only about.
Just to clarify, so these ratios that you're talking about are increasing or decreasing in T, right?
Because, yeah, I mean, you can think of it as increasing or decreasing in V of B bar. That's the definition. But here, because V of B bar is increasing in T, you can think of it as increasing or decreasing in T. Yeah. Yes, so here's an interpretation. And let me be clear, this interpretation, I think a similar version of it is already in Hatana and Heartline, which is one of the similar papers. So the interpretation itself is not new. You can find it in the 2021 restart paper, but I think it's relevant and I want to talk about it here because it really clarifies why this result even emerges. So let's think about what this means. Like, let's think about what it intuitively means in terms of the economics of the problem. And I want to kind of connect this to the covariation. I want to connect the optimal bundling decision, optimal product-based price discrimination decision to the covariation between complementarity substitution and price sensitivity. Let's think about that together. Again, just to remind you of the result, bundling is optimal if for smaller bundles, the optimal sales volume is smaller than the optimal sales volume for the grand bundle. To simplify things, let's assume a way cost to construct this intuition. It just simply says that the demand for the grand bundle hits the -1 elasticity more slowly than the demand for all of the other bundles. Optimally, you sell more. You have to sell to more people before you hit the -1 elasticity. What does that mean? That means the value, when you look at high willingness to pay people and start like sort of moving from them to lower willingness to pay people, the value for the grand bundle dwindles less quickly compared to the value for any B and B complement, right? That is why it hits -1 elasticity, more slowly, okay? But what does this mean? What does it mean to say the value for the grand bundle dwindles less quickly than the value for the components of that bundle? It basically means for the people who are willing to pay less for the components, they have to see a higher degree of complementarity so that their willingness to pay for the combination of these bundles does not dwindle as fast. So they are seeing a higher degree of complementarity, or if the products are substitutes, they're seeing a lower degree of substitution. In some sense, the intuition behind this result has to do with what the connection is in the grand distribution of complementarity substitution across products in the population. How does that correlate and covary with price sensitivity? That's sort of the basic intuition, okay? I'm going to skip this part. If I have time, I'm going to get back to it. I'm going to now go to a part of the presentation which is actually not in the paper, but I think it is useful because as an empiricist, the whole thing that motivated me to think about this problem theoretically was basically empirical. So what I'm going to ask now is how can we use these results for more applied work? Basically, how can this be helpful to us in terms of model selection in empirical work for whether or not we would recommend to a company whether or not to price discriminate based on versioning of the product, whether or not we would recommend to say Apple whether or not to price discriminate based on memory, okay? Again, this is not in the paper, but I'm adding it here in the presentation. Let's have a very simple BLP model with two products, indexed 1 and 2. 1 is the base product, but 2 is not the add-on, unlike my theory examples. Let's call product 2 the premium version of the product, namely base plus the add-on. And let's have a simple, like it's a toy simulation model, nothing very complicated. I just want to showcase the intuition that is coming from the theoretical analysis. Valuations, let's say they are given by the BLP type model, namely the valuation, the utility by consumer T for product I, where I could be either the base product or the premium version of the product, has a constant, a price coefficient, and a dummy for whether this is the premium version of the product. And then the logit error. And the reason why instead of logit, I call it BLP is that when you look at these two coefficients, they could be heterogeneous across consumers. Let's say the error term is extreme type 1 distributed. And let's say that these two coefficients, the coefficient on the price and the coefficient on the value for the add-on, in some sense, the coefficient for the complementarity, have this joint distribution, okay? Which has its means and its variances and the covariance row. First, before analyzing this, let me mention one point. This setup does not satisfy the conditions in theorem 1, unfortunately. It doesn't satisfy monotonicity. And there is no, as far as I know, and I've done a thorough search of the literature, there is no theory model that could, in closed form, comment on what is optimal, what is the optimal bundling strategy in a setting like this. And I do not believe we can have theoretical results on this anytime soon. It's a very difficult problem. So the other way that I tried to approach it was to write a theory paper with different assumptions, but get an intuition from it that could hopefully apply here. And the intuition, which is what I gave you, was how price sensitivity and complementarity patterns covary. And I'm putting this simple toy model BLP in which these two could covary, okay? And if our intuition works, basically, we would expect that if there's a lot of variation in complementarity, and if that variation correlates positively with the variation in price sensitivity, then we want to price discriminate. Otherwise, we do not. So that's basically what I simulated. And it turns out that it is indeed the case. When there's a lot of variation in complementarity, you want to price discriminate based on like version. Also, when more price sensitive people care less about the add-on, namely when high willingness to pay people are the ones who see a lot of complementarity, that's when you want to do version-based price discrimination, right? So even though the theoretical model in my paper, and basically in any other paper that I've seen, cannot comment on what our state-of-the-art empirical works would imply for optimal price discrimination decisions, still, the intuitions that come out of those could be helpful. And based on that, what I want to say here is that if we are going to use empirical models to make applied bundling recommendations, the basic thing that one of the useful things that we could do is to use BLP and to have random coefficients, not only on price, but also on complementarity, and to make sure that we capture the correlation between the two. Looks like I will have enough time to go back to the example that I gave for nonlinear pricing before I conclude. So let me also give this example. The insights that I gave in terms of pure bundling can also be applied to nonlinear pricing, a la Musarosan, Maskin-Riley, and so on and so forth. And the punchline here is that flat fee contracts can be optimal for the same reasons as pure bundling being optimal. Again, we have a large literature on two-part tariffs, non-two-part tariffs, nonlinear contracts, and so on and so forth. So I'm not saying that this analysis gives the only reason why flat fee contracts could be optimal, but I think it makes a connection between nonlinear pricing and bundling. And the idea is that, again, if the marginal value for quantity/quality diminishes relatively faster for high willingness to pay types, then you might profit from just offering a flat tariff. Here's one example. Imagine we have types from 0 to 1, and quantity or quality levels, it doesn't matter whether you think of it as quantity or quality, is between 0 and 2. And this functional form determines the value across different types, visualized here. Every type has a 0 valuation for quality 0. But as you see, the high types have a valuation for quality that diminishes in relative terms faster than that for low types. And one can show that the optimal tariff here is just flat. Okay. So I think with this, I'm going to have, I think I have like 3 or 4 minutes. I'm going to spend those on the conclusion. So what this paper does is it provides necessary and sufficient conditions for pure bundling in an environment in which we have products with non-additive values, a special case of which could be thought of as version-based price discrimination, but is more general than that. And the result is that you should bundle if and only if the optimal sales volume for the grand bundle is larger than that for the smaller bundles. And the main assumptions are monotonic preferences plus single peak profits. The interpretation, as I discussed, is about the covariation between complementarity substitution levels on the one hand and price sensitivity on the other. And I just provided a simple toy simulation for testing the relevance of the intuitions coming out of this analysis. As for future research, I think on the theory side, I see the assumption on monotonicity as the strongest assumption in this model. And I think extending the results to an environment with multi-dimensional type spaces, but still delivering if and only if results, in my view, would be the most important next step, theoretically. On the empirical side, again, as I mentioned in the toy application, I do not really believe that the that we would anytime soon have a theory model that will have if and only if characterizations for our state-of-the-art empirical analysis. But I think the intuition is useful. So I think frameworks directly applicable by firms for the purpose of optimizing second-degree price discrimination could be developed based on the intuitions in this analysis. And by the intuition, I mean the idea that if you want to be able to like develop general frameworks, which firms can use to, in the real world, decide whether or not they should do version-based price discrimination and product bundling, I think we should build empirical models, most likely BLP types, that allow for estimating joint distributions of price sensitivity on the one hand, and valuations for separate features of the products on the other, in a way that captures the correlation, hopefully in a non-parametric way. And that is sort of the avenue that I'm more excited about, the empirical side. And I've actually started working with multiple people on launching sort of projects that, that are aimed at developing these methodologies, with the aim of which we hope to have to actually come up with these procedures that firms could use and make directly applicable decisions to their second-degree price discrimination strategies in the real. That's it. Thank you so much for having me, and I turn it over to Tony.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning.
Great. First, I would like to thank the conference organizer for assigning me this very interesting paper. Even though Sohail claims that he's an empirical person, I find this is a very sophisticated, mathematically sophisticated paper. Actually, he proves like 7 lemmas to get the main theorem. It actually gives me some difficult time really to understand how he is able to do that. So very impressive and very, very interesting to me. So as you have already seen that the result is very sharp. So I'm going to share with you my understanding and a couple suggestions for the paper. So the paper is about product bundling. So this is a quite common business practice we see almost every day. So in general, there could be different type of reasons why product bundling has been used. We can have supply side reasons due to economy of scale or cost savings. So for example, you can think about family size saves the package cost, and therefore it has been used as an example of product bundling. We can also have demand complementarity between products as another reason. A classic example is the printer and ink. They can be sold bundled together. Lastly, product bundling can be used as a price discrimination tool. The idea is very simple. So if you just imagine 2 products offered by one seller, then consumers who like product 1 but not that much about product 2 can buy product 1 only. Those who like product 2 but not product 1 will just buy product 2. And those who have similar preferences for these 2 products will buy the bundle. Okay, essentially, by offering the bundle and also individual products, the seller is able to price discriminate consumers who have different preferences for these 2 products. Now, an important assumption has been made in Adams and Yellen's original paper, that is the additive value. Essentially, it means that a consumer's willingness to pay for a bundle is equal to the sum of her willingness to pay for individual products. Now, Adams and Yellen actually stated that they made this assumption on purpose because they want to exclude the demand complementarity explanation. So they want to isolate the effect of price discrimination. So from this perspective, we can see that this paper can be seen as combining the second and third explanation of product bundling. Essentially, it's going to provide a price discrimination explanation by allowing the values to be additive. So not only allow for complementarity, but also general patterns of substitution. But in general, when we consider product bundling, a seller can do multiple things, right? Either the seller can sell products separately, so essentially there's no bundle offered, or the seller can offer just a pure bundle of all the products without introducing individual products or without introducing smaller bundles. So that's the second case, pure bundling. And we can also have the most complicated case, that is a mixed bundling, where a menu of different sizes of bundles are offered at different prices. So the focus of this paper is the second case. Essentially, the research question is, when is it optimal to offer a pure bundle? This is a practically relevant question because we do see a lot of examples in the market. For example, Netflix offer a pure bundle of movies, or you can imagine music offered by Spotify, or the Microsoft Office suite could be also all the examples of pure bundling. This is also a theoretically important question, as already been mentioned by Sohail, because the quantity discount can be, or in general, the second degree price discrimination can be seen as a special case of bundling identical products. So therefore, what we have learned from this paper can be applied to a second degree price discrimination. So I'm going to briefly review the model setup. We have consumers that distribute in one that are heterogeneous in one type. This is actually without loss of generality. Is actually, so Sohail allows consumers valuation to be very general, but essentially the monotonicity condition implies that they have a one-dimensional type. And there are M products in the market. The consumer's valuation for a bundle is VBT. Also, the second unit has no value. So if a consumer buys product 1 and also buys a product bundle of 1 and 2, then essentially the consumer essentially gets the 2 units of 1. The second unit assumed to be no value. There is a general unit production cost across products, and the profit function assumed to be quasi-concave. So this can be seen as essentially impose some condition on the distribution function of T. You can imagine something similar, like log concavity condition for the distribution function of T. This guarantees that there is an interior maximum point. There is this monotonicity condition that has already been emphasized by Sohail, so I'm going to give you a little bit more intuitive understanding of it in the next slide. Essentially, it means that for each bundle, V needs to increase with T. Okay, so I'm going to use a 2 products example to show you this is really a difficult problem, because essentially we have M products. That means that we have 2 to the power of M minus 1 possible bundles. For 2 products, you have 1 is a singleton, 2, or you have a bundle of 1 and 2. Now, this further means that you have this many number of bundling strategies. For example, the seller can just offer product 1 or just offer product 2 or offer product 1 and 2. So this is the pure bundling. That is the focus of this paper. Just offer a grand bundle of all the products. The seller can also offer 1 and 2 separate in the market, or 2 and the grand bundle, or 1, 2 and 1 and the grand bundle, or you can offer all the possible bundles. So that means that there are a lot of possible bundling strategies. Essentially, the seller is decide which bundles to offer at what price. Now, the main finding of the paper, so to state the main finding, we need to just introduce one notation, that is the demand D star B. What's the demand of bundle B under the optimal price, the profit maximizing price, given no other bundle has been offered by the seller. So if B is the only offer in the market by the seller, and the seller is setting the profit maximizing price for this bundle B, then the resulting demand is denoted as D star. Now, the main finding of this paper is that pure bundling is optimal if and only if it's optimal to offer this B hat if and only if B hat maximizes D star. Okay. So next, since actually the model, the paper is written in a very technical way, so I'm going to give you a little bit understanding of how I understand this. Okay, so first, before that, maybe we can see the implication of the results first. Again, going back to my 2 product example, by this result, it means that instead of comparing all the bundling strategies, right, we just listed, now we only need to compare D star 1, 2 with D star 1 and D star 2 to find out whether pure bundling is optimal. So this has significantly reduced the amount of work we need to do in theory to find whether pure bundling is optimal. So in general, you can imagine the theorem reduces the number of comparisons from this number to a more manageable number. All right, so to understand these results, first, let me compare this with Adams and Yellen. So Adams and Yellen said that pure bundling is optimal when consumers' valuations are negatively correlated. Now, this is very intuitive. So here I'm still using my 2 products example. So there's product 1 and product 2, and this is consumers' valuation for these 2 singleton bundle. Okay? And the consumer's valuation essentially here are very simple. It's a 2-point distribution. So there is some consumers here and there's some consumers here. Okay? So let's call this type 1 consumer and this type 2 consumer. Type 1 consumer values product 2 by 0.8 and by product 1.2. Okay, and similarly for type 2 consumer. Now in this example, the consumer valuations are negatively correlated. And this is an example where fits in Adams and Yellen setting, where pure bundling actually extracts all consumer surplus. Essentially, the seller can just offer a bundle of product 1 and 2 together. This is pure bundling, and set the price equal to 1. Because by offering this, these 2 consumers will be indifferent between buying these 2 products and taking the outside option. On the other hand, you can imagine if the seller offered these 2 products individually, then what they can do is to set the price at 0.8 for each product. That is less than 1. Okay, so, however, if you want to fit this example into a health setting, monotonicity condition actually is violated in this setting, because monotonicity condition requires that type 1 values these two bundles higher than type 2. And this is not satisfied. So the monotonicity condition will actually imply something like this. So type 1 values these two bundles higher than type 2. Okay? So this means that what Sohail is doing is orthogonal to Adams and Yellen. So even though he still provides a explanation of bundling through price discrimination, but essentially his explanation is going to entirely different from Adams and Yellen. So the underlying mechanism will be entirely different. Okay. So it would be also interesting to compare with this paper. This is a latest paper by Hannah and Hartline. So they're saying that the pure bundling is optimal if consumers with higher value for the grand bundle. So here they denote this as GB. So in our example, you can think about this is the B for the product bundle of 1 and 2. Have higher relative values for smaller bundles compared with this grand value. Essentially, this is the product value for individual product. This ratio needs to increase with this value of the grand bundle. So I'm going to, actually, I find a slide by Hannah. I'm going to use his slide to illustrate this idea. And I find that using their idea, we can also similarly understand what's going on in this paper. All right, so they offer this following example where you can see this, the x-axis is the value for the grand bundle, and the y-axis is the value for individual product. Now, because we want this ratio to increase with BGB, it means that, and the black dots here are consumer distribution, okay? So it means that consumer, some kind of distribution like this will satisfy this condition, well, something like this will not, because this is not increasing, but this is increasing. Okay. And they're going to say that if for this case, pure bundling is optimal, but for this case, it is not. Why? Because for this case, you can always offer the pure bundle price at P, while at the same time, you also offer a product, individual product price at P minus delta. In this case, look at here, this consumer who didn't buy here will now buy an individual product. This increases the profit. However, if it's this case, if you do the same thing, indeed, you are not going to capture some new consumers. At the same time, you're losing profit on these consumers because these consumers want to switch from buying the bundle now to buy individual products. So you have some profit loss here and also some profit gain here. So if the profit loss is big enough, then it will be not profitable to offer this individual product. So actually, you also see this link between the idea here and also the second degree price discrimination, right? So in second degree price discrimination, essentially whether you want to do price discrimination or not really depends on if you offer a low-end product in the market, you're going to capture some low willingness to pay consumers. At the same time, some consumers who are willing to buy a more expensive product now switch to buy your low-end product. So you get a profit loss. So that's the link between bundling and price discrimination. Now, if we map, I think we can use summary graphs here to understand Sohail's result. Essentially, first, the monotonicity condition essentially implies something like this. So we just showed that in the comparison with Adams and Yellen. And also, if you see here, whether it's this case or that case, actually doesn't impact the price for the grand bundle. Because for the grand bundle, essentially you only look at the distribution along this dimension. That means that for these two cases, the D star B hat is the same, or the demand under the grand bundle is the same. However, if you're looking at the demand for this individual product, essentially this is a very, this will generate a very inelastic demand because all the dots are concentrated along the y-axis. Well, here the dots are dispersed along the y-axis. It means that this will be a more elastic demand. So when we require the demand of essentially D1 is less than DGB, we require the demand to be of product 1 to be elastic enough. So that's my understanding of the why this works for the health set. All right. Here are some of my thoughts. First, as I mentioned, I really like the paper. It's very sharp, very elegant, and also, as Sahel said, that it offers the first, if and only necessary and sufficient condition on a very difficult and also very important problem. I think the paper can benefit by providing a clear intuition on their main finding. Right now, it is the paper reads still very technical. I think the paper can benefit by building a more closer connection with the second-degree price discrimination literature. Right now, an example is presented, but it may be worthwhile to conduct a more comprehensive analysis along the line of Musking and Riley. So essentially, in the literature, we have bundling. So these two papers, so essentially this paper builds on this paper, because you can imagine price discrimination as a special case of bundling. Both these papers are built on the ratio monotonicity. Now for the health paper, maybe we can come up with some sufficient and necessary conditions also for price discrimination. I think that would be very valuable. And lastly, right now the paper reduced the number of comparisons to 2 to the power of 2, but it's still exponential. So I'm wondering whether it could potentially further reduce the number of comparisons so that we can have an algorithm in a polynomial time, or maybe under some conditions. And lastly, as I mentioned, monotonicity condition is important. So by imposing these conditions, Sahel is able to characterize when is pure bundling optimal. So when that condition is satisfied. If that condition is not satisfied, we know that pure bundling is not optimal, then the mixed bundling must be optimal. And actually, Sahel constructed a superior mixed bundling strategy that performs better than pure bundling. But I think it would be interesting to think about whether it is possible to characterize the optimal bundling strategy. All right, so thank you very much. That's all of my discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I say 2 quick things on this slide? So
sure.
Very quick, like the second to last point, polynomial. So there is actually a way to do it much more easily. As I said, you can calculate the optimal quantity sold for the grand bundle. And if at that local point you check local ratio monotonicity, you're done. So you don't even need polynomial, just one is good. And the second question, your answer is unfortunately no, but under some additional conditions, it could be done. And I provided in the appendix. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for this insightful discussion.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. So I guess we'll meet tomorrow again. Thanks, Tony, for waking up early and doing this.
Cameron, can I also go?
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys.
Nanda,
Oh,
Dina is
okay.
right here.
Who is this?
Dina.
Hi, Dina.
How
I'm
are
going
you?
in and
I
out.
did not know you were there.
Who is
visiting
where?
Gail.
Are you in New Haven or is he in California?
I'm in New Haven. That is so weird. Turn off the little weird background thingy.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna try to so I don't disappear. Oh, I'm in and out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in New Haven. Mhm.
Good to see you.
Yay.
Good to see you.
Mhm.
So why were you hiding?
Very exciting talk.
Thank you.
Awesome. Nice discussions.
Yeah, very, very good discussion. Can I ask for the slides?
Sure. Of course you can. Of course.
Thank you.
Nanda, thank you again.
Hey,
I really look forward to this in person, but next year.
well, just pray that we meet next year.
Yeah. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
All right.
Goodbye, everybody.
Take care.
Bye.